Chapter 678. Finally, the divine seal of desolation dissipated. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Zhao Danshan's body had turned into a skeleton. He stood outside the martial emperor city in a daze. He had yet to fall, even though he was already dead. Long Chen, on the other hand, stood beside Zhao Danshan, completely unharmed. Zhao Danshan had turned into a skeleton. He could not be any more dead. This meant that Long Chen had defeated Zhao Danshan. He was the strongest person in the Wushu Sage Empire. As for Feng Xian, he was not a member of the Wushu Sage Empire. Zhao Danshan was dead. Many people found it hard to accept this result, especially those in the Martial Emperor city who were loyal supporters of the Martial Emperor. They thought that the Martial Emperor's notice and the Wushu Alliance's notice had disappeared from the Wushu Sage Empire. The Wushu Sage Empire was going to change. Looking at the young man in the field, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. They had mixed feelings. Zhao Danshan's death was just like Zhao Wuji's death. Many people only believed it after a long time. Previously, everyone thought that Long Chen would die under Zhao Danshan's martial emperor seal. They did not expect that Long Chen would turn defeat into victory in such a short time. He killed Zhao Danshan and killed Zhao Danshan, leaving only a skeleton. This was a shocking piece of news. Long Chen killed martial emperor Zhao Danshan. Oh my god, what's wrong with the Wushu Sage Empire? Geniuses, each more monstrous than the last. Especially Long Chen. I thought he was the most talented person after Zhao Wuji. I didn't expect him to be the most talented person. Zhao Danshan used the power of the martial emperor ring, but he was still no match for him. If Long Chen controls the Wushu Sage Empire, it will have a bright future. But does this mean that the Wushu Alliance is going to be destroyed? The destruction of the Wushu Alliance meant that they could get a lot of benefits and opportunities. Many people were already thinking about how to take advantage of the chaos in the Martial Emperor city. The people who were the most pained and confused were the people of the Wushu Alliance, especially those who lived in the Martial Emperor city. This meant that their lives were going to be in great turmoil. Once Zhao Wuji died, the Wushu Alliance would definitely be destroyed. How could Xiao Lin, who was only at the third level of the Earth Martial Realm, be qualified to control the Wushu Sage Empire? Everyone turned to look at Xiao Lin. This old man was able to stay in the Wushu Alliance for such a long time and was valued by Zhao Wuji. At the same time, Zhao Danshan did not kill him. This meant that Xiao Lin was quite capable. Most importantly, he knew that a wise man submits to circumstances. Of course, Long Chen did not care about the people of the Martial Emperor city. After killing Zhao Danshan, he was relieved. Zhao Danshan was dead and Zhao Danshan's Cosmos Sack was now in his hands. Zhao Danshan's Cosmos Sack was very important to Long Chen. After killing Zhao Danshan, he could not wait to open the Cosmos Sack. Just as he expected, people like Zhao Danshan would only put the Red Emperor Seal and the Gold Emperor Seal in the safest place, which was to carry them with him. There were many imperial crystals in Zhao Danshan's Cosmos Sack. The important items were the ancient demon flag, the Red Emperor Seal and the Gold Emperor Seal. The 5 Emperor Seals were finally gathered today. Long Chen was very pleased. The 5 Emperor Seals were related to an Imperial-level combat skill. Even the advanced King-level Divine Seal of Desolation was so powerful, let alone an Imperial-level combat skill. If he could enter the Archean Cemetery, the 5 Emperor Seals would be Long Chen's trump card. After killing Zhao Danshan, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Long Chen had finally completed one of the tasks that Long Yu and the others gave him. Feng Xian would be much easier to deal with. Now that he had obtained the 5 Emperor Seals, the most important thing was to clean up the mess. With the death of Zhao Danshan, the Wushu Alliance would be leaderless. Not only would the Martial Emperor city be in chaos, but the entire Wushu Sage Empire would also be in chaos. Long Chen did not want any innocent people to die because of him. Hence, he turned around and looked at the hundreds of thousands of people in the Martial Emperor city. Long Chen's brilliance surpassed all of their brilliance. Those who met Long Chen's blood-red gaze lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Long Chen. To them, Long Chen was too terrifying. Finally, Long Chen's gaze stopped on Xiao Lin, who was surrounded by the crowd. This old man's hair was already white. When he saw Long Chen's blood-red gaze, he felt that this young man was much more terrifying than Zhao Danshan. He also subconsciously missed Long Chen's gaze. Even Zhao Danshan was dead. He was definitely not a match for him. Back then, he submitted to Zhao Danshan because of Zhao Danshan's strength. Now, if Long Chen requested it, Xiao Lin would repeat it. In this world the strong were respected. The fact that Long Chen was able to kill Zhao Danchen proved that he was worthy of Xiao Lin's admiration. Xiao Wu Huang. Long Chen's voice was heard. Xiao Lin listened carefully. This martial emperor city will be temporarily handed over to you. In a few days, our Dragons team will officially enter the martial emperor city and replace the Wushu alliance to take over the Wushu Sage Empire. In these few days, I will not allow anything to happen in the martial emperor city. If the next time I come here, what I see is different from what I expected, I will take your life. Xiao Lin lowered his head and did not say anything. At first, some of the other Wushu alliance members had expressions of anger. However, when they saw that no one dared to react, they helplessly recognized the truth. Therefore, they could only lower their heads. To them, this was indeed a humiliation. However, they had no way to resist. The other party was simply too strong. To them, the other party was simply too strong. Long Chen paused for a moment before he continued. The Wushu Sage Empire will be handed over to my dragon's brother to lead. Of course, if anyone in the Wushu Alliance is willing to submit to Long Chen, we will welcome them. Of course that includes you, Xiao Lin. Keep an eye on the martial emperor city for me these few days. I will not treat you unfairly in the future. It had to be said that Long Chen's words were full of temptation to many people who were already disappointed in the Wushu Alliance. Long Chen stopped here. That was enough. From Xiao Lin's expression, Long Chen could tell that Xiao Lin would definitely do as he had said. Xiao Lin would take good care of the martial emperor city and wait for the dragons to accept it. As for the other cities, once the news of Zhao Danchen's death spread, Scarlet Soul's people would take care of them. The entire Wushu Sage Empire was quietly changing dynasties. Xiao Lin, listen to my orders. Xiao Lin's voice came from the city tower of the martial emperor city. Long Chen looked at him from afar. He could see that Xiao Lin's face was filled with submission. He knew that as long as Long Chen was still in the divine Wushu Sage Empire, he would have to listen to Long Chen. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to escape Long Chen's grasp. Furthermore, Xiao Lin was not young anymore. He had dozens of family members in Martial Emperor City, so he would not be able to escape. Some people still called Xiao Lin a coward in their hearts when he surrendered. However, no one dared to say it out loud. After all, everyone wanted their own lives. Furthermore, the previous Zhao Danchen had not been that deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Long Chen controlled the entire Wushu Sage Empire with just a few words. He immediately turned around and left, leaving behind only Zhao Danchen's white bones. Everyone felt their hairs stand on end as they looked at the white bones that were still standing on the ground. Chen Wu Wang, go and bury the white bones. It's an eyesore. A gust of northern wind blew, carrying with it the smell of blood. Xiao Lin frowned as he spoke in a bad mood. After leaving the divine Wushu Sage Empire, Long Chen first got Lu Yi out. After all, there were still many things that had not been settled. Lu Yi was still in the Great Void Realm, and her eyes were red and swollen from crying. She was in a lush forest. When Lu Yi came out and saw this environment, as well as the unharmed Long Chen in front of her, she immediately felt ecstatic. She felt as though she had escaped from death. She really wanted to hug Long Chen. However, when she thought about the relationship between the two of them, she could only hold back. Long Chen, are you all right? Where's Zhao Danchen? Lu Yi asked anxiously. Can't you tell? Of course, I'm alive and well. As for that bad guy, Zhao Danchen, I've already turned his bones into ashes. That should be enough for you, right? Long Chen stretched his body and said with a smile. Zhao Danchen is dead. Lu Yi's eyes lit up, but she immediately smiled bitterly and said, You must be lying to me. He's at the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, and he has a Martial Emperor ring. He's almost at the 5th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. How could you defeat him unscathed? Go out and ask around, and you'll know. Long Chen knew that this matter was a bit unimaginable. However, Zhao Danchen was indeed very powerful. This was not an exaggeration. Really? Lu Yi then realized that this seemed to be true. She looked at Long Chen for a while again. She was shocked, but also deeply grateful. Thank you for saving me again. Lu Yi said a bit unnaturally. The relationship between her and Long Chen was really complicated. She originally wanted to go out to relax and forget about him. She didn't expect that such a thing would happen in the end. Long Chen smiled and said, "It's nothing. I was going to kill Zhao Danchen, and I happened to save you. I'll take you to meet the war people. You haven't been back for so long. I guess my second brother must be very worried." "I know. Seventh uncle." Lu Yi gritted her teeth and let go of the love and hatred in her heart. Looking at Long Chen like this, she suddenly had a trace of understanding. She had never entered his heart. It was a one-sided love. If she behaved too much, maybe Long Chen would stay away from her forever. In this case, why not be a good friend? In this way, she could still have the opportunity to see him. Lu Yi was also satisfied. Chapter 679. I'm seventh uncle. Long Chen was a bit speechless. This wasn't wrong. Long Chen recognized Jiang Wuya as his second brother, and Lu Yi was Jiang Wuya's daughter. However, being called an elder by someone of the same age was really a tangled feeling. Alright, let's go back to the war people first. Seeing that Lu Yi's mood had been restored, Long Chen knew that this girl's mentality had changed. This was also a good thing. It wasn't that Lu Yi was bad, but Long Chen had his own goals. He didn't want to be an irresponsible man and make some bastard promises that he couldn't fulfill. If that was the case, then what difference was there between him and Zhao Danchen? There were many things that he did for Lu Yi's own good. Lingxi was still waiting for him. She might be suffering. As Long Chen thought of her, it was like countless ants were crawling in his heart. The two of them walked towards the war people. Wait. Long Chen suddenly stopped. He wanted to leave, but he suddenly remembered something. What is it? Lu Yi's beautiful face had a moist luster. I don't think I've given you any gifts. Although this thing is a bit ugly, it should be enough for you to protect yourself. Long Chen took out a small eternal demon flag from the Great Void Realm. When they left Martial Emperor City, Long Chen took out the eternal demon flag. This thing was actually very simple to control. When Zhao Danchen first obtained the eternal demon flag, he knew how to use it. Long Chen was no exception. He quickly summoned the ancient demon corpse. Although this ancient demon corpse had a powerful body and might be useful to Long Chen was more willing to give it to Lu Yi to guarantee her safety. This was the last thing he would do for Lu Yi. Isn't this the eternal demon flag? Lu Yi covered her mouth in surprise. No, Long Chen, this thing is too precious, I can't accept it. She didn't blame the ancient demon corpse for being too ugly, but she thought that this thing might be very important to Long Chen. Long Chen shook his head. I can defeat Zhao Danchen, so the ancient demon corpse is useless to me. Take this ancient demon corpse. If I leave in the future, let it protect you. If my brothers and sisters are in danger, help them. After all, your father is one of the dragons. Now, I will teach you how to control the ancient demon corpse. Long Chen's words were very decisive. Although Lu Yi was very embarrassed to accept it, in the end she couldn't change Long Chen's mind. Moreover, when she thought that Long Chen was still thinking about her, she felt very happy. Therefore, Lu Yi learned how to control the ancient demon corpse. As long as she used it well, she, Lu Yi, would be equivalent to a warrior in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Among the war people, only Long Shan had the strength of a warrior in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. However, he was already old and didn't have much time left. Before the others reached the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, it was also a good thing to let Lu Yi's ancient demon corpse shock the battlefield. After explaining so many things, Long Chen finally found that he could leave the God Wushu Sage dynasty with peace of mind and embark on his own long road. What would the road ahead be like? How many people would bump into Long Chen's life? How many people would die at the hands of Long Chen? These were all unknown. Just as Long Chen was about to go back to the war people, something strange happened. A muffled sound came from afar. Long Chen hurriedly raised his head and looked at the sky. He was shocked to find that part of the sky in the west was dyed red. Long Chen, this is a sign that the ancient tomb token is about to appear. Lu Yi heard this and said quickly. Long Chen nodded in surprise and said, It should be. I didn't think that the ancient tomb token would appear at this time. After the red light appears, the ancient tomb token will appear at random times. Looking at the direction, it should be in the Eternal Divine Sea. The Huangfu clan is close to the Eternal Divine Sea. When Feng Xian sees this, she will definitely rush over. I can't fall behind her. Go, I will inform father and the others. I will let them take this opportunity to control the God Wushu Sage dynasty and move our core to Martial Emperor City, Lu Yi said sensibly. Long Chen nodded and said without hesitation, I'll be leaving. Yes, be careful. Put your life first. If you can't get it, then forget it. There will be more in the future. Lu Yi's crystal-clear eyes flashed with concern. This is my only chance. Long Chen gritted his teeth and said, I'm leaving. Without stopping, Long Chen disappeared in front of Lu Yi like a whirlwind. Shao. Looking at the direction in which Long Chen disappeared, Lu Yi swallowed the word Shao helplessly. Her eyes were still staring in the direction in which Long Chen disappeared. After a long time, she finally wiped a tear from her eyes. Long Chen was at ease leaving the God Wushu Sage dynasty to Long Yu and the others. With Long Shan and the ancient demon's corpse, as well as 2 experts at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm, Long Chen believed that they could easily control the entire God Wushu Sage dynasty. Moreover, as long as Feng Xian left, the Huangfu clan would easily return to the hands of Huangfu Fengchen. Of course, Long Chen's influence was also very important. His side was the most crucial battle, and it was also the most important battle. Feng Xian was definitely more difficult to deal with than Zhao Danchen. Whether or not I can successfully enter the primordial cemetery depends on this last attempt. Feng Xian must have already reached the eternal divine sea. That's right. The closer he got, the more Long Chen could roughly estimate that the place where the ancient tomb token would appear was in the eternal divine sea that he had been to before. That was the endless white sea of mist in the eternal divine sea. But now, the white sea of mist had already turned into a sea of red. Long Chen displayed his fastest speed and arrived below the eternal divine sea. The sea of mist in the sky had already turned into a sea of red. The flowing red light was quite shocking. It's up there. Without saying anything, Long Chen displayed his flying skills and flew towards the Sky Island. He had a premonition that the ancient tomb token would appear near the Sky Island. At the same time, he displayed the soul-devouring demon pupil. With the soul-devouring demon pupil, as long as Feng Xian appeared within 1 mile of him, Long Chen would be able to find her. This time, the most important thing was not to find the ancient tomb token, but to kill Feng Xian. As long as Feng Xian died, the ancient tomb token would definitely belong to Long Chen. And if Feng Xian did not die, even if Long Chen obtained the ancient tomb token, he would not be able to rest in peace. After all, if Feng Xian could not find Long Chen, she could kill Long Chen's brothers and sisters. Would Long Chen allow such a thing to happen? In short, this time, it was either you die or I live. It had not even been half a day since the battle with Zhao Danchen ended. But fortunately, Long Chen's recovery ability was amazing. At this moment, he was almost at his peak state. Moreover, compared to the previous battle, this time, Long Chen had an even greater advantage. The closer Long Chen got to Heaven Sky Island, the redder the area became. The bird-type demonlings in the Eternal Life God Sea were starting to get very uneasy, and were screaming and flying about in all directions. After the death of the phoenix, they had lost their protection, and were much more timid than before. Flocks of bird-type monsters fled in panic as if they were in a storm. Long Chen transformed into his dragon soul and released his powerful aura. The bird-type monsters were very familiar with this aura. It was the person who had killed the Sky Phoenix, so when they saw Long Chen, they hurriedly fled at an even faster speed. Soon, Long Chen could see the Sky Island in front of him. Unfortunately, time is too tight. Otherwise, I could take out the 5 Emperor Seals and have a look. Maybe it would be easier to deal with Feng Xian. Long Chen approached the Sky Island and thought to himself. But then he thought, even the Divine Seal of Desolation is so hard to cultivate. I'm afraid I'll need at least 1 or 2 months to cultivate the 5 Emperor Seals. If I can kill Feng Xian, I'll try to see what secrets the 5 Emperor Seals have. Thinking of this, Long Chen stopped thinking about the 5 Emperor Seals. Walking on the Sky Island, he carefully observed his surroundings. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the square where he had appeared last time. As he approached, Long Chen narrowed his eyes because he had already seen Feng Xian with his soul-devouring demon eyes. After dispelling the soul-devouring demon eyes and rushing forward for a while, Long Chen could already see Feng Xian's slim figure standing in front of the stone tablet where Long Chen had comprehended the Divine Seal of Desolation. She can also see the mysteries of the stone tablet. Long Chen was slightly surprised. Soon, he was 10 meters behind Feng Xian. At this time, Feng Xian suddenly turned her head. Her face was no longer wearing the white veil. Her coquettish face was rosy and delicate, revealing a seductive charm. Seeing that it was Long Chen, she smiled sweetly as if she was talking to a friend she had not seen for many years. She said, "Long Chen, you finally arrived." Facing this cunning woman, Long Chen did not dare to let his guard down. He calmed down and said coldly, "Today, either you or I die. Do you still want to talk nonsense?" After Feng Xian heard this, she giggled and said, "You're really not likable. What kind of conflict do you think we have? What happened before was just a small matter. We don't get to know each other without fighting." "What are you trying to say?" Long Chen frowned and said. Feng Xian saw that Long Chen really did not know how to flirt, so her face gradually became cold. She said, "I see that you are a great genius. It is a pity that you die like this. You are so young. Why do you want to compete with me for the ancient tomb token? You have many opportunities to enter, but I only have one left. You go back now. After I succeed, I will help you deal with Zhao Danchen. How about it?" "Zhao Danchen is already dead. I just killed him." Long Chen immediately replied. Chapter 680. Dead. Feng Xian looked at Long Chen in astonishment. She could see that Long Chen was not a person who liked to lie. From his cold eyes, Feng Xian realized that this was probably true. He had a lot of things, comparable to Zhao Wuji, but he died in your hands. Feng Xian had to re-evaluate Long Chen as a person. Zhao Danchen was a despicable person, an out-and-out despicable person. He was crazy by nature, but Long Chen was different. His personality was like that of a wolf and a poisonous snake. Compared to Zhao Danchen's ferocious tiger, these two types of animals seemed to be much more terrifying. Long Chen did not answer Feng Xian. There must be a reason why this woman suddenly asked him to go back. So Long Chen sneered and said, "Tell me the truth. Did you find something strange about this monument and want to investigate it? But you were worried that I would disturb you, so you advised me to leave. You also know that this monument has a secret." At this moment, Feng Xian was even more surprised. Long Chen was right. She was lost in thought when she was interrupted by Long Chen. She knew that it would take a lot of effort to kill Long Chen, so she directly wanted to trick Long Chen. She did not expect that Long Chen would see through her. "Don't you know that there used to be a divine phoenix here? And then? I killed it." "You killed it again." Feng Xian could not see through this young man. She vaguely remembered that when she met Long Chen for the first time, Long Chen did not have the power to resist her and was forced to flee in all directions. But after less than 2 months, she suddenly realized that Long Chen was the most terrifying person in the entire Wushu Sage dynasty. The previous Long Shan, Zhao Danchen, and Zhao Wuji could not compare to the current Long Chen. Forbearance, youth, patience, calmness, and decisiveness. These were all good characters that Long Chen had cultivated on his long road. In that case, you have also learned the battle skill hidden in this monument. Feng Xian's expression gradually became cold. "Do you have so much nonsense to say?" Long Chen grinned. "Fine." Feng Xian's eyes showed killing intent. Facing Long Chen, no matter how good her temperament was, she could not hold back. "If that's the case, then I won't say anything more. As long as I finish you off, the ancient tomb medallion will be mine, and this battle skill will also be mine." Feng Xian had never been able to resist young juniors, especially those with great potential and strength like Long Chen. Zhao Danchen and Huang Fu, you were both like this. However, Long Chen, who had not been eye-catching before, now made her feel fear. "Just right. After I get rid of you, everything will be mine, Long Chen." Long Chen replied with a sneer. After a brief pause, he continued, "Do you still remember the last time when the wolf cub and I ganged up on you, but we were far from being a match for you? This time, I'll show you the power of us brothers." Xiaolang. Just as Feng Xian was feeling puzzled, a black flame suddenly spewed out from Long Chen's chest. The black flame was like a storm as it rapidly revolved around Long Chen and grew larger. Soon it became so large that it covered the sky. Flame was a symbol of high temperature, but for this black flame, it was the opposite. Feng Xian suddenly felt that the surrounding temperature had dropped to an extremely low level. Whoosh! When the flame dissipated, a pitch-black demon wolf appeared beside Long Chen. This demon wolf had a strong body, sharp teeth, and 4 claws. It was burning with a black flame, and 2 cold flames replaced its eyes. This made the demon wolf look like it had come from hell. Compared to Long Chen, it was even colder and more terrifying. Soon, the sun-devouring direwolf's body shrank to the size of an ordinary horse. Although it would be weaker in terms of strength, the wolf cub would possess unparalleled speed. 4th grade monarch level. Long Chen had already discovered that Xiao Lang had successfully reached the 4th grade monarch level after refining the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird's demon core. The ancient phoenix bloodline in the demon core was very useful to Xiao Lang. It was even more useful than some 5th grade monarch level demonic beasts. Previously, the 2 brothers had been embarrassed in front of Feng Xian. This time, it was even more humiliating for Long Chen and the others. The man and the wolf stood on the left and right. One of them had blood-red eyes and a bloody aura that was even more terrifying than the ancient demon's corpse. The other one was cold and gloomy. Both of them were somewhat strong, and even Feng Xian was shocked by their strength. Her brows furrowed as she gradually realized that this was going to be a very difficult battle. "Do you want me to kill you?" Feng Xian said coldly. On the Sky Island, there was a cold wind blowing at her from time to time. Her long skirt fluttered, and her snow-white legs were vaguely visible. Feng Xian did not look like a woman in her 30s at all. Long Chen and Xiao Lang looked at each other. A hot-blooded battle was ignited at this time. Long Chen still remembered that it was because of this shameful woman that Huang Fuqi almost lost her life. If Long Chen had not risked his life to come to the Eternal Divine Sea, Huang Fuqi would not have survived. In order to become stronger, Feng Xian would not even let a little girl like Huang Fuqi go. It was obvious how vicious she was. "You can kill Zhao Danchen, so you are qualified to fight against me." Feng Xian smiled coldly. At this time, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang suddenly moved and rushed toward Feng Xian from 2 different directions. They seemed to be scattered, but in fact, they cooperated seamlessly. Seeing that they were really going to attack, Feng Xian's face was very ugly. "Really 2 unlikable boys? Then don't blame me." A burst of anger ignited in her heart. Feng Xian's figure also moved quickly. That kind of body movement similar to the willow catkin wind-following step had already been displayed at this time. Facing an expert in the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm, Long Chen did not dare to be careless at all. He chose to attack with Xiao Lang. They must catch Feng Xian unprepared in the shortest time. When approaching Feng Xian, Long Chen immediately used his strongest skill, which was the Devouring World of Blood. When the Devouring World of Blood was displayed, under the control of Long Chen, Feng Xian could be controlled, and Xiao Lang could be safe and sound. The blood-red mist instantly filled this space. It was the first time for Feng Xian to see Long Chen use this kind of divine sense. Like the others, a huge swallowing force acted on her body. Even though she had the genuine essence of the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm, she could not be immune to the swallowing force. What the hell is this? A domain type of divine sense, and it is the domain of the Sky martial arts realm. He is still in the Earth martial arts realm, so he certainly does not have the domain of the Sky martial arts realm. This should be a kind of divine sense, but how can an ordinary divine sense be so nature-defying? Just controlling the boiling blood qi consumed 20% of Feng Xian's true essence. This 20% of Feng Xian's true essence could not be used at all. Otherwise, the blood would go out of control, and it would rampage in his body. If he happened to be using his true essence to cast a big move at that time, and something went wrong, then he would be finished. The formation of the devouring world of blood shocked Feng Xian from the very beginning. At this time, Xiao Lang displayed a super-fast speed and instantly rushed in front of Feng Xian. His limbs and teeth were covered with the cold 9 Serenity's demon ancestral fire. At this time, it suddenly pounced on Feng Xian, its sharp teeth and sharp claws flashing with a threatening light. The body of a demonic beast was quite strong. Even if some people cultivated super-strong fighting skills, in terms of physical strength, they might not be as good as a demonic beast. In particular, Xiao Lang was already at the 4th level of the King realm. His every move was already more powerful than the divine phoenix. What was more terrifying was that the claws of the sun-devouring demonic wolf were covered with the 9 Serenity's demon ancestral fire. What kind of fire? Feng Xian was shocked again. She had seen this kind of fire once before, so she knew how terrible it was, so she did not face it head-on. She directly displayed the phantom-like body movement and passed by Xiao Lang, so that Xiao Lang's attack missed. At this time, Long Chen had already rushed in front of Feng Xian. His legs suddenly lifted up, like a sharp blade, instantly piercing into Feng Xian's defensive range. Divine Wind Style. This was the most powerful move of Wind God leg technique, with hundreds of changes. Long Chen's endless leg shadows were like a storm. Under the suppression of Long Chen's devouring world of blood, even if Feng Xian had a very strong attack, it was difficult for her to display it at this time, and she was forced to retreat by Long Chen. Roar! Xiao Lang failed the first time, so he suddenly turned around and pounced on Feng Xian again. Demonic beasts also had their own fighting skills, and Xiao Lang was no exception. His sun-devouring demonic wolf body now had a strong power, and each pounce and sweep contained a power no less than a fighting skill. Bastard! Feng Xian was forced to this extent at the beginning, and she was really angry. When Long Chen and Xiao Lang attacked her from two sides at the same time, her body suddenly spun. 3,000 phantoms. This was Feng Xian's most mysterious magical ability. The 3,000 phantoms immediately formed a storm around her, and Long Chen and Xiao Lang were blown away by this wind. Then, all the storm condensed into a total of more than 3,000 phantoms. They seemed to be formed by flowing wind, and could dissipate at any time. But they didn't dissipate. The 3,000 phantoms were Feng Xian's 3,000 clones. At this time, under her control, the 3,000 phantoms surged towards Emo Xiaolang, as if to completely separate Xiao Lang from herself. After successfully surrounding the sun-devouring demonic wolf, she coldly looked at Long Chen. "Brat, it's your turn to die." As she spoke, a fierce gust of wind swept around her. Long Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Feng Xian wasn't stupid, and naturally knew that she should use the 3,000 phantoms to deal with Xiao Lang. However, Long Chen wasn't worried. The 3,000 phantoms didn't seem to be able to trap Xiao Lang. Under Xiao Lang's nine-devil ancestral flame, the 3,000 phantoms would probably be completely destroyed by Xiao Lang in a short period of time. Chapter 681. Of course, Feng Xian could create even more 3,000 phantoms. But 3,000 phantoms required true essence. Feng Xian's true essence had already been suppressed by Long Chen's devouring blood world by 2 layers. So how could she possibly care about these 3,000 phantoms? Now, there are only the 2 of us left. Feng Xian used her movement technique and quickly rushed towards Long Chen. If it was just Long Chen, she would not be afraid. The only thing she was afraid of was the 9 Serenities demon fire of the sun-devouring demon wolf. So what if there are 2 of you? Long Chen's devouring blood world completely enveloped the 2 of them. If there are 2 of you, then go to hell. Feng Xian's face immediately turned sinister. Long Chen didn't like her, and she naturally didn't like Long Chen either. She also knew that the 3,000 phantoms wouldn't be able to trap the wolf cub for long, so her only option was to end the battle quickly and kill Long Chen as soon as possible. 3,000 phantom palms. What attacked Long Chen were countless illusory palms. These illusory palms contained a massive amount of power and were completely condensed from the wind. The violent winds rushed towards Long Chen, causing rumbling sounds to ring out. 3,000 phantom palms was similar to the 3,000 phantoms' direct attack, but its effect was completely different. Willow Catkin Wind. Facing the dense palm wind, Long Chen confidently used Willow Catkin Wind Step. He had used Willow Catkin Wind Step to its peak level. It was even more powerful than Feng Xian using her own movement technique. The countless 3,000 phantom palms could only blow Long Chen's figure back and forth, but not once did they hit Long Chen. This kid's comprehension ability is really abnormal. Such a person must not be allowed to live in this world. Feng Xian's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Suddenly, 2 illusory blades appeared in her hands. The blades were composed entirely of fast-flowing wind, just like real blades. In fact, they were even more terrifying than real blades. At this time, the 2 blades flashed with a whistling sound, and countless blades burst out from the 2 small blades, twisting the surrounding air. Feng Xian held the 2 blades as if he was directly controlling the countless blade lights. To be honest, I admire you for being able to block the 3,000 illusory palms. But can you dodge this move? Feng Xian let out a ferocious laugh. Her body suddenly swept towards Long Chen. At the same time, she formed a powerful impact and struck out with the dual blades in her hands. Rumble! The 2 blades suddenly transformed into countless wind blades. These were countless blades formed by the wind. Their speed was many times faster than the previous 3,000 phantom palms. Long Chen's Willow Catkin Wind following step had been able to dodge the previous 3,000 phantom palms, but it was still unknown when it came to these endless wind blades. Wind Clan's combat skill, Storm Blade. This combat skill, like its name, was completely formed by the Wind Blades. The Wind Clan is the ruler of the Tianfeng dynasty. The Tianfeng dynasty is countless times stronger than the Wushu Sage dynasty. Even this combat skill is so terrifying. Long Chen was shocked. Of course, he was not frightened. Under his devouring world of blood, Feng Xian's spiritual ether had been suppressed by 20%. Otherwise, her attack would be even more terrifying. Long Chen's mind was spinning. Looking at the proud Feng Xian, he suddenly came up with a plan. He would use the same old move, but this move was tried and tested. When he was fighting against Zhao Danchen, if he did not use this move, Long Chen would not be able to fight in his best state. 9 Heavens Absolute Kill. The blade-like claws in his hands turned into 9 divine dragons that swooped towards the fake blades. Suddenly, there was a fierce crackling sound between heaven and earth as Long Chen's claws crazily collided with the storm blades. He had displayed the absolute killing technique of the 9-layered heavens, so his claws could definitely split apart the storm blades. However, the number of storm blades far exceeded his imagination. At this time, Feng Xian had completely suppressed the output of the 3,000 phantoms, and had used all of his Zhan Yuan to condense the storm blades. In this way, her intention was clear. She wanted to kill Long Chen first, and then deal with Xiao Lang. For her, Long Chen was a big trouble. Only by killing Long Chen first could she truly feel at ease. The feeling that this young man gave her was too terrifying. Countless storm blades attacked Long Chen endlessly. Each storm blade was very fast. In a short period of 5 breaths, Long Chen crazily used the 9 Heavens Absolute Kill and shattered all the storm blades. However, Feng Xian condensed a large number of storm blades and attacked Long Chen. In desperation, Long Chen once again used the high-intensity 9 Heavens Absolute Kill. In a short period of time, he used the 9 Heavens Absolute Kill several times without hesitation. Otherwise, those storm blades would have cut him into pieces. I'd like to see how much spiritual ether you have left to fight against me. Feng Xian laughed and once again used the storm blades. Her spiritual ether was divided into 3 parts. 20% was used to suppress the devouring blood world, the rest was used to form 3,000 phantoms, and the rest was used to take Long Chen's life. Of course, even so, the spiritual ether in her body was much more than Long Chen's. Long Chen's spiritual ether was quickly consumed when he used the 9 Heavens Absolute Kill, just as Feng Xian had expected. After 15 breaths, Long Chen had used the 9 Heavens Absolute Kill 5 or 6 times in a row. This king-level medium-level cultivation method had made him reach the realm of a dried-up oil lamp. However, the storm blades did not stop. In Feng Xian's opinion, Long Chen had no chance of surviving. She could sense that the fluctuations on Long Chen's body were getting weaker and weaker, and he was on the verge of exhaustion. Go to hell! Feng Xian sneered, and 2 more storm blades appeared in her hands. In order to kill Long Chen, she had almost exhausted all the spiritual ether she could use. Behind her, 3,000 phantoms had already died under the attack of Xiao Lang's 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire. I'll kill this kid first. As for that demon wolf, I'd like to see what's so special about it. If I can tame it, my strength will definitely increase to another level. When I reach the archaic cemetery, I'll be able to open the eyes of those people. Feng Xian's heart was burning with passion. After using the storm blades, Feng Xian still did not feel at ease facing the dried-up Long Chen. She used her movement technique to move towards Long Chen. Long Chen's storm blades did not kill Long Chen, so she could only use it once. Unfortunately, what she did not see was that Long Chen did not panic even though he was already at the end of his rope. The corners of Long Chen's mouth curled into a faint smile as he watched the last wave of storm blades flying towards him. The feeling of exhausting spiritual ether was quite uncomfortable. With the remaining spiritual ether, Long Chen performed the 9 Heavens Absolute Kill for the last time. However, this incomplete 9 Heavens Absolute Kill was directly defeated halfway through. As Feng Xian wished, Long Chen let out a desperate scream, and then was completely submerged by the storm blades. Now he's dead. Feng Xian revealed an excited smile. On the other side, Xiao Lang's eyes were gloomy. He knew that Long Chen had his own methods and would not let Feng Xian succeed so easily. However, he was still worried. Coupled with anger, Xiao Lang directly threw away the remaining 3,000 phantoms, ignoring their attacks that fell on him, and directly rushed towards Feng Xian. Xiao Lang's tearing roar confirmed Feng Xian's judgment. She knew that Long Chen must have been dismembered. The sun-devouring demonic wolf ignored the 3,000 phantoms and rushed towards her angrily. This was the best proof. Even more proof that Long Chen was dead was that the devouring blood world that had suppressed Feng Xian had disappeared, and the surroundings were clear again. Roar! The sun-devouring demonic wolf instantly rushed to within 30 meters of Feng Xian. Its body suddenly expanded, and the 9 Serenities demon ancestral flame that it could control was suddenly spat out. Suddenly, all the 9 Serenities demon ancestral flame turned into a black torrent, rushing towards Feng Xian like a tide. Feng Xian felt a suffocating coldness. Wherever the 9 nether demon ancestral flame went, everything turned into black ice. Even those that were not enveloped by it were shattered one after another. Feng Xian had never heard of such a terrifying flame. However, this made her even more determined to tame Mo Xiaolang. How would she know that the sun-devouring demonic wolf hid a human soul? So terrifying. At this crucial moment, all Feng Xian could think of was to hide. Long Chen was already dead. Next, she just had to focus on dealing with Xiaolang. Feng Xian still did not believe that Xiaolang could use the 9 Serenities demon ancestral flame limitlessly. Wind was originally very fast. Among the 9 great clans, the Wind clan was famous for their speed. At least in the Wushu Sage dynasty, Feng Xian was one of the best in terms of speed. She used all her strength and retreated backwards. Little darling, can you burn me? The speed of the 9 Serenities demon ancestral flame was actually not as fast as Feng Xian. Feng Xian knew that she would not be in danger, so she covered her mouth and giggled. Her eyes were full of coquettishness. She recalled that she had never tasted a demonic beast in her life. Moreover, after Xiaolang turned into a human, he was so handsome. If she could tame Xiaolang, wouldn't she have a good life in the future? Thinking of this, Feng Xian was so happy that she almost went crazy. Just at this moment, something strange happened. Feng Xian suddenly realized that there was a terrifying aura coming from behind her. After she discovered it, a gray deathly aura had already shrouded her body. What is this? That gray aura was not any less terrifying than the 9 Serenities demon ancestral flame. Feng Xian was sure that there was nothing behind her. But where did this gray aura come from? In an instant, her face revealed a horrified expression. Chapter 682. At this critical moment, she crazily turned her head, only to see Long Chen's sneering face. She had thought that Long Chen was already dead, but at this time, he was completely unharmed. His quintessential essence hadn't been exhausted, and he still had a lot left. You. Feng Xian's face turned deathly pale. The moment she turned her head, she saw Long Chen's handprint, which was covered in a gray deathly aura, imprinted on her proudly puffed-up chest. The terrifying death chi instantly wrapped around her body, completely shredding the clothes on her chest. Her proud snow-white twin peaks had just been exposed when Long Chen's gray handprint pressed directly on them. Long Chen flew back, but the gray handprint remained between Feng Xian's body, deeply embedded. Feng Xian let out an earth-shattering scream. At this time, her eyes still retained the joy of killing Long Chen, and then turned into extreme shock. Long Chen's attack was too sudden. In front of her was Xiaolang's 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire, and behind her was Long Chen's desolation divine seal. How could she escape? Feng Xian's eyes were wide open at this time, completely filled with disbelief. She glanced at Long Chen in a daze, and then looked at her chest. At this time, between her twin peaks, the gray desolation divine seal instantly expanded, turning her pair of proud twin peaks into rotten flesh, and then spread in other directions of her body. This kind of pain was not something a human could bear. Feng Xian's entire face became distorted. She tried her best to struggle, but she did not have the slightest strength. Her eyes were still looking at the indifferent face of Long Chen. Why is he not dead? At the last moment, Feng Xian still had this thought. Her eyes were full of despair. At this last moment, Feng Xian's eyes flashed, and an invisible mark quietly came out from her forehead and transferred to Long Chen's arm. Long Chen was only concerned about Feng Xian's life, and this point was ignored by him. In the next moment, the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire directly pounced on her body, and the raging black flames quickly burned on her body. Soon, the black flames swept past, leaving a cold black eye sculpture, vivid and lifelike, between Xiaolang and Long Chen. Just now, under the attack of Feng Xian's storm blade, Long Chen used a time reversal, successfully escaped the attack, and restored his genuine essence to 10 breaths ago, when he still had half of his genuine essence left. Time reversal was an unimaginable divine sense. It should have been the divine sense of the void cosmic dragon. If it was in its complete state, it would be even more terrifying than the divine sense of the ancient blood spirit dragon. It was just like what Cat had done in the past. It had actually restored the entire Baiyang town that had been destroyed. Thus, it could be seen that when Kitten said that the status of the void cosmic dragon was above that of the ancient blood spirit dragon, there was a basis for it. The last time he used time reversal, almost a day had passed, and Long Chen could use it again. And this time it was actually quite thrilling, but Feng Xian was an expert at the 5th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, and Long Chen had just reached the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, and his cooperation with Xiaolang was interrupted. If he did not risk his life like this, it would be difficult to kill Feng Xian at the last moment. This battle was wonderful and thrilling. Looking at the lifelike ice sculpture of Feng Xian, Long Chen sat on the ground powerlessly. The last Desolation Divine Seal had almost exhausted all the genuine qi in his body, but he had finally killed Feng Xian. For him, this was a somewhat unbelievable thing. Mo Xiaolang returned to his human form and came to his side. His battle was also quite fierce, so at this time, his forehead was full of sweat, and he was panting. His appearance was almost the same as Long Chen's. Xiaolang, it's finally over. We killed Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian, Long Chen said with some disbelief. Zhao Danchen has nothing to do with me. Brother, are you scared silly by this woman? Mo Xiaolang said with a smile. It was not that he was silly, it was just that he had carried the hopes of so many people in his hands. Naturally, Long Chen cared a little. When he really killed Feng Xian, he still felt like he was dreaming. In particular, Feng Xian's life and death meant the ownership of the ancient tomb token. The matter of the divine Wushu sage dynasty was finally over. For Long Chen, this was a release. Next, he could embark on a new path. As long as he passed through the ancient tomb, he would be able to see Lingxi. After not seeing her for more than a year, the longing in his heart was actually so strong. Brother, Zhao Danchen is dead. Feng Xian is also dead. The matter of the divine Wushu sage dynasty is also over. If they knew this good news, they would probably jump for joy. Long Chen nodded and said, at this time, they should have already occupied Martial Emperor City. That old fellow Xiao Lin would not dare to resist. It's time to part, Mo Xiaolang said. Yes, it's normal. People have to part eventually. What about you and me? Xiaolang suddenly said. Long Chen was startled, then he grinned and said, first of all, let me declare that I have no interest in men. Then, let me tell you, us brothers can also be together forever, fighting side by side like today. Let all our enemies die like this old witch. Ha! I have no interest in men either. Mo Xiaolang smiled helplessly. Long Chen felt relaxed. However, when he thought of the future, he still could not relax. Although the ancient tomb was full of opportunities and dangers coexisted. The dangers there would be countless times more than the divine Wushu sage dynasty. Not only would there be monsters, there would also be various natural disasters, and there would also be attacks from countless opponents. The next challenge would be even greater. Hey kid, I have something to tell you. At this time, Kitten in the great virtual realm suddenly said. What is it? Long Chen was startled. When that woman died just now, she seemed to have transferred her bloodline brand to your body. This kind of bloodline brand belongs to a clan. It should be the Feng clan. The reason why she did this is because in the future, her clansmen will feel this brand and know that you have killed their clansmen. Long Chen was dumbfounded. Where is it? Can it be removed? Long Chen said with a frown. This was a troublesome matter. The Feng clan would definitely go to the ancient tomb. Long Chen did not want to be killed by the people of the Feng clan at the first moment. I don't have any power now, so I can't remove this brand. However, after 49 days, this brand will disappear on its own. It'll depend on your luck. Kitten laughed and looked as if it had nothing to do with him. Fa! Long Chen cursed. He was quite speechless. However, since it had already happened, there was no point in dwelling on it. Next, he had to think about how to deal with the people of the Feng clan. Long Chen believed that if he was prepared, it would be fine. Next, he just had to wait for the ancient tomb token to appear. After Feng Xian's death, There was no one in the divine Wushu Sage dynasty who could compete with Long Chen for the ancient tomb token. Long Chen spent a year climbing from the bottom of the divine Wushu Sage dynasty to the top of the divine Wushu Sage dynasty. Not many people could achieve such a feat at the same time. Xiao Lang had also become a rank 4 king tier monster, which was quite nature-defying. Of course, the reason why Xiao Lang could achieve such results today was mostly because of Long Chen. Without Long Chen, he would not have so many good things to devour. On Sky Island, time passed slowly. It's here. Long Chen suddenly stood up from his meditation. After a day of recuperation, his body had recovered to its perfect state. Boom. At this moment, there was an explosion in the sky. The sea of red fog was suddenly shaken. The eternal divine ocean, which had always been shrouded in white fog, became incomparably spacious in the Sky Island. Long Chen raised his head and could directly see the azure sky. In the eternal divine ocean, this was almost impossible. But now, Long Chen saw it. Other than the azure sky, Long Chen also saw a place that shocked him. Is this a mirage? Long Chen stared blankly at a corner of the sky. In that corner, there was something blurry. Vaguely, Long Chen saw countless tall and solemn tombs. There were all kinds of tombs arranged together. It was quite a shocking sight. An ancient and mysterious aura was being emitted from these tombs. As soon as the tombs appeared, they were swept away by the gray fog. The original place became empty. However, that ancient scene was deeply engraved in Long Chen's mind. Is that the so-called battlefield of the medieval era, the ancient cemetery? Long Chen mumbled to himself. At this moment, the place where the mirage appeared suddenly flashed with a gray light. A gray ray of light flew towards Long Chen's direction at high speed. Long Chen's eyes lit up and hurried towards the gray light. The direction the gray light was heading towards was Sky Island. In mid-air, Long Chen intercepted the gray light. He held it in his hand and saw that it was a gray token. It was about the size of a palm. He couldn't tell what material it was made of. It looked like it was made of rotten wood. It was inconspicuous and there was no sign on it. This is the ancient cemetery token. Long Chen's eyes were filled with doubt. Without a doubt, this was the ancient cemetery token. The more mysterious something is, the more mysterious it is. However, I have the ancient cemetery token. How do I enter the ancient cemetery? This was the question that Long Chen was confused about. He flipped the ancient cemetery token up and down a few times. He couldn't find anything strange about it. I'll try to infuse it with qi. Thinking of this, Long Chen immediately began. The dragon's soul qi gradually infused into the ancient cemetery token. At this moment, the ancient cemetery token actually emitted a gray light and firmly locked onto Long Chen's palm. At this moment, a stream of information flowed into Long Chen's brain. 1 month later, open the ancient cemetery. Tomorrow, open the 12th volume Protoss Young Lord Brothers on the computer. If you like the Dragonblood War God, please click the like button below. In addition, I recommend a fantasy-style online game, Online Games, Invincible King. The author is a famous online game author. Lonely Rain Follows the Wind. This book is currently free. Please read it. Chapter 683. This day next month. In other words, there's still 30 days left. Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. This meant that he had time to say goodbye to everyone and research the 5 Emperors' seal. Long Chen studied the ancient tomb medallion for a while, and after realizing that he could not find anything else, he put it into the realm of virtuality. However, during this process, Long Chen found some obstacles. Kitten, what's going on? The ancient tomb medallion is resisting me from putting it into the realm of virtuality. Long Chen asked. This thing has been tampered with, so it can't be put into the Chenkuan pouch. However, the realm of virtuality can hold anything. A mere ancient tomb medallion is naturally a small matter. Kitten said lazily. Tampered with? Who? Long Chen was shocked. The ancient tomb medallion required the key to enter the ancient tomb medallion, and the ancient tomb medallion had come to Long Chen in such a bizarre manner. All of this seemed to have been premeditated. Long Chen subconsciously thought that this was a natural occurrence, but from Kitten's words, he guessed that this was not the case. There had to be someone manipulating it for such a coincidence to occur. Then who was the manipulator? How would I know the details? You're about to enter the game. If I tell you the inside story of the game beforehand, it'll be pointless. Kitten said. Inside story. Long Chen was speechless. Looking at Fat Cat's lazy attitude, it did not seem to want to explain things clearly, so he said, "Why don't you say it?" "Don't ask me. I won't say anything this time." Kitten looked completely unconcerned. Long Chen was too lazy to force it. He knew that if there was any danger, he would definitely warn it. After all, they were all grasshoppers on the same rope. Even if Kitten doesn't say it, I can guess that there's definitely someone manipulating the ancient tomb medallion, but who could it be? Long Chen could not figure it out, so he did not think about it anymore. Bringing along Xiao Lang, Long Chen left Sky Island and headed towards Martial Emperor City. Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian were dead, and the ancient tomb medallion was obtained. The entire world was peaceful. Long Chen believed that under Long Yu's rule, the divine Wushu Sage dynasty would become better and better. Who knows, it might even be able to regain its former glory. After all, the divine Wushu Sage dynasty was one of the 10 great sage dynasties. It had already been 2 to 3 days since he killed Feng Xian. At this time, the dragons had already taken full control of Martial Emperor City. Among the people of the Wushu Alliance, some had surrendered, some had fled, but there were still more people who surrendered. With the Wushu Alliance's way of doing things, it was very difficult to nurture martial artists who were loyal to the death. When these martial artists saw that the Wushu Alliance's momentum was gone, they naturally chose to submit and continue to stay in Martial Emperor City. To them, it was like a different martial emperor, but in fact it was more or less the same. And the power of the Crimson Soul had also taken control of the entire divine Wushu Sage dynasty. Under the influence of the dragons, the entire Wushu Sage dynasty fell into their hands in just a few days. Changing dynasties sometimes could happen so quickly. At this time, Long Yu and the others were in the Martial Emperor Palace's main hall, discussing the future development of the divine Wushu Sage dynasty. Our plans are all based on the fact that 7th brother can kill Feng Xian. If Feng Xian is still here and 7th brother is not, she probably won't let us stay in Martial Emperor City. After all, she still has a grudge with us. After some of the plans were made, Long Yu couldn't help but say something disheartened. Big sister, will 7th brother win? Lan Ling bit her lips and asked worriedly. Long Yu saw that the atmosphere was a little serious, so she smiled lightly and said, "What's wrong with everyone? Don't you have confidence in 7th brother? 7th brother is at least a rare super genius of the divine Wushu Sage dynasty. Even Zhao Danchen died in his hands. Feng Xian is at most not much stronger than Zhao Danchen. I believe that 7th brother will succeed. Everyone, don't be anxious. They have all gone to the eternal life divine Sense C. The news will come very soon. We'll just have to wait and see who will be the final victor." Long Shan was the oldest, so everyone naturally believed what he said. Moreover, Long Chen still has his demon wolf. That demon wolf should have reached the 4th grade king realm, the same level as the heavenly phoenix. With the two of them working together, they should be able to defeat Feng Xian. Lan Ling looked around and said. In fact, she didn't have much confidence in herself. If she said it out loud, she would feel a little better in her heart. This 7th brother of hers who often made miracles. Could his miracles last until the last moment? Everyone didn't care about the affairs of the divine Wushu Sage dynasty, and directly went to the walls of the Martial Emperor City, waiting anxiously. Calculating the time. There should be news by now. Everyone's heart was like 15 buckets of water, up and down. Half a day passed. Just when everyone was about to lose their patience, suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the distant sky. It was clearly a man and a wolf. When they approached the Martial Emperor City, the sun-devouring demon wolf transformed into its human form. 2 handsome young men, one cold and the other pure, walked towards the direction of the Martial Emperor City. Seeing these 2 figures, everyone's heart finally calmed down. Did this mean that Long Chen had already defeated Feng Xian and successfully obtained the ancient tomb order? One should know that the sign of the ancient tomb order's appearance was already gone. Seeing Long Chen's unscathed appearance, everyone's face revealed a smile. Especially Long Chen's brothers from the dragons. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, they had known each other for more than half a year. Their relationship had reached an incomparable level. In this place, apart from Xiao Lang, the closest people to Long Chen were them. 7th brother. Everyone shouted for Long Chen. Long Chen had already noticed that they were waiting for him on the city wall. His face also revealed a smile as his figure flashed, heading towards the city wall. After a few breaths of time, the unscathed Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang stood in front of them. Everyone carefully observed the two young men. Their eyes were full of admiration. Among them, a few people anxiously asked, "Seventh brother, what happened to Feng Xian? Did you kill her? Did you obtain the ancient tomb order?" They roughly knew how important the ancient tomb order was to Long Chen. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Long Chen nodded with a smile and said, "Everyone, don't worry. From now on, no one in the divine Wushu Sage dynasty will be our match. Moreover, I have obtained the ancient tomb order." Hearing Long Chen's words, everyone let out a burst of surprised cheers. Regardless of age, at this moment, their faces were brimming with satisfaction and gratitude. They all looked at the young man in front of them with reverence because they knew that without Long Chen, they wouldn't have such a perfect ending today. In fact, they wouldn't even know where they would have died long ago. Under such a grim situation, if it wasn't for Long Chen's efforts to turn the tide, who would be able to survive? Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian, two undefeatable enemies, both died at the hands of Long Chen. Moreover, Long Chen obtained the ancient tomb order, which made everyone happy for him. The only one with a stiff smile was Lu Yi, who was in the corner, smiling and crying at the same time. He has obtained the ancient tomb order and is leaving. Are you unhappy?" Queen Qingli gently touched her daughter. Lu Yi pretended to laugh and said, "Who said so? It's a very happy thing that he can fulfill his dream. Anyway, he won't stay here. It's the same whether it's early or late. It's good that you can think it through." Queen Qingli looked at her daughter with distress. She was experienced and knew that a young man like Long Chen, who was like a shooting star, would not stop because of a scenery along the way. What he wanted to pursue was too high and too far. While they were talking, everyone had already started asking Long Chen when he would be leaving for the ancient graveyard. Long Chen told them that there was still a month's time. A month just right. At that time, the divine Wushu Sage dynasty should be stable. A month's time is enough for seventh brother to prepare well. The ancient tomb is not like our divine Wushu Sage dynasty. There are dangers and opportunities. Seventh brother should be prepared for many things. That's right. But today is a day worth celebrating. Let's go back and prepare a big feast and have a good drink. Next to Long Yu, her younger brother said. They were at the third level of the Earth Martial Realm. After Long Chen left, they were the strongest except for Long Shan. There were many things that they had to do in the divine Wushu Sage dynasty. Under his suggestion, everyone returned to the huge martial emperor palace. And the news that Long Chen had killed Feng Xian spread like a whirlwind throughout the entire divine Wushu Sage dynasty. Those who were not convinced by the dragons before were completely convinced after hearing this news. This grand feast could be considered as a celebration feast. Without the pressure of external enemies, everyone had a very good time. There were also good programs to watch. Long Chen was also very happy. After playing for several hours, everyone was a little tired and dispersed. And Long Chen also returned to the residence that Long Yu had prepared for him. In the following time, Long Chen was preparing for his own matters. And the others were planning how to manage the huge divine Wushu Sage dynasty. Although Long Yu was a woman, she was very talented in making decisions. Moreover, she was actually very kind-hearted. Everyone in the dragons were kind-hearted people. Divine Wushu Sage dynasty was handed over to them. Long Chen was relieved. Long Chen knew that actually, with their nature of loving freedom, they would not necessarily like to rule the divine Wushu Sage dynasty. But since they had killed the martial emperor and overthrown the original ruler, if they did not act quickly and decisively to take control of the divine Wushu Sage dynasty, in the end, the people who would suffer would be hundreds of millions of people. Therefore they stepped forward bravely. Chapter 684. Long Shan came to see Long Chen again and told Long Chen everything he knew about the primordial cemetery. Only then did Long Chen understand that 1 month later, the ancient tomb badge would directly bring him into the primordial cemetery. At that time, he would meet the experts from the 9 dynasties and countless small countries. There were at least 10,000 of those experts, and their strengths were at least in the 4th level of the Earth realm or above. Every single one of them was an expert comparable to Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji. Also, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the dynasties. There were definitely quite a few people whose methods surpassed Long Chen's. It seems that for several hundred years, No one from the divine Wushu sage dynasty who went to the primordial cemetery has ever returned. So, I don't know about the other situations. However, I have to remind you of one thing. After going to the divine Wushu sage dynasty, killing is unavoidable because I heard that only by killing a certain number of opponents and merging their ancient tomb badges can one obtain the qualifications to come out. Otherwise, one will die in the primordial cemetery. What? Long Chen was shocked. If it was like that, then the killing in the primordial cemetery would definitely be extremely intense. Also, it wouldn't be killing one opponent, but a certain number of opponents. How many is this certain number? Long Chen frowned and asked. I'm not sure either. But I heard that it's very difficult and very terrifying. As long as one enters the primordial cemetery, they are usually in the midst of killing. 10,000 people go in, and every time, less than 1,000 people come out. The most terrifying time, only 100 people can come back. Of course. Long Shan paused, then comforted. Every single person who can come out of the primordial cemetery will have their strength and foundation increase by quite a bit. The primordial cemetery contains the inheritances left behind by countless experts in the Middle Ages. Among them, there are quite a few in the Heaven Realm. If one can obtain the inheritance of a Heaven Realm expert, when they return to the myriad kingdoms, they can do whatever they want. Only then did Long Chen remember why the ancient tomb badges couldn't be put into the Cosmos sack. It seemed like it was convenient for others to fight and merge with them in battle. However, that seemed to mean that there was someone controlling everything. Who was controlling everything? If he wanted to break out of the trap, he had to first enter the trap. Only by entering the primeval cemetery would Long Chen be able to understand everything. Only those who can survive in battle can become true experts. I'm already old. The reason I wanted to go to the primordial cemetery before I died was because I wanted to witness this legendary place. However, you're different. You're born with battle potential, so you're rather suitable for the primordial cemetery. After you go there, you have to be more careful. You must keep a low profile, and don't offend some of the great figures of the 9 clans. Only in this way will you be able to endure the initial period of time when your strength is weak. Once you've endured it, you'll be able to do whatever you want. Long Shan knew that Long Chen had great potential, so he warned him like this. Thank you, Senior Long. I will definitely protect my own life. Long Chen spoke gratefully, and then he suddenly thought of another matter and asked. I heard that there are paths that lead to the 3 imperial regions in the primeval cemetery. I wonder if Senior knows anything about this? The 3 imperial regions. Long Shan looked at Long Chen in amazement and said, there are indeed people who said so, but until now, no one has been able to verify this legend, so I'm not very clear about it. Do you want to go to the imperial regions? Long Chen nodded. I didn't expect your ambition to be so great. It's a good thing that young people have such aspirations. The 3 imperial regions are all mythical existences. They are the true core of the dragon sacrificial continent, the true stage of the dragon sacrificial continent. Although our myriad kingdom's territory seems very big, it's actually just a small corner of it. Long Shan sighed with emotion. The 3 imperial regions are really so terrifying. Long Chen bit his lips and said, that's natural. Although I've never seen it before, from the various records, there are many experts there, and their level far surpasses the myriad kingdom's territory. There are many ancient races there. It's said that when the children of many races are born, they can more or less skip the cultivation of the 4 basic realms. From the age of 5 or 6, they can start leading the 3 martial realms. Long Chen was stunned. A newborn child can very quickly skip the training of the 4 basic realms, and by the age of 5 or 6, they can start to comprehend the 3 martial realms. What kind of concept is that? If they reach the age of 20, how strong would the people there be? Of course, what Long Shan said was only the legendary ancient races. If the overall standard was like that, then there was no need for Long Chen to go to the 3 imperial regions at all. However, after hearing these words, the pressure in Long Chen's heart increased a little. Of course, Long Chen was a weirdo. To him, the greater the pressure, the greater the fighting spirit in his heart. As long as he wasn't completely dead, he would never stop moving forward. How many people in the myriad kingdom's territory had such a courageous temperament? Imperial regions, I, Long Chen, will set foot there one day. Long Chen clenched his fists, his eyes shining brightly. I can see that you have a strong determination in your heart. Young man, do your best. Long Shan patted his shoulder and said with a smile. A junior like Long Chen was the most heaven-defying he had ever seen in his life. Not only was he heaven-defying, he also had a demonic wolf that was equally heaven-defying. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang was sitting next to Long Chen. However, when Long Chen was talking, he didn't say a word. When Long Chen asked about the imperial regions, his eyes also flickered with a fiery light. "Thank you, Senior Long," Long Chen said. "What are you thanking me for?" "Hee. By the way, Long Chen, you've collected the 5 emperor seals, right?" Long Shan asked. Long Chen said, "I've already collected them, and I was just about to check them. I don't know much about these things. Let's take a look together. After all, I didn't obtain all 5 emperor seals, so I should share them with everyone." "Forget it." Long Shan hurriedly waved his hand with a smile and said, "I'm already so old. What's the point of learning this? Also, we can't see through royal-level battle skills for now. We should just learn our own battle skills. That's more or less enough." With that, he did not stay and directly bid farewell to Long Chen. Long Chen could only study the 5 emperor seals by himself. Of course, even the divine seal of desolation was so troublesome. Long Chen had a premonition that the cultivation of the 5 emperor seals would probably be even more difficult. Only after Long Shan left did Long Chen look at Xiao Lang. "Big brother." Mo Xiaolang stood up and walked over to Long Chen. "What's wrong?" asked Long Chen. "It seems like the matters of the sovereign region are much more difficult than I imagined. I know that you must be feeling a little depressed right now, and I don't feel relaxed either. However, I want to say that no matter what, I, Mo Xiaolang, will stand by your side. I know that Sister Lingxi is very important to you. We're brothers. I only have my current achievements because of you. In the future, I will follow you and fight together until you no longer need me." Mo Xiaolang stared firmly at Long Chen and said word by word. Long Chen was stunned, but he soon began to laugh. He laughed aloud before patting Xiaolang's shoulder and said, "Why are you trying to get emotional for no reason? Go do what you need to do. I'm going to study the 5 emperor seals." Mo Xiaolang rubbed his nose and smiled helplessly. That was how Long Chen was. He acted like he didn't care at all when Chen Shi was talking about serious matters. "I'm going out to get some fresh air." Mo Xiaolang didn't want to disturb Chen Shi, so he headed out. "Wait." Long Chen suddenly turned around when he reached the door. "What's wrong?" Mo Xiaolang gazed at Long Chen with a strange expression. "What did you say just now? Until I no longer need you?" Long Chen repeated himself. "Yes." Long Chen fell silent for a while as he gazed at the youth with clear eyes, and then he said, "Let me emphasize that I'm not interested in men. Besides that, you and Xiaoxi are the most important people in my heart. I can risk my life for her and embark on this path of exile, but I'll do the same for you, Mo Xiaolang." "Why?" Mo Xiaolang was a little stunned. He had always known that Long Chen cared about Lingxi the most, but he, his brother, was often ignored by Long Chen. "Because we're brothers. Get lost," Long Chen said with a smile. "Okay." Mo Xiaolang smiled. He didn't need to say much because he already understood. After Mo Xiaolang left, Long Chen smiled helplessly and said, "This brat, I've always neglected his feelings. Sigh. I wonder when I'll be able to turn him back into a human and not a beast." Long Chen had always kept this in mind. Afterward, Long Chen took out the 5 emperor seals one by one and placed them on the sandalwood table. The 5 emperor seals were gold, azure, black, red, and yellow. Aside from the color, they were all the same, and they were all extremely old. There was even some dirt on them, so there was nothing special about them. Long Chen arranged the 5 emperor seals according to the 5 elements into a pentagon shape. Then he began to ponder over the rules of the 5 emperor seals. At first, he thought that when the 5 emperor seals were gathered together, the king-tier battle skill would appear. But now it seemed that this was not the case. There had to be some sort of method to activate the 5 emperor seals. On the road of cultivation, Long Chen was like a blind man crossing a river. He had to feel the stones to cross the river. There were many things he didn't understand. After all, he was born in a small place like Baiyang village, so he couldn't compare to a true genius like Lingxi. However, Long Chen was very lucky. When he first came into contact with cultivation, he had always had the guidance of Lingxi. After Lingxi left, he met the so-called reincarnation beast, Kitten. If there was something he didn't understand, it was best to ask Kitten. Long Chen didn't bother thinking about it and directly asked, "Fat cat, what should I do?" As soon as he said that, Kitten's body came out of the void realm. Its body was very illusory. Much more illusory than Lingxi. Chapter 685. Kitten didn't say anything else and floated above the 5 emperor seals. After pondering for a while, he said, "These 5 emperor seals should be considered as a magic treasure. If you want to control it, you should be able to bind it with your blood." Magic treasure? What is that? Long Chen asked. Kitten looked at Long Chen with disdain and said snappily, "In the dragon sacrificial continent, the so-called tools are divided into 2 types. One is the weapons and the other is the magic treasures. You've seen the weapons. Those high-quality divine weapons can allow a cultivator to display even more powerful combat strength. Moreover, there are very few martial soldiers born from weapons in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, but in the Emperor domain, there are a lot of places that are ruled by martial soldiers. The martial soldiers there are the true martial soldiers. As for the strength of the martial soldiers there, you'll know once you see them." Is the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace related to martial artists? From Kitten's words, Long Chen speculated. Not bad, you're smart. The Sword Spirit Emperor domain is the world of martial artists, and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace is the gathering place of the strongest martial artists. The martial artists there are many times stronger than the martial artists in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. They rely on their weapons and can display all kinds of divine abilities, battle skills, and secret techniques. Once a sword or saber is drawn, they're invincible. I can't explain it clearly. You'll understand after you see it for yourself. In other words, the martial artists there were different from the martial artists here. That was something that he would have to find out about in the future. Even though it had a lot to do with Lingxi, he was not in a rush to find out about it. Thus, Long Chen changed the topic and asked, "What kind of treasure is that?" In addition to sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, there are many weapons that don't have the shape of traditional weapons, but have powerful combat strength. They are called magic treasures. Magic treasures have all kinds of functions, such as attack, defense, and even healing. The ancient demon flag that can control ancient demon corpses is also a type of magic treasure. The 5 emperor seals you've obtained are also magic treasures. Of course, these are the lowest grade magic treasures. They just have an awesome name, but they're nothing but trash in the emperor domain. After Kitten's brief introduction, Long Chen had a brief understanding of the concepts of weapons and magic treasures. He discovered that he was like a newbie who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. There were many things that he had just come into contact with. In the Myriad Kingdom's domain, his knowledge was considered high, but compared to the true stage of the 3 great emperor domains, his knowledge was really too little. This stimulated Long Chen's desire to go to the emperor domain. That was a place where only true experts could stay. Long Chen became more and more immersed in the path of cultivation. He longed for battle and challenge. The stronger the opponent, the more his blood would boil. He thought that his temperament had changed, but in fact, the biggest influence was the blood essence of the ancient blood spirit dragon in his bloodline. The ancient blood spirit dragon was the legendary ancestral dragon that ruled over blood and slaughter. It was born for slaughter. In the world of the ancient blood spirit dragon, there was only the word kill. The reason why Long Chen was able to maintain a stable state of mind until now was largely related to the mysterious dragon jade in his sea of consciousness. Otherwise, he would have long been reduced to a murderous demon. Casting these thoughts aside, Long Chen looked at the 5 great emperor seals and asked, "In other words, I need to drip my blood on these 5 emperor seals. Your blood has a brand unique to you. In terms of bloodline, no one in the entire Myriad Kingdom's domain can compare to you." "Give it a try," said Kitten lazily. Long Chen nodded. He had some extraordinary control over his blood. At this moment, he directly forced a drop of blood out of his finger and carefully dripped it on the 5 emperor seals. At first, the blood flowed down the emperor seals, but nothing happened. Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. When his blood dripped on the last yellow emperor seal, there was finally some movement. Almost at the same time, the blood on the surface of the 5 emperor seals was absorbed. Then, the originally ordinary 5 great emperor seals gradually glowed with a misty light. Gold, green, black, red and yellow. 5 colors shone in front of Long Chen. At first, it was just a misty glow. However, in the next moment, these glows gradually shone brighter and brighter. "It's starting," said Kitten before returning to the Great Void Realm with a whoosh. This meant that the method of blood recognition was correct. As soon as Kitten entered the Great Void Realm, Long Chen felt a powerful and imposing power coming from the 5 great Emperor Seals. This power directly caused a series of houses to collapse. All the walls around Long Chen's room were shaken off, and the table under the 5 great Emperor Seals was completely shattered. The place where Long Chen lived was relatively quiet, so there weren't many people living around. Even though the house had collapsed, it didn't crush many people. However, this huge commotion startled everyone in Martial Emperor City. Then, the 5 great Emperor Seals formed a circle and began to fly up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived above Long Chen's head and at the top of the Martial Emperor Palace not far away. At this moment, the 5 Emperor Seals had already erupted with intense light. Gold, green, black, red, and yellow. These 5 different colors of light shrouded the entire Martial Emperor City in a colorful world. This intense light caused everyone who had been staying in their houses to come out. They couldn't see the 5 Emperor Seals, but they could see that the sky seemed to be filled with 5 different colored suns. Wow, what the hell is this? How magical! How could this be? Could it be that the gods have manifested themselves? Do gods really exist in this world? There were hundreds of thousands or even millions of people in Martial Emperor City. At this moment, they were all looking at this strange scene in astonishment and discussing it. At this moment, Long Chen had already followed the 5 Emperor Seals and flew below them. He didn't go up for the time being. He wanted to see what the 5 Emperor Seals could do. After all, the 5 Emperor Seals had absorbed his blood. Even if others wanted to take it away, they wouldn't be able to. How could Long Yu and the others not notice such a huge commotion? Mo Xiaolang, who was nearby, quickly arrived next to Long Chen. As long as the others were in the Earth martial arts realm, they also arrived next to Long Chen. Long Shan was the first to say in amazement, "My friend Long Chen, it's the 5 Emperor Seals." Long Chen nodded and said, "Yes. This is a great fortune. You have to grasp it well. Grasping the 5 Emperor Seals is the greatest thing you can rely on when you go to the archaic cemetery," Long Shan said meaningfully. "Yeah, I'm much more at ease with the 5 Emperor Seals. However, 7th brother, you need to know the principle of not showing off your wealth. You can't let other people know that you have a king-tier battle skill. In the Myriad Kingdoms territory, there aren't many people with king-tier battle skills," Long Yu also warned. "I understand." Long Chen accepted all of their concern. "That's good. All right, we won't disturb 7th brother anymore. Let him focus on comprehending the 5 Emperor Seals. Let's work a bit more tonight. Don't let 7th brother be disturbed." Long Yu smiled faintly before giving orders to everyone. Under her arrangements, everyone began to spread out in all directions of Martial Emperor City. They observed the surroundings and even suppressed the chaos in the city. Under the 5 Emperor Seals, only Long Chen remained in the air. His figure was especially dazzling, so everyone recognized him very quickly. The news of Long Chen killing Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian had already spread throughout the divine Wushu Sage Empire. Now, everyone knew that Long Chen was the most terrifying person in the divine Wushu Sage Empire. There were hundreds of millions of people in the Wushu Sage Empire, but no one was Long Chen's opponent. In the Wushu Sage Empire, an existence like Long Chen was directly recorded in the annals of history. He was not even 20 years old, but he had already become the most dazzling person in the divine Wushu Sage Empire. Below, everyone was talking about Long Chen. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Long Chen was a young genius. In terms of character, he was much better than Zhao Danchen. In fact, many people did not know that Long Chen was going to leave. They thought that Long Chen would be the next ruler of the divine Wushu Sage Empire. Many people had already given Long Chen a title, Dragon Emperor. The Martial Emperor's bloodline had been completely annihilated, and Long Chen was the strongest among the dragons. It was normal for him to represent the dragons. The divine Wushu Sage Empire had a new master. The original Martial Emperor had now been replaced by the new Dragon Emperor. Of course, this was only the opinion of the people. Long Chen did not want to stay in the divine Wushu Sage Empire and be a Dragon Emperor. Although this name was quite awe-inspiring. In a corner of Wu Emperor City, a beautiful woman with 2 children looked up at the dazzling figure in the sky. "Mother, this big brother is the Dragon Emperor. This big brother is so powerful. He is so young, but he has already become the Dragon Emperor." The two children surrounded the woman's knees and babbled. Yes, he is very powerful. When you grow up, you must be as powerful as him, the woman said gently as she stroked the two children's heads. That's for sure, the two children said, striving to outdo each other. The woman nodded her head in satisfaction. She raised her head and looked at the young man in the sky. She knew who this young man was. It was him who had disguised himself as her husband and laid on her bed. At the time, she had thought that Long Chen was the 100 Battles martial king. The two of them had interacted before. Mo Nyang felt a little uneasy when she thought about it. However, it was a wonderful thing for her to have a little interaction with such a dazzling figure of the generation. Mo Nyang's lips curled into a smile as she looked at the high-spirited young man in the sky. She knew that there were millions of eyes below. He would definitely not notice her, but that was enough. At that moment, the 5 emperor seals began to change. Long Chen calmed himself down and watched carefully. He still did not know that he was now known as the Dragon Emperor. Chapter 686. The surroundings were pitch black. Long Chen seemed to be shuttling through a dark tunnel. His body was involuntarily moving, and he couldn't even control it. There was a strong suction force in front of him, swallowing him. In the distance, there seemed to be spots of starlight. Long Chen felt like he was being swallowed by a monster. The first time, Long Chen used the Qian Kuan teleportation formation to go from the Songyang country to the god Wushu Sage dynasty. This time, the ancient tomb token actually had the same formation, and it was even more intricate than the ordinary Qian Kuan teleportation formation. It also wanted to teleport to a mysterious location. Are they bringing me to the primeval cemetery? Long Chen thought like this. Time passed. Perhaps only a moment had passed, or perhaps an endless amount of time had passed. Long Chen finally discovered that the light in front of him had become very large. He had finally reached the end of this pitch-black tunnel. That light had an endless suction force, and it swallowed Long Chen in its direction. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen disappeared in the light. At this time, he realized that the control of his body had gradually returned to his body. His body landed on solid ground, and this made Long Chen feel a little more at ease. But then he was dumbfounded. He hadn't even opened his eyes, but he could already feel that the ground of the platform below him was moving at high speed. Long Chen hurriedly used his vital energy to hold onto the ground, so that he wouldn't be flung away by the ground that he had just landed on. When Long Chen opened his eyes, he was immediately shocked by the vast scene in front of him. He realized that above his head was a vast starry sky. It was different from what he saw in the god Wushu Sage dynasty. This vast starry sky was actually within his reach. This meant that he was already in this vast starry sky. Those shining stars in the distance revolved around a center, and they were actually within his reach, as if they were right in front of him. This ancient tomb token actually brought Long Chen to this starry sky. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with resplendent stars. The sea of stars revolved according to a fixed orbit. This majestic and beautiful scene frightened Long Chen. The starry sky was part of what shocked Long Chen. After seeing this vast starry sky, Long Chen began to observe where he was standing. He looked down and realized that he was standing on a disc that was moving at high speed. This disc was moving at high speed in the starry sky, and it seemed to be taking Long Chen to a faraway place. This disc was incomparably huge. At least, Long Chen couldn't see it through his lens. He only knew that this disc was like a flat star, and it flashed with a bright blue light. Within the blue light were countless dark golden runes. These runes were arranged in a regular pattern, in the form of a ring. An ancient force came from these runes and attacked Long Chen. This was an astrolabe that stretched as far as the eye could see, wandering in this endless starry sky. Other than the starry sky and the astrolabe, what surprised Long Chen next were the people. When he opened his eyes, there were already many people standing on this huge astrolabe. More and more white lights flashed by. With every flash of white light, a warrior would appear on the astrolabe. Long Chen understood that he should have appeared here in this form previously. So the people who obtained the ancient tomb token will appear on this astrolabe at this time and head towards the primordial cemetery together. In other words, I haven't reached the primordial cemetery yet. Thinking of that, Long Chen was not anxious. He calmed his emotions, restrained his aura, and carefully sized up the gradually increasing number of people. According to what they said, every time there were close to 10,000 people going to the primordial cemetery, and this astrolabe was incomparably huge,
with no end in sight.
Long Chen estimated that even if there were 10,000 people, it would not be able to completely fill up this astrolabe. He should be considered to have arrived relatively early. After arriving, he could only see a few hundred people. Then, more and more people appeared here. These people were all warriors. When they just arrived, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. However, like Long Chen, they reacted very quickly. Sizing up these warriors, Long Chen inhaled a breath of cold air. As he had imagined, these people's strengths were actually all at the level of Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji or above. There were even many people that Long Chen could not see through. After looking for a long time, he did not find a single one who was like him, in the third level of the Earth Martial Realm. Moreover, more importantly, most of the people that dared come to the primeval cemetery to take the risk were vicious and wicked people, and the number of people they'd killed wasn't a small number. With so many people gathered together, even though no one rose in revolt, the gazes of every single one of them were icy cold, and the killing intent that converged together directly shot into the sky and pierced through the clouds. Under such a gloomy atmosphere, no one dared to make any big movements. Judging from the size of the golden rune ring on the ground, Long Chen discovered that he should be near the center of this huge astrolabe. If he appeared at the edge of the astrolabe just now, if he did not pay attention for a moment, he might even be thrown out. If he was thrown out in this endless starry sky, the consequences would definitely be unthinkable. In this starry sky, the astrolabe headed towards a certain direction at a high speed. Long Chen tightly grasped the ground. In front of a group of vicious and evil people, although he was not afraid, he did not dare to show too much. He seemed to be the weakest. If he was discovered, he was afraid that there would be a lot of trouble. In fact, the most important reason why Long Chen went to the primordial cemetery was to find a way to go to the imperial domain. This was a major prerequisite, and increasing his own strength was also the most important. After about half a day, the people who should have come had more or less arrived. There were almost tens of thousands of experts on the astrolabe. Every one of them emitted a kind of sharp aura. This was a kind of comprehension towards martial arts. Long Chen was really a little speechless. Such martial artists were first-class existences in the divine Wushu sage dynasty, and many of them were even very young. However, there were tens of thousands of people on this astrolabe. With a glance, Long Chen saw that there were even many people who were younger than him. However, the elites of the entire Myriad Kingdom's domain should have gathered here. Although the primordial cemetery was terrifying, there were also endless treasures. Humans die for wealth, just as birds die for food. This was a truth since ancient times. Therefore, although they knew that it was very dangerous, many people still came to this astrolabe like carps crossing the river. After coming here, most of the people in the surroundings were unfamiliar, so no one dared to approach each other. Instead, they looked at everyone with hostility. Of course, there were also some small groups that directly appeared together. At this moment, more than a dozen white lights flashed not far from Long Chen. More than a dozen tall martial artists appeared. These people were too close, so Long Chen couldn't help but look at them vigilantly. Soon these dozen or so white lights turned into martial artists. When they saw the starry sky, they were also startled. Among them, a fat man couldn't control his body for a moment and crashed towards Long Chen. The astrolabe was flying too fast. Such a situation was very normal when one had just arrived here. Long Chen stretched out an arm, and without using much strength, he directly supported this big man. After a short period of discomfort, the burly man had already regained control of his body. Long Chen then withdrew his arm from his waist. At this moment, the fat man turned his head and stared blankly at Long Chen with his bell-sized eyes. "Little brother, thank you very much." This fat man had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a rough voice. The most obvious feature was that he was carrying a huge pitch-black axe on his back. The handle of the axe was almost 2 meters long. The cold blade of the axe burst out with an ice-cold sharpness. There were a lot of faint bloodstains on it. When Long Chen touched this big man's body a moment ago, he could see that although this big man looked fat, he was actually quite strong. The fat on his body was incomparably hard. Presumably, this big man had cultivated a high-level body-refining battle technique. His body was already much harder than steel. Seeing that this big man didn't have any malicious intentions, Long Chen smiled gently and nodded. Since they had just met by chance, the big man didn't stay and directly returned to his group. He had come with a group of people. This group of people were all male martial artists. Each and every one of them had a thick physique and bulging muscles. Their faces were filled with ferocity and killing intent. They should also be a group of people who had lived a bloody life. Among this group of people, the only one who looked relatively amiable was the fat man just now. This small episode didn't divert Long Chen's attention for long. More people slowly came to the astrolabe. There were also many people around Long Chen. However, everyone looked around vigilantly and didn't say much. At this time, probably in the direction of the center of the disc, many white lights suddenly lit up. The people of the 9 great clans are here. Not knowing who said it, Long Chen quickly looked in the direction of the center. At this time, Long Chen roughly estimated that there were about 8,000 people in the astrolabe. These 8,000 people didn't seem to be people of the 9 great clans. Among the 9 great sacred dynasties, the 9 great clans were the supreme rulers. However, this didn't mean that there were no other experts. Many experts didn't belong to the 9 great clans. Although the 9 great clans were much stronger than the Wushu alliance, they were family forces with limited numbers. It was impossible for them to absorb almost all the experts into the Wushu alliance like the Wushu alliance and completely control the entire sacred dynasty. Moreover, after the 9 great sacred dynasties, there were many small countries with the same level of martial artists. Of course, no matter what, the 9 great clans were still the core of the Myriad Kingdom's territory. The 5 Elements Alliance, the Wind Divine Clan, and the Thunder Demon Clan added up to more than 1,000 white lights. At this time, one by one, they appeared in the astrolabe. At this time, the people in the center of the astrolabe all made way and looked at the more than 1,000 people who had just appeared. Their eyes were filled with awe. Chapter 687. Long Chen's position was close to the center of the astrolabe, so he was also affected. He was pushed back by the crowd. From the reverence in everyone's eyes, it seemed that the power of the 9 great clans was truly terrifying. After the 9 great clans appeared, they were divided into 3 factions. Long Chen looked around and saw that the 5 Element Alliance had the most people. There were more than 600 people in total. As for the remaining warriors, there were about 300 people each from the Wind Divine bloodline and the Thunder Demon bloodline. According to their characteristics, Long Chen could roughly distinguish which were from the Wind Divine bloodline and which were from the Thunder Demon bloodline. The people in the 5-element union had a very strong characteristic. The 5-element union was the direct descendant of the legendary 5 emperors. The battle skills they cultivated were all biased towards their respective attributes. They were divided into 5 branches: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each branch had many experts. Their combined strength was stronger than the Wind God and the Thunder Demon. Long Chen discovered that the people of the 5-element alliance had a very distinct characteristic. On their foreheads, there was a pattern of golden light, green wood, flame, water droplet, and yellow earth. This should be the unique mark of their race when they were born. This mark seemed to have quite a bit of power. It was likely that some powerful techniques needed this mark to be used. After looking at the 5-element league, Long Chen's gaze landed on the Thunder Devil clan. There were 2 clans here, and it was easy to distinguish them. The Thunder Devil clan didn't have a symbol like the 5-element league, but it might be a rule. Among the Thunder Devil clan, all the members of the Thunder clan were tall and had a dense thunder aura, similar to Lei Zhan. As for the Devil clan, their figures were very normal. They all wore black clothes, and their faces looked a bit paler than ordinary people. They also looked a lot more sinister. As for the Wind God's bloodline, Long Chen was very careful. He had killed Feng Xian before, and Feng Xian seemed to have left an imprint on his body, so he did not dare to approach the Wind clan, in case he was discovered. If he was discovered on this star plate, he would definitely die without a burial, and he would not even know where to run to. As for the Wind God clan, Long Chen was very careful. He had killed Feng Xian, and Feng Xian seemed to have left a mark on him. Therefore, he didn't dare to approach the Wind God clan in case he was discovered. If he was discovered on the astrolabe, he would definitely die without a burial ground. The Wind God clan didn't have any obvious differences. However, the Wind God clan's clothes were mostly the color of green bamboo. They looked simple and elegant. As for the so-called God clan, they were all handsome men and beautiful women. Their clothes were mostly white and pure. The overall strength of the 9 great clans was much higher than that of ordinary people. This was especially true for the God clan and the Demon clan. Although their population was small, each and every one of them was an elite. Whether it was their temperament or strength, they were far superior to ordinary warriors. As for the current Long Chen, in terms of cultivation realms, he couldn't even compare to these ordinary warriors. It could be seen that the competition for the magic treasures in the archaic cemetery was actually a competition between the 9 great clans. Among these 8,000 ordinary warriors, there must be many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. However, most of them would definitely be cannon fodder for the 9 great clans. The real battle would definitely take place among the 9 great clans. The real treasures would be monopolized by them. Ordinary people wouldn't be qualified to get involved at all. The 9 great clans are really going all out this time. They've actually sent out so many people. Yeah, how many chances do we have under the watchful eyes of these experts? We can only go all out. If we don't kill enough people, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to even get out. How can we talk about obtaining the treasures and bringing glory to our ancestors? Looking at the appearance of the 9 great clans, many people clenched their teeth and prepared to hold on. In their eyes, the reverence they had for the 9 great clans was the same as when Long Chen first went to the Wushu Sage Empire and saw the reverence the ordinary people had for the Wushu Alliance. This reverence was exchanged for the other party's bloody killing methods. This is a competition between the 9 great clans. I can't get close to the Wind Clan. I'll move to another place first. Thinking of this, Long Chen was about to leave. Suddenly, someone stood beside him. Long Chen raised his head and looked. It was the fat man from before. Because of the crowd just now, Long Chen had already walked to his side unknowingly. Brother, are you going to the archaic cemetery alone? You're really bold. The fat man looked at Long Chen in surprise. Compared to him, Long Chen's body was really too thin. Yeah. Long Chen nodded and looked at the fat man carefully. If the fat man had evil intentions, he would definitely not continue to pester him. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. My name is Xiao Yu. You can call me Fatty Yu. What about you? The fat man said with some enthusiasm. When a person spoke, it could be seen from his eyes whether he was sincere or not. Long Chen had this kind of ability to see through people. This fat man asked Long Chen this question purely because Long Chen had helped him just now. My name is Long Chen. Long Chen nodded and the coldness on his face relaxed. Xiao Yu chuckled. When he was about to talk about other things with Long Chen, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. It turned out that the 9 great clans in the center of the astrolabe were talking. There were many people around. Seeing that everyone was looking in that direction, Long Chen also looked in that direction. At that moment, among the 3 camps, many people walked to the forefront. Needless to say, Long Chen knew that these people were definitely the leaders of the 3 forces. They were existences that Long Chen could not touch at the moment. Among the 5 Elements Alliance, 5 elders appeared. They represented the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth clans respectively. Every one of them looked quite old. At the first level of the earth martial arts realm, he had a lifespan of more than 100 years. Every level of the earth martial arts realm would increase his lifespan by 5 years. If he reached the 9th level of the earth martial arts realm, he would have a lifespan of more than 500 or even 600 years. These 5 old men were like very ordinary old men. They did not have the slightest bit of power on their bodies, but it was precisely because of this that Long Chen knew how terrifying they were. The earth martial arts realm was about the control of power. The smaller the fluctuations on the body of a person, the more robust his strength was. These 5 old men had already reached the realm of returning to one's natural state. It could be seen how profound their strength was. Although there was no fluctuation of power on their bodies, when their calm eyes swept past the crowd, everyone felt their blood run cold. Long Chen felt the same. Although they did not look at him and only swept past him, there was a strong pressure in those calm eyes, which directly stopped the true qi in Long Chen's body from circulating. What a terrifying expert. If I were to fight against them, they wouldn't even need to make a move. They could directly subdue me with just a look. The top warriors of the Myriad Kingdom's domain are actually this powerful. Long Chen was secretly speechless. The old patriarchs of the 5 clans are all more than 400 years old. They have led the 5 Element Alliance for nearly 200 years. I didn't expect them to still be like this. They are old but strong, said Xiao Yu, who was next to him. What is their strength? Long Chen asked in a low voice. He noticed that there were still many things he didn't understand about the 9 great clans and the primeval cemetery, whereas amongst the 9 great dynasties, this information would probably circulate the most. Since this Xiao Yu had actually delivered himself to his doorstep, Longchen didn't mind asking him a few more questions. The old patriarchs of the Five-Element Alliance should be above the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. It has been a long time since anyone has seen them fight. Thinking back, the achievements of the 5 of them really shocked the entire Myriad Kingdom's domain. The entire Five-Element Alliance is mostly supported by these 5 patriarchs. When the 5 of them work together, they are simply invincible, said Xiaoyu in a low voice. He could see that Long Chen should be from a relatively remote place, so he asked, "Little brother, I am from the Tianfeng Sacred Dynasty of the Five-Element Alliance. What about you?" "It's just a small country. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know," said Long Chen with a faint smile. Xiaoyu nodded. What Long Chen said was within his expectations. "You're really brave to come to the ancient cemetery like this. Don't you know how dangerous the ancient cemetery is? If we didn't work together, we wouldn't have dared to come to this damned place." Fatty Xiaoyu pointed at his dozen or so fiendish companions and said to Long Chen. Among their group, only this Xiaoyu could speak. At this time, the Wind God and Thunder Devil lineages each had someone walk to the front. Long Chen looked over and saw a middle-aged man and a youth from the Thunder Devil lineage. The middle-aged man wore a purple brocade robe embroidered with a huge beast covered in lightning. The beast roared at the sky. The middle-aged man's physique was also quite robust, similar to Lei Zhen's. However, this person was much stronger than Lei Zhen. He had an inch-long hair and a pair of dark purple eyes. At this moment, many blue lightning bolts were flashing in his eyes. His 2 small eyes seemed to contain all the lightning in the world. The purple-robed middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. That huge pressure was even stronger than the Five-Element Alliance's clan leader. As for the other youth, Long Chen found it strange. Logically speaking, the purple-robed middle-aged man should be the clan leader of the Thunder Devil lineage. As for this youth, he should be the clan leader of the Devil lineage. However, how could a mere youth become the clan leader? After taking a closer look, Long Chen realized that he had seen wrongly. Although this person looked like a youth, his eyes were as deep as a bottomless pit. Everyone's gazes fell into them and even lost consciousness for a moment. Just from this point, it could be seen that this person's age was definitely not as young as his appearance suggested. This youth gave the Dragon Clan a rather strange feeling. His face was deathly pale, and he looked like a sickly youth, as if he could not withstand a single blow. He also did not have the deterrence of the purple-robed middle-aged man beside him, but Long Chen felt that he was very terrifying. He just stood there casually, as if he was the center of the world, and everything around him was under his control. Chapter 688. Xiaoyu lowered his head and whispered into Long Chen's ear. "That middle-aged man in purple is the patriarch of the Thunder Clan. His cultivation should be about the same as the patriarch of the Five Elements Alliance. He's also over 300 years old. He's also a legend. When he was in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm, he killed 3 brothers of the same level and became the new patriarch of the Thunder Clan. As for that black-clothed youngster, what about him?" asked Long Chen. "You must be wrong. He'll be an ordinary person in the future. In fact, he's the patriarch of the Demon Clan. It's said that he's over 500 years old. Other people might not have reached the Sky Martial Realm, but the patriarch of the Demon Clan is publicly recognized as an expert of the Sky Martial Realm. He's truly reached the legendary Sky Martial Realm. In the past 500 years, he's simply a legend of the Demon Clan. He's also my idol. Xiaoyu was very excited when he talked about the patriarch of the Demon Clan. He said a series of words. His saliva was flying far and wide. Long Chen could see that Xiaoyu was a person with a true temperament. At the same time, Long Chen secretly remembered those great figures in his heart. Right now, Long Chen was just an ant to them. But Long Chen had the confidence and desire to catch up to them in the future. In Long Chen's great virtual world, there was a 5-colored key. In the ancient cemetery, there were treasures left behind by the 5 emperors. Long Chen believed that the ultimate goal of the 9 clans was not the treasures of the 5 emperors. After the leader of the Thunder Devil tribe came out, the Wind Divine tribe came out as well. There were 2 patriarchs of the Wind Divine tribe. The Wind Patriarch was an old man with white hair and beard. He looked rather elegant and sage-like. His face was filled with a faint smile. As for his strength, it was likely that he was about the same as the Thunder Patriarch. As for the Shen Clan Patriarch, the Dragon Clan paid more attention to her because she was actually a woman, and a young girl at that. Of course, Long Chen knew that this girl was an old witch who was a few hundred years old, just like the demon clan's patriarch. The girl was wearing a veil and a long white dress. From her figure, she looked like a goddess. She was like a pure and holy white lotus. No matter where she went, this god clan's patriarch's figure and temperament were enough to attract everyone's attention. At this time, after the patriarchs of the 9 great clans came out, even more people looked at the patriarch of the god clan. Under the thin veil, Long Chen could faintly see her face that could turn all living things upside down. However, when he thought about how this guy was already a few hundred years old, he lost some interest. Among the 9 clans, the patriarch of the Shen clan was the only female. Among the 9 patriarchs, the patriarchs of the Divine clan and the Demon clan are the strongest. They are both in the sky martial arts realm. One is my idol, and the other is my goddess. I never thought that I would be able to see these 2 peak existences with my own eyes. The fat man next to Long Chen had stars in his eyes. Long Chen was not like him. He carefully looked at the 3 parties and calculated the gap between him and them. From the first level of the Earth Martial Arts realm to the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, I spent almost 4 months, and the time for each level almost increased by half. That is to say, if I want to reach their level, it should be 4 or 5 years later. The huge gap made Long Chen a little depressed. If others knew what he was thinking, they would definitely beat him to death. Even the patriarchs of the Divine clan and the Demon clan reached the sky martial arts realm after they were almost 100 years old. And since they reached this level, they almost didn't make any progress. It could be seen how difficult the path of cultivation was, but Long Chen was still complaining about 4 or 5 years. Of course, at present, Long Chen's strength was not as good as any expert from the 9 clans. Looks like I have to endure silently for a while, and I'll only be able to carry out other actions after my strength increases. Otherwise, I'll really lose my life very quickly in this primeval cemetery that's filled with blood and slaughter. On the astrolabe, no one made a move. However, as far as the eye could see, apart from Xueqi, who seemed to be easy to talk to, everyone else's eyes were filled with vigilance. If they arrived at their destination, they might very well start fighting. In this place, there was only slaughter, no friendship. Even the 9 clans would probably be the same. At that moment, the patriarchs of the 9 clans all started talking. Among the 5 Elements Alliance, an old man with a golden mark on his forehead smiled at the people of the Thunder Demon clan and the Wind God clan. The patriarchs of the Thunder Demon clan and the Wind God clan, how have you been? Among the Thunder Demon clan and the Wind God clan, the Shen clan was the leader. At that moment, before the patriarch of the Demon clan said anything, the patriarch of the Shen clan said in a gentle voice, "The patriarch of the Jin clan, do you only know how to say this kind of nonsense?" The patriarch of the Shen clan wasn't polite at all. The 5 Elements Alliance was talking to her, but she used such provocative words to provoke them. It was clear how proud she was. However, big shots weren't easily angered. In front of everyone, the Gold clan's patriarch laughed and retorted, "Why does the God clan's patriarch have such a bad temper? Could it be that he still has to have his period every month at his age?" The crowd roared with laughter. The patriarch of the Jin clan's counterattack was truly beautiful. Everyone laughed and cursed the old hooligan in their hearts. The patriarch of the Shen clan didn't anger the 5 Elements Alliance. Instead, she was angered half to death. Her gaze instantly turned cold. Although the astrolabe was moving at high speed, everyone still felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. The smiles on the faces of the laughing crowd all stiffened. The 5 Elements Alliance and the Wind God clan quickly assumed a fighting stance. Both sides glared at each other. The atmosphere gradually became tense. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. What a joke! The patriarch of the Shen clan's gloomy voice disrupted the atmosphere. "This is the primordial cemetery. It's a place of slaughter. Don't try to curry favor with us. Let's meet on the battlefield. However, on this astrolabe, anyone who makes a move is courting death. Even if you want to die, don't harm others. If the astrolabe is broken, we're all finished." After saying that, the patriarch of the Shen clan directly turned and walked into the crowd. She sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes. This patriarch of the Shen clan is rather straightforward. After a few short conversations, Long Chen had a rough understanding of the relationship between the 3 races and the tempers of the leaders of each race. The reason why the 3 clans maintained this situation was that none of them were willing to submit to the other. Otherwise, any 2 clans could join hands to destroy the 3rd clan. The experts of the Shen clan and Shen clan were extraordinary. However, the Five Elements Alliance was a veteran of the Myriad Kingdom's domain. They had deep foundations. The strength of the three great clans was about the same. The patriarch of the Shen clan was straightforward and decisive. As for the patriarch of the Shen clan, she was a woman. She was arrogant and virtuous. She could be agitated when doing things. As for the Five Elements Alliance, from the words of the patriarch of the Jin clan, it could be seen that they were just a bunch of vile people. Kill, kill. It's best if you don't leave a single one alive. Long Chen couldn't wait for the three clans to be annihilated. After the patriarch of the Shen clan said that, both sides snorted and returned to their respective places. The real battle would begin when the astrolabe arrived at the archaic cemetery. Long Chen noticed that when the patriarch of the god race returned to the god race's team, a handsome young man with a fair complexion came to greet him. This young man wore a purple gold crown inlaid with jewels. He wore a white robe and black hair. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind, not tied up or tied up. His silhouette hovering in the air made him look like a god descending to the mortal world. His skin had a faint luster, and his eyes flashed with 1,000 kinds of lights. Just his appearance alone was enough to surpass all the characters on the astrolabe. Long Chen noticed that when the god race's patriarch returned to the god race's team, a handsome young man with a fair complexion greeted him. There was a boundless aura emanating from the body of this young man. Earlier on, the few clan leaders had been restraining their strength. However, this young man was releasing it without any restraint. That aura that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas caused everyone's hearts to tremble. It seems that this young man should be at the level of the young experts of the 9 clans. His strength must be above the 8th level of the earth martial arts realm. Long Chen looked at the young man and thought. At that moment, the young man was talking to the patriarch of the Shen clan in a low voice. Long Chen vaguely heard the word mother. Presumably, this young man should be the son of the patriarch. However, judging from their appearance, they seem to be around the same age. This young man is the famous young master of the Shen clan. It's said that the patriarch of the Shen clan loves him very much. I didn't expect that he would bring him to the dangerous archaic cemetery this time. Moreover, there are so many experts from all sides. Could it be that something big is going to happen this time? Xiaoyu muttered in Long Chen's ear. The young master of the Shen clan. Long Chen had an impression of the young man in his mind. He didn't care too much. The young man was very strong. Long Chen wasn't qualified to enter his eyes. However, Long Chen didn't want to be his enemy, so he didn't care too much. Even the young experts of the 9 holy dynasties were more than one level higher than the Wushu Sage dynasty. The astrolabe has already started to slow down. I reckon that we'll arrive at the archaic cemetery soon. Right, little brother Long Chen, I want to ask you a question. Xiaoyu suddenly said. What question? Long Chen asked. You came to the archaic cemetery alone. Your strength is also at the lowest level. Honestly speaking, it's very difficult for you to survive there. It's fate that we met. Why don't you join our team and travel with us? Xiaoyu said, his eyes filled with hope. He looked at Long Chen's calm eyes. He was young and also very young. If he were to die like this, it would be a pity. That was why he wanted him to stay. Long Chen didn't even have the time to tactfully refuse. After hearing Xiaoyu's words, a man with a gloomy expression suddenly walked over from his team. He glared at Xiaoyu with eyes filled with killing intent and said coldly, Idiot, you're trash to begin with. You still want to drag trash into our team. Do you believe that I won't chop you to death with a single slash? As of now, there were already many readers voting for him. Among them, I am most grateful to student Lin Qingxian and the student whose phone number ends with 137. They directly contributed 10,000 VIP and 2,000 VIP, 1,000 renminbi and 200 renminbi respectively. Out of the 50 explosive chapters, 14 chapters have been released. There are still 36 chapters left. Whether or not Crazy can release 50 chapters on the 4th of April depends on you guys. Students who have internet access, hurry up and join in. You guys fight, I'll fight too. Today's morning update. I'm very excited. Chapter 689. This gloomy man was obviously a bloodthirsty person. There was a hideous scar on his dark face. When he roared, his expression was quite terrifying. Xiaoyu hurriedly said in fear, Boss Venomous Vulture, I spoke too much. It's good that you know. Not everyone can join our team. What if they drag us down? In this primordial cemetery, how many lives do you have to drag others down? If you want to join our team, that's fine. If you show your true ability, I, Venomous Vulture, will treat you as a brother. After saying that, Venomous Vulture looked at Long Chen with contempt, then turned around and left. Xueqi looked at Long Chen with an apologetic expression, then followed him and left. Long Chen didn't care. Originally, he would have refused Xueqi's invitation. In this way the result was more or less the same. As for Venomous Vulture's contempt, let him be. This Venomous Vulture was the leader of the group. To be honest, Long Chen couldn't see through his cultivation, but he was at least in the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm. He was definitely stronger than Feng Xian at the beginning. He wasn't someone that Long Chen could easily deal with. After Xueqi left, Long Chen didn't speak anymore. This year's struggle made him calm down a lot. He knew what kind of opponent was the most terrifying, which meant that he had to become such a person. Sure enough, the speed of the astrolabe was slowing down. Everyone started discussing. It seemed that they were finally arriving at the primordial cemetery. In this endless starry sky, the astrolabe flew for a very long distance. Where exactly was this place? What kind of place was the primordial cemetery? Long Chen didn't know. He only seemed to have heard that the primordial cemetery surrounded the myriad kingdoms in this way. No matter what, Long Chen had already felt the existence of the primordial cemetery. In front of the starry sky, there was a vague shadow of a vast land. Long Chen looked carefully. There seemed to be a new world there, and all he could see was a shadow. After arriving, Long Chen and others found that this was a light source, and the primordial cemetery was in this light. The astrolabe directly brought everyone into this light, and the dazzling light directly blocked Long Chen's eyes. When he could open his eyes, Long Chen felt that the astrolabe below had disappeared. Of course, everyone was already an expert above the Earth martial arts realm. After arriving here, although the astrolabe disappeared, they could safely land on the ground. Tens of thousands of people spread out and landed on the ground one after another. They looked at this novel world with amazement. Long Chen was stunned for a moment. This is the primordial cemetery. The world in Long Chen's eyes was different from the desolate land where not even a blade of grass grew in his imagination. Not only was the primordial cemetery not desolate, it seemed to be covered with trees, birds were singing, and flowers were fragrant. In front of them was a large oasis. Maybe because no one had come here for a very long time, the plants here were rather lush, and the places that could be seen by the eyes were like a fairyland on earth. A place like this simply couldn't be connected with the word grave. This place was the burial place of countless experts. Some people who had never been to the primordial cemetery before, after looking at the nearby scenery, were slightly dazed. Long Chen also didn't expect that the primordial cemetery would actually be so beautiful. Moreover, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was much denser than in the Wushu Sage dynasty. The Wushu Sage dynasty was filled with dense spiritual energy of the earth veins, and this primordial cemetery was filled with various kinds of spiritual energy. Even the spiritual energy of life was quite numerous. This is the primordial cemetery. Why is the primordial cemetery like this? I thought it was a desolate land filled with tombstones and withered bones. Me too. Only those people from the 9 great clans who had once entered the primordial cemetery and came out from the primordial cemetery would know about this. Everyone couldn't help but start discussing. This was the primordial cemetery, and it was also a place of battle. After coming here, there would be a real battle very quickly. Where there were treasures, there would be slaughter and battle. So when everyone was shocked by the scenery earlier, they quickly reacted, and all of them used vigilant gazes to look at the surrounding people. For a moment, the surroundings were filled with people, and everyone didn't know which way to go first. Right at this moment, the people from the 9 great clans and 3 great powers actually flew up one after another. They looked at each other with provocative gazes, and without saying a word, they actually flew towards different directions. The others also followed suit and flew up one after another. There were naturally a lot of treasures in the primordial cemetery, but if one fell behind, nothing would belong to them. So, everyone scrambled to go in all directions. In fact, when everyone came here, they weren't familiar with this place, and they also didn't know which way was suitable. So, most of the people still followed the footsteps of the 3 great powers. More than 10,000 people, under the premise that there was no conflict, had already gradually dispersed and went in all directions. Seeing that everyone had already left, Long Chen couldn't stay in this place, so he found a direction to move forward. In front of him was an endless dense forest, and in the depths of the dense forest, there were many demonic beasts. In the vicinity, most of the demonic beasts weren't able to pose a threat to Long Chen and the others, but the astrolabe stopped here. Maybe this was the safest place in the primordial cemetery. As they walked, the 10,000 people completely dispersed, and Long Chen realized that he was alone. So, he stopped and let Mo Xiaolang come out from the Great Void Realm. After all, Xiaolang was his brother, and he couldn't let him stay in the Great Void Realm all the time. Big brother, is this the Great Void Realm? Why is it so beautiful? Xiaolang also had a surprised expression on his face. Long Chen sighed. I also didn't know that this place would be like this. I thought that it would be the same as the Nine Serenities Soul Land, a barren land. Just as Long Chen finished speaking, Mo Xiaolang seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. He frowned as he looked towards one of the directions, and said, Big brother, it seems like there's a strong fluctuation coming towards us from that direction. Moreover, the aura of flames in that direction is quite dense. What? Long Chen was shocked. He had just arrived at the primordial cemetery, and other than Xiao Yu, no one had noticed Long Chen. Why would there be someone following him at this time? Could it be that he was wrong? Among the celestial races team, the mysterious female patriarch was walking at the front, and beside her was a dazzling young lord of the celestial race. At this moment, the young lord of the celestial race suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong, Guangyu? The patriarch of the celestial race asked softly. Her voice was gentle and sweet, and it made people's fingers itch. The young lord of the celestial race, Wu Guangyu, stretched out his arm. On his fair and slender wrist, there was a green bracelet. The young lord said, Mother, didn't you say that the inheritance of the Green Lotus Emperor is of the fire attribute? As long as my Green Lotus bracelet is near the inheritance of the Green Lotus Emperor, it will sense its existence and heat up? Why is it heating up now? As soon as he finished speaking, the patriarch of the celestial race was shocked. She quickly stretched out her slender fingers and gently touched Wu Guangyu's Green Lotus bracelet. She said, Sure enough, it's heating up. However, this can't be the inheritance of the Green Lotus Emperor. This Green Lotus bracelet is heating up because there are some good fire attribute items around, or maybe there are demonic beasts. To be able to make the Green Lotus bracelet heat up, it must be a good item. Mother, wait here for now. I will look for the location indicated by the Green Lotus bracelet. It would be best if I can find something. There are so many treasures in the primordial cemetery. Maybe I'm just lucky. Wu Guangyu acted like a child and said coquettishly. All right, go. Pay attention to safety. We will wait for you here. The patriarch of the celestial race seemed to be unable to dissuade this child, so she let him carry the Green Lotus bracelet. Under her command, many experts of the celestial race followed the footsteps of the young lord of the celestial race, Wu Guangyu. As for the others, they waited at the same spot like the patriarch of the celestial race. Wu Guangyu didn't spend too much time to go there once. We're almost there. Long Chen still didn't understand the situation. The other party's speed was actually so fast. Xiao Lang had just discovered it, but the other party could already see it. Long Chen used his soul-devouring demon eyes to look over and found that many people had already entered within a mile of him. The leader was an expert that Long Chen couldn't figure out. As for the other experts, they were also quite powerful. Behind them, there were many people who were watching the fun. When the young lord of the celestial race rushed over, many people felt strange and followed along the road. There were many people who hadn't left in time. Seeing that the young lord of the celestial race was in a hurry, as if he had discovered something important, they also followed him from afar. Even if they couldn't get the treasure, they might be able to gain some knowledge by following behind him. Wu Guangyu instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. Behind him were many experts of the celestial race. Further behind him were hundreds of people who hadn't left in time and came to watch the fun. Seeing that the young lord of the divine race had actually surrounded Long Chen, everyone looked at Long Chen in amazement. They had never seen this young man before. What was so strange about him that made the young lord of the divine race rush over in such a hurry? Long Chen also didn't know what this guy was going to do, but he soon found out because the young lord of the celestial race was looking at Mo Xiaolang with blazing eyes. It's actually a super demonic beast that can level up without limit, the sun-devouring demon wolf. His face immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. The green lotus bracelet just happened to be hot. When he came back to take a look, he discovered that there was such a good thing in the primordial cemetery. Moreover, it was obviously not a demonic beast that originally belonged to the primordial cemetery, but a young man next to the sun-devouring demon wolf brought it in. Heaven is really helping me. Long Chen knew that this Wu Guangyu was definitely the person who understood the sun-devouring demon wolf the best he had ever seen. He even knew that the sun-devouring demon wolf could level up without limit. Chapter 690. How strong was the young master of the Shen clan? His strength was definitely hundreds of times stronger than Long Chen's. Long Chen knew that the gap between them was as wide as the sky and the earth. What he regretted now was that he immediately let Xiao Lang out. If he had been further away, the young master of the Shen clan wouldn't have been able to sense it. When would he let Xiao Lang out? Long Chen hadn't thought that this would happen. He was already alone. Who would have known that the young master of the Shen clan would come back with a green lotus bracelet? Long Chen held his breath. At least the young master of the Shen clan didn't show any killing intent towards the two of them. He looked at Xiao Lang in amazement. As for Long Chen, a warrior at the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, he didn't care about him at all. He came down from the sky and walked around Xiao Lang a few times. Then he nodded with satisfaction and said, "It's indeed a legendary creature. The sun-devouring demonic wolf is indeed extraordinary. It was originally a demon beast at the 1st level of the Earth rank, but now it's at the 4th level of the King rank and can even transform into a human form." It could be seen that the young master of the Shen clan wasn't the kind of person who relied on the protection of his elders to be ignorant and lawless. On the contrary, he was quite knowledgeable. After confirming the identity of the sun-devouring demonic wolf, he looked at Long Chen and asked faintly, "Is this sun-devouring demonic wolf yours?" "Young master, it's mine." Long Chen was thinking of a way to leave. The young master of the Shen clan had come too quickly. Moreover, he had come right next to him and Xiao Lang. Even if he wanted to let Xiao Lang return to the Great Void and use the blood escape technique, it would be a little difficult. Although he was unwilling, Long Chen could only endure it. The gap in strength was always an insurmountable chasm. The warriors who were watching were also discussing what had happened. It seems that the young master of the Shen clan has taken a fancy to that young man's demonic beast. What's the origin of that demonic beast? It actually made the young master of the Shen clan talk to a weak warrior. No one understood this. Not many people knew about the origin of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Last time, when they had just arrived at the Wushu Sage dynasty, Jiang Wuqing wanted to plot against Long Chen because of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. However, he failed in the end and was killed by Long Chen. But this young lord of the divine race was different. He was 1,000,000 times stronger than Jiang Wuqing, so the two crises couldn't be compared. After Long Chen finished answering, he was still looking at Mo Xiaolang with interest. He said to Long Chen, "You raised the sun-devouring demon wolf to this realm. It seems you know its talent. I originally didn't want to keep you, but seeing how well you took care of it, I'll spare your dog life today." Scram. His voice was condensed into a single strand and transmitted to Long Chen's ears. His words made Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang nervous. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a huge challenge right after arriving here? The opponent was actually the young master of the divine race. Long Chen didn't know the specific strength of the young master of the divine race, but he was at least in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. This kind of expert was definitely at the peak that Long Chen couldn't surpass. Unfortunately, the time had passed. The young master of the divine race seemed to know that they would escape, so he stood between the two of them. Long Chen's mind was spinning frantically as he tried to think of a way to make the correct response in a short period of time. He was very clear that if he were to make a move against the young lord of the god race, the other party would be able to kill him with a single glance. With him here, rescuing the wolf cub would be harder than ascending to the heavens. "Young master, I'm willing to give this demonic wolf to you, but can you let me stay with it for a little longer, considering that I've raised it for so many years?" Long Chen said with a pleading expression. When one was under someone else's roof, he had to lower his head. He pretended to lower his head now so that he could take revenge in the future. Long Chen was a petty person. Whoever provoked him, he would definitely take revenge in the end. Even if he was the young master of the divine race, he would not be an exception. His only goal was to get close to the wolf cub, and then directly put it into the Great Void Realm so that he could use the blood escape technique to escape. Of course, even if he used the blood escape technique, he might not be able to escape from the hands of the young master of the God Clan. Long Chen's luck was very bad to have encountered such trouble as soon as he arrived at the primordial cemetery. "Didn't you hear what I said? Get out of here." The young master of the divine race frowned and a cold aura surrounded Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly felt a strong force acting on his body. "Big brother." Xiao Lang clenched his teeth and restrained himself from making a move. He also knew that the young master of the divine race was strong. If Long Chen didn't allow him to make a move, he wouldn't dare to make a move. If he offended the young master of the divine race, then it would be troublesome. Long Chen clenched his teeth. This young master of the divine race clearly wanted to take Xiao Lang as his own and tame him like a demonic beast. Right now, he was in a good mood and might even ask Long Chen to get out of here. If Long Chen still didn't know what's good for him, he might directly make a move. When one's strength couldn't be compared to others, words were all empty words. The others looked at Long Chen with pitiful eyes. They had just arrived at the primordial cemetery and Long Chen was already targeted by the young master of the divine race. It could be seen how tragic he was. At this moment, everyone was looking at the struggling Long Chen with pitiful eyes. Honestly speaking, the contemptuous and dismissive gaze of the young master of the divine race made Long Chen angry. As an ancestral dragon martial artist, he had his own pride. Speaking humbly and submissively was already his limit, but this young master of the divine race was still overbearing and didn't give an inch. Long Chen was sure that if he dared to say another word, the young master would definitely make a move. Among the 9 major clans, the divine race and demon race were the strongest. This young master of the divine race was ranked second in the divine race and was the treasure of the patriarch of the divine race. In the primordial cemetery, even the other 2 major forces wouldn't openly provoke him like this and not give in front of the patriarch of the divine race. Therefore, a figure like him didn't need to take Long Chen to heart. "Aren't you going to scram?" This even colder voice enveloped Long Chen firmly. The eyes of the young master of the divine race suddenly burst out with a bright white light. It was like a sharp sword that pierced towards Long Chen. Only then did Long Chen realize that this young master of the divine race seemed to be an expert in using the sword. "Do it." Delaying wasn't the best plan. At this moment, Long Chen actually exceeded everyone's expectations because he actually made a move against the young master of the divine race. The expressions of the surrounding people turned stiff. This young man was really too daring. There was a huge gap between the status and strength of the 2 of them. This was like a filthy beggar actually making a move against the prince of the country. Long Chen's desperate move was only because he wanted to get Xiao Lang into the Great Void Realm. He and Xiao Lang could directly communicate using the language of spiritual beasts, which no one else could understand. When Long Chen shouted to make a move, Xiao Lang instantly transformed into the body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. The 9 nether demonic ancestral flame in his mouth instantly shot towards the young master of the divine race in front of him. Long Chen directly used the devouring world of blood. Although the effect of the devouring world of blood was negligible to the young master of the divine race, it could at least attract a portion of his combat strength. This was the strongest opponent that Long Chen had ever encountered. The difference between the 2 of them was a few levels. This huge gap wasn't something that Long Chen's quick-wittedness and decisiveness could make up for. Under the cover of the devouring world of blood, the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame was the first to approach the young master of the divine race. Seeing that Long Chen actually made a move together with Xiao Lang, the young master of the divine race was stunned for a moment. Then, he revealed a mocking smile. Only the might of Xiao Lang's 9 nether demonic ancestral flame surprised him. Why is this flame so strange? The 9 nether demonic ancestral flame attracted the attention of the young master of the divine race. "Xiao Lang, come here." Long Chen shouted in the language of spiritual beasts. The young master of the divine race and the others didn't know what Long Chen's purpose was. At this moment, Xiao Lang spat out the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame and quickly moved towards Long Chen. The 9 nether demonic ancestral flame instantly swept in front of the young master of the divine race. Long Chen thought that he could block the young master, but he didn't expect that the young master of the divine race would sneer and suddenly disappear. When he reappeared, he had already dodged the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame and appeared in front of Long Chen unscathed. What a terrifying speed! Long Chen was amazed. The speed of the young master of the divine race was so fast that Long Chen couldn't even see him with his naked eye. Long Chen's dragon soul transformation already had the combat strength of the 4th level of the earth martial realm. If he used the blood escape technique, even if he burned his true essence, he would only be slightly faster. You really are a strange guy. You actually dared to attack me. The young master of the divine race looked at Long Chen curiously. The true essence in his body surged, firmly suppressing Long Chen. To be honest, Long Chen actually dared to attack him. This made the young master rather curious. There didn't seem to be such a person in the myriad kingdoms. Xiao Lang was originally close to Long Chen, but this guy stood in front of Long Chen and blocked his path. It's very strange to attack you. I'm going to fuck your mother. Long Chen cursed. The young master of the divine race was standing in front of him. This kind of pressure was too great. Long Chen's spirit was stretched to the extreme. The blood in his body was boiling. Even in the divine Wushu Sage dynasty, he had never seen an opponent with such a big gap in strength. The opponent had completely pulled out the ruthlessness in his heart. In every corner of his body, there were countless blood dragons roaring unyieldingly. It seemed that being provoked by this insignificant creature made them incomparably angry. What did you say? The young lord of the divine race frowned. His mother was the patriarch of the divine race. Wasn't Long Chen scolding this legendary existence in the myriad kingdom's domain? He actually dared to say such words to the saintess who was so pure in everyone's hearts. This made everyone's jaws drop. Chapter 691. Who was this young man? Did he have a high status or was he just a fool who didn't know anything and wasn't even afraid of death? Wu Guangyu, the young lord of the divine race, was about to faint from anger because of Long Chen. He was so angry that he found it hard to breathe. In the next moment, he decided to make a move and kill Long Chen first. However, at this moment, Long Chen made the first move. He suddenly flipped his right hand. This was the first time that Long Chen used the Scarlet Emperor Burning Seal. Right now, using the Scarlet Emperor Burning Seal would drain almost all the energy in his body. Therefore, Long Chen didn't dare to use it easily. However, if he didn't use it now, he reckoned that he wouldn't have another chance. A blood-red flame burned in Long Chen's hand. The Scarlet Emperor Burning Seal was a one-handed seal technique. Therefore, the execution speed was quite fast. When Long Chen raised his arm again, the seal technique in his hand was almost complete. As his palm pressed down, a huge flame seal appeared in front of Long Chen. Scarlet Emperor Burning Seal. At this critical moment, Long Chen whistled. His right hand suddenly turned into a flame. The flames in his martial aperture crazily poured out. The only Scarlet Emperor seal in his palm flashed and suddenly expanded. It formed a huge seal in front of Long Chen's palm. Under the control of Long Chen, it suddenly smashed towards the young lord of the divine race. Under the control of Long Chen, the Scarlet Emperor Burning Seal became bigger and bigger. When it reached the front of the young lord of the divine race, it was already equivalent to a huge mountain. Moreover, it was a mountain burning with blood-red flames. The surrounding air was burning, making crackling sounds. Go to hell! The huge flaming mountain instantly covered the head of the young lord of the divine race. Long Chen's first move was such an earth-shattering move. It could be seen how crazy Long Chen was at this moment. Under the display of the Scarlet Emperor's heaven-burning mark, all the true essence in his body was sucked dry. All the true essence condensed together and erupted with the most violent attack, blasting towards the defenseless young lord of the god race. Who would have thought that a warrior at the 3rd level of the earth martial arts realm could have such a terrifying combat power? Frankly speaking, this kind of attack was difficult even for an ordinary cultivator at the 5th level of the earth martial arts realm. The young master of the Shen clan was caught off guard, so he was hit by Long Chen's Red Emperor Burning Seal. What? The hundreds of onlookers cried out in shock. They had never expected that a young man like Long Chen would have such a crazy side to him. How is this possible? He's only in the 3rd level of the earth martial arts realm. How could he have such an attack? Look at the power of this attack. Could this be a king-tier battle skill? An ordinary kid actually has a king-tier battle skill, and he's even learned it. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Other than the shock, there was also greed. A royal-level battle skill was extremely tempting to them. Other than the people of the Shen clan, everyone else firmly remembered Long Chen's appearance. This royal-level battle skill really made them, who did not belong to any sects or clans, envious. Of course, they also understood that it was impossible for Long Chen to escape the punishment of the Shen clan today. He actually dared to attack the young master of the Shen clan. Out of the tens of thousands of people who came to the ancient cemetery, only Long Chen had the courage to do so. When the young master of the Shen clan was attacked, there were quite a few experts of the Shen clan who had strength close to the young master of the Shen clan. However, they didn't do anything. They all understood that Long Chen's battle skill was good, but the person who used it was really too weak. The Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal suddenly fell down and directly enveloped the young master of the Shen clan in flames. Under the bombardment of the Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal, the entire ground rumbled and shook. This kind of attack made the onlookers' expressions change. They understood that even if it was a strong expert of the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm, facing such a strong attack, the result would probably be very tragic. How is the young master? Just as everyone was thinking about this question, the center of the Scarlet Emperor Inferno Seal suddenly revolved with a resplendent sword radiance, which directly shook the Scarlet Emperor Inferno Seal away. The surrounding flames were instantly shattered by the sword radiance. The huge Scarlet Emperor Inferno Seal was instantly destroyed by the sword radiance. Long Chen furrowed his brows deeply. The Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal, which could almost kill a strong expert of the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm, was actually easily destroyed by the opponent's sword light. The only good thing was that during this period of time, he had successfully avoided the young master of the Shen clan. Xiao Lang also took advantage of this opportunity to come to Long Chen's side. He would soon be able to enter Long Chen's Great Void Realm. Of course, at this time, because Long Chen used the Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal, all the strength in his body had been exhausted. Not to mention the blood escape, it was difficult for him to even throw a punch. However, Long Chen only had one way. Great Void Dragon Talisman. Time Reversal. Under the control of Long Chen, the Great Void Dragon Talisman on his chest rippled and enveloped Long Chen's whole body. Under the reversal of this ripple, the spiritual qi in Long Chen's body quickly recovered. Very soon, it returned to the state it was in 10 breaths of time. Xiao Lang was delighted and went into Long Chen's Great Void Realm. At this time, the young master of the Shen clan had already broken the Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal. However, at this time, his hair was messy and his face was red. Obviously, Long Chen's Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal had made him very angry. From his messy clothes and slightly burnt hair, it could be seen that he was accidentally attacked by the Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal. As soon as he broke the Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal, he saw Xiao Lang turn into a black light and rush towards Long Chen's Great Void Realm. Trying to run? Purple Bone Lock. At this time, a purple chain-shaped light suddenly burst out from the hands of the young master of the Shen clan. This chain-shaped light was very fast. In an instant, it broke through space and wrapped around Xiao Lang's body. This speed was much faster than Xiao Lang's speed. What? Long Chen was shocked. Before he could see what the purple light was, Xiao Lang let out a muffled groan. It was obvious that he was in pain. Then, Long Chen saw that Xiao Lang was completely locked up by a purple metal chain. The purple chain wrapped around his body and tightly squeezed into his hair. The overbearing force even made Xiao Lang's body bleed. Xiao Lang. A surge of blood energy suddenly rushed towards Long Chen's head. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen had never allowed Xiao Lang to face such danger. His relationship with Xiao Lang was not that of biological brothers, but it was closer than that of biological brothers. At this moment, the young master of the Shen clan had actually used this strange purple chain to completely lock him up. Seeing the pained expression in Xiao Lang's eyes, Long Chen's eyes were about to spit out fire. Rage. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. A towering killing intent erupted from his body. He stared at the young master of the Shen clan as he dragged Xiao Lang's body back. Then, he looked at Long Chen with a playful smile and said, "Trash, do you really think that you can escape? In front of my purple bone lock, nothing can escape, including you." Long Chen looked at the purple bone lock. Sure enough, this thing should be what Kitten said. It was a magic treasure. Different from offensive weapons, these magic treasures were used in a strange way. The effects were also very strange. However, this purple bone lock was very useful. This sun-devouring demon wolf is the most mysterious demon beast. This sun-devouring demonic wolf is the most mysterious demonic beast. With your lowly status and strength, how can you be its master? You're tarnishing this demonic beast. Don't worry, it's in my hands. I'll let it devour endless flames and increase its strength by at least 10 times. As for you, you can go in peace. The god race young master was very excited after obtaining the wolf cub. He didn't need to explain so much to Long Chen. However, when he saw this kid's indignant eyes, he felt very happy. Big brother. At this time, Xiao Lang was using spiritual beast language to talk to Long Chen. Big brother, this young master of the Shen clan is too strong. We can't beat him right now. Big brother, this god race young master is too strong. We can't beat him right now, so why don't we temporarily stay by his side? I can see that he covets the sun-devouring demonic wolf's ability and wants to tame me. He thinks that I'm a beast, but he doesn't know that I'm a human. He can't tame me no matter what. For now we aren't his match, so I might as well follow him. In any case, he will make me stronger. Once I can break free of him, or perhaps you can defeat him, us brothers will skin him alive. Who knows who will win and who will lose? This was the only way for Xiao Lang. If Long Chen kept risking his life, he might lose his life. After all, his only chance to reverse time was gone. To encounter such a thing as soon as he arrived, he could only blame his bad luck. Shen clan's young master. Long Chen gritted his teeth. A man knew when to advance and when to retreat. Xiao Lang's words made sense. That young master didn't know that the sun-devouring demon wolf was a human and that it was impossible for him to tame it. He thought that if Xiao Lang tamed it, he would give Xiao Lang many resources. When Xiao Lang's strength increased, that would be the time to kill this young master. The wolf cub was in no danger at all. If Long Chen could avoid this confrontation and leave this place to increase his strength, he would be able to face the power of the divine race's young lord in the future. He would not be so passive and humiliated like today. This was a humiliation for Long Chen. He swore that he would definitely take revenge. Xiao Lang, promise me that I will deal with this young master. Before I do, don't do anything. Long Chen's voice was so cold that it was trembling. Xiao Lang nodded. The two of them were forced to make such a decision today. If they could choose, Long Chen would definitely be more willing for the two of them to improve together. However, he was helpless to meet an opponent like the young master so early. At this moment, Long Chen took a deep breath. Everyone looked at this youth. Although they couldn't deny that this youth had strong combat strength and exceeded their expectations, he could only face a tragedy when he met an existence like the young master of the Shen clan, who had an incomparably high status and identity. Everyone's eyes were filled with pity. One day, I will come back to take your life. Remember my name. I am Long Chen. Thank you, book friend, Time and Eternal Dragon, for investing 10,000 VIP points and getting another 10 chapters. There are still 25 chapters left. Please work hard. Whether I can get 50 chapters on the 4th of next month depends on you. The website stipulates that if a madman gets 50 chapters, he will get double VIP points. If not, there will be no more. I hope everyone will support me. Chapter 692. After discussing with them for a while, Long Chen set off with this small team of warriors. The only one he was familiar with here was Xiao Yu. The others were quite fierce and rarely talked to Long Chen. They looked at Long Chen with a lot of hostility in their eyes. As for the boss, Vulture, he didn't say anything and completely isolated Long Chen and Xiao Yu. Long Chen knew that this Vulture just wanted to keep him by his side. He still didn't know Long Chen's strength. He was worried that Long Chen had some trump cards that he couldn't resist. Otherwise, he would definitely make a move. Under the lead of Vulture, everyone walked on the cold dark brown ground. The ground was covered with fine metal sand, and the ground was quite hard. The underground soil must have been mixed with metal, which made the ground as hard as real steel. When everyone stepped on it, the iron sand rolled and made a rustling sound. Vulture and the others walked at the forefront. One of the sturdy men walked to Vulture's side and said in a gloomy voice, "Boss, when will we make a move on that kid? I don't think he has any strength. I can cut him into 2 pieces. Don't worry, if we encounter any danger later, let him rush in front. I will first figure out his strength. This kid is a bit mysterious. We can't make a move easily." Vulture sneered and said, "Mysterious?" The burly man smiled coldly. He turned around and glanced at Long Chen. He couldn't see anything special about this brat. His brows twitched. He returned to his seat and rubbed his fist a few times. Their voices weren't heard by Long Chen, but the two of them whispered to each other. Long Chen could guess what they were talking about. He sneered in his heart. The reason why he was here was for two purposes. One was to learn more about this world from Xiao Yu. The second was that Xiao Yu was a good person, at least to Long Chen. Long Chen understood that if Xiao Yu followed them, even if he didn't die this time, he would definitely be cannon fodder next time. For Long Chen, he would help if he could. Brother Yu, why don't you tell me about this Steel City? What is it all about? Long Chen walked over to Xiao Yu's side and asked. You haven't heard of the primordial cemetery, so you don't know. In fact, the ancestors of the Myriad Kingdom's domain have already come here many times. The first time they came here, they suffered heavy losses. Later on, they learned their lesson and established some rules. These rules are implemented by the entire Myriad Kingdom's domain and are jointly supervised by the 9 great clans. Even the 9 great clans have to abide by these rules, and the city is one of them. Xiao Yu said with a sigh. Tell me the details. Long Chen continued to ask. In the primordial cemetery, there are a total of 5 regions. They are the glazed gold region, the greenwood region, the heavenly water region, the abstruse fire region, and the thick earth region. We're currently in the glazed gold region, and within these 5 regions, a large area is desolate and uninhabited. However, there are some special places within every region, and those are some abandoned cities left behind from ancient times. For example, within the glazed gold region, there are quite a few steel cities. What's the use of these steel cities? Long Chen asked. Xiao Yu chuckled. In the glazed gold domain, the steel cities are where we rest. You should know that the primordial cemetery is filled with treasures. These treasures are in some mystical places. Even if there are treasures in ordinary places, they have already been taken away by our ancestors. In order to fight for these treasures, almost everyone who comes to the primordial cemetery will be in a state of slaughter. In order to seize the treasures in the hands of others, and also to fuse with the ancient tomb medallion and obtain the qualifications to leave, many people will lose their lives here. The losses of the Myriad Kingdom's domain are too heavy, so our ancestors joined together to set some rules. For example, because there are basically no treasures in these cities, the 9 great clans have listed these cities as forbidden areas for battle. The 9 great clans all abide by this rule, and any place is dangerous. However, to us, the steel cities of the glazed gold domain are safe, because killing is forbidden here. If you are discovered, you will be punished by the members of the 9 great clans who are stationed there. Xiao Yu said a whole bunch of things in one breath. After he was done, he panted and looked at Long Chen with a chuckle. Of course, we've come to the primordial cemetery to fight. After all, wealth comes from danger. We can't stay in that steel city forever, so there's also a rule that no one can stay in a city for more than a month. Otherwise, we'll be automatically expelled from the city. Our boss Venomous Vulture's plan is to use the city as a stronghold and search for and fight for treasures in the surroundings. If we fight outside and suffer losses, we'll return to the city. This way, we'll be absolutely safe. Long Chen nodded. So that's how it is. As long as it's a city guarded by the 9 great clans, they'll follow this rule. If there's no 9 great clans guarding it, of course, that city doesn't count. The 9 great clans have moved before us. As long as we move in this direction, we'll definitely be able to find a city. At that time, we won't have to be as apprehensive as we are now, Xiao Yu said. The purpose of those cities was indeed to provide the cultivators with a place to rest and relax a little. This could be considered as a convenience that the 9 great clans provided to the ordinary cultivators. However, Long Chen had another thought. As long as those ordinary cultivators go to the cities and obtain treasures, they might be under the 9 great clans' surveillance. The 9 great clans can use this method to occupy the cities, and on the other hand, there'll be many benefits, Long Chen thought. He suddenly remembered the matter of the ancient tomb tokens and asked, "What's the situation with the ancient tomb tokens you mentioned?" "You don't even know this?" Xiao Yu's face was full of surprise. Seeing Long Chen's bewildered expression, he could only continue. The fight for treasures is also the source of the slaughter in the ancient graveyard, and the fusion of the ancient grave medallion is another source of slaughter. Every one of us has an ancient grave medallion, but it is gray in color. This ancient grave medallion records the information of our true yuan after we enter, and knows our approximate strength. After a year, the passage to return to the Myriad Kingdom's domain from the ancient graveyard will reopen. Only those who have fused the ancient grave medallion to gold will have the qualifications to leave. As for the others, I have no idea. How many other ancient tomb tokens do we need to fuse to reach the gold level? Long Chen was more concerned about this question. A trace of helplessness flashed across Xiao Yu's face, and he said, "Someone has roughly calculated. If it's at our level, killing a dozen or so opponents of the same level will allow us to reach the gold level. If it's a level higher, the amount will be even less. As for those at the level of the god race and demon race, they can leave safely every time, so the requirements for them probably aren't too high. The ones who suffer are us lower-class people. I really don't know who will fuse with my ancient tomb token in the end." Every time tens of thousands of people came to the ancient graveyard, only a few hundred could return, or even less. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the killings in the ancient graveyard were. The chance of survival was almost 1%. However, those who survived basically all became peerless experts, so even if they knew it was death, there were still many people who wanted to come in and fight for their lives. Riches were sought in danger. Without fusing with the gold level, in the end, one cannot leave the ancient graveyard, and the interval between every opening of the ancient graveyard is around a dozen years or so. Doesn't that mean that there are many people who entered last time who haven't left? Long Chen thought of this question and hurriedly asked, "You're really smart to be able to think of this so quickly. Back then, I was also puzzled by this question. This can be considered the most mysterious thing in the ancient graveyard." When Xiao Yu spoke of this, there was a bit of fear in his eyes. "What's going on?" Long Chen asked in confusion. Xiao Yu said, "I heard from others that every time the killings in the ancient graveyard are about to end, there are basically over 1,000 people still alive. Among them, a third already have the gold ancient tomb token, and the remaining several hundred people are left here. There are even some martial artists in the 7th or 8th level of the earth martial realm. These people have a lifespan of several hundred years, and can easily live in the ancient graveyard. But the strange thing is, every time the ancient graveyard opens, a new group of people enters, they will discover that the previous people have all disappeared, and even their corpses can't be found. I don't know why this is." Long Chen's eyes narrowed. The distribution of the ancient tomb tokens, the teleportation formation, the fusion of the ancient tomb tokens, and so on, clearly shows that the ancient graveyard is controlled by someone. And when we come to the ancient graveyard to compete for treasures, it feels like a game in the eyes of others. We're in a chess game, and who are the players? The people from the 3 great imperial regions. Long Chen wasn't an idiot. He very easily thought of this point. From this point, it was very likely that the people who hadn't fused into the gold ancient tomb token and were left here were cleaned up by the people who set up this game. And after cleaning up, every 10 years or so, they would come and set up another game. There must be some eyes in the darkness that were observing Long Chen and the other ants that were risking their lives in the vast sky. As expected, the strong have boundless power, and the weak like me can only be manipulated by others. Long Chen was extremely unwilling in his heart, but it was a pity that he was powerless. He couldn't even suppress a young master of the God clan, let alone other people. He couldn't even protect Xiao Lang. Long Chen clearly recognized the reality, and that was that he was really too weak. With this kind of strength, if he went to the imperial regions, he would only be asking for humiliation. Currently, I should increase my realm as soon as possible, then find treasures of other attributes and earn money to complete a heaven-defying battle skill like the 5 Emperor Seals as soon as possible. In the ancient graveyard, there shouldn't be many people who would use a royal-level battle skill. Chapter 693. At this time, Xiao Yu sighed emotionally. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. I don't know what happened to me in the past, but I got hot-headed and snatched an ancient tomb token, and then inexplicably came here. After coming here and witnessing the slaughter here, only now do I regret it. But regretting is already useless. There's no one to feel pity for my rotten life here, so I'll give it my all. If I can obtain the inheritance of the 7 monarchs, I'd be willing to die. Xiao Yu's unintentional sighing attracted Long Chen's attention. Long Chen hurriedly asked, "Brother Yu, what is the inheritance of the 7 monarchs you speak of? Why did you come to the primordial cemetery if you don't even know this?" Xiao Yu was truly a bit speechless towards Long Chen. He paused for a moment, then explained, "In this primordial cemetery, there are countless treasures left behind by the experts of the Middle Ages. Some people obtain these treasures and return to the myriad kingdom's domain to become experts worthy of respect. Among the 9 great clans, besides the old 5-element alliance, basically all rose up because of the treasures in the primordial cemetery. The most classic ones are the God clan and Demon clan. They rose up later, but in a short period of time, they became the most powerful force in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, and that's because they obtained the inheritance of the 7 monarchs. Xiao Yu's face revealed an excited expression. His eyes filled with yearning. Even the God clan and Demon clan rose up because of the treasures in the primordial cemetery. Long Chen was slightly startled. To be able to reach such a strong degree, it could be seen that the treasures in the primordial cemetery were truly powerful. As everyone knows, there are countless treasures in the primordial cemetery. Divine weapons, magic treasures, spiritual medicines, combat skills, and even many mystical items. Among them, the most famous is the inheritance of the 7 monarchs. This is the wish of every cultivator who comes to the primordial cemetery. Long Chen didn't know about the 7 monarchs, he only knew about the treasures of the 5 emperors. This was the information he obtained from the 5-colored key. Legend has it that the 5 emperors of the Myriad Kingdom's domain were buried in the primordial cemetery. Why was it that Xiao Yu didn't say the inheritance of the 5 emperors, but the inheritance of the 7 monarchs? 7 lords? What do they do? Don't they have the legacy of the 5 emperors? Long Chen asked curiously. Xiao Yu looked at him with an incorrigible gaze, and said with his eyes wide open, 5 emperors, the inheritance of the 5 emperors, this kind of thing only exists in legends. No one has been able to obtain any information about it for countless years, and no one even believes it. How could this thing possibly exist? The inheritance of the 7 lords, that's the most realistic, and it's also the greatest treasure in the primeval cemetery. Long Chen thought to himself, it seems that no one has ever been able to find the 5 emperors' treasure. What's the deal with the 5-colored key I obtained this time and the 5 emperors' seal that I have now? Long Chen could only keep this doubt in his heart for the time being. At this time, Xiao Yu told him about the 7 lords. In the Middle Ages, among the experts that followed the 5 emperors in their campaigns, there were 7 that were the most famous. They were the experts that later generations called the 7 lords. According to legends, they were only a step away from the God martial arts realm, because they were existences at the peak of the sky martial arts realm. They had a lifespan of more than 2,000 years. Among the 7 lords, there were the Demon God Imperial Lord, the White Lotus Fairy, the Green Lotus Emperor, the Mysterious Flame Lord, the 7 Luminary Star Lords, and so on. Among them, the inheritance of the Demon God Imperial Lord and the White Lotus Fairy has already been obtained. But the inheritance of the other 5 emperors still exist in the primeval cemetery. You should be able to guess who obtained the inheritance of the Demon God Imperial Lord and the White Lotus Fairy. In the Myriad Kingdom's territory, there were the powerful God and Demon races. Without a doubt, the God and Demon races obtained the inheritance of the Demon God Imperial Lord and the White Lotus Fairy respectively, which was why they had such a situation today. In other words, the God and Demon races were created by the White Lotus Fairy and the Demon God Imperial Lord. Naturally, Long Chen could guess it. The experts at the peak of the sky martial arts realm had long since ceased to exist in the Myriad Kingdom's territory. The inheritance left behind by such experts was revered as the most precious treasure by the billions of people in the Myriad Kingdom's territory. This was naturally within reason. The inheritance of the Demon God Imperial Lord and the White Lotus Fairy could create the God and Demon races. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the inheritance of the 7 lords was. If I can also obtain the inheritance of one of the emperors. As Long Chen listened, he also had such a desire in his heart. He temporarily had no desire for the treasures of the 5 emperors in the legends. However, if Long Chen could obtain one of the inheritances of the 7 lords, he would have something to rely on when he went to the 3 great imperial domains in the future. There are still 5 inheritances that haven't been obtained yet. It seems that I can fight for them. If I can obtain these inheritances, defeat the young master of the god race and bring Xiao Lang back, I think there's hope. Now, in front of Long Chen, the urgent matter that needed to be resolved was Xiao Lang. If he didn't bring Xiao Lang back, Long Chen's heart would be very uneasy. Although Xiao Lang said that there was no problem and that he could protect his life, what if something unexpected happened? What if the young master of the god race went berserk? What if the young master of the god race had some terrifying methods to deal with Xiao Lang? These were all things that were very likely to happen. If something happens to Xiao Lang, I will bury the entire god race with me. It doesn't matter if I'm strong enough or not, I will. Long Chen fiercely clenched his teeth and secretly swore. Thinking of the young master of the god race's contemptuous smile, Long Chen had an urge to pinch him to death. Let's wait and see. Long Chen put down his fist and stabilized his emotions. Brother Long Chen, what's wrong? Do you also want to obtain the inheritance of the 7 lords? Haha, I think you have a lot of hope. If you work hard and preserve your life, you might really be able to do so. As for me, Xiaoyu, I have no family background, no potential, no looks, no connections, and no hard work. Everything about me is ordinary. People like me deserve to die early. I don't have any special characteristics. The only special characteristic I have is that I'm fat enough. Xiaoyu laughed mischievously. But how could Long Chen hear that there was a hint of helplessness in his laughter? Indeed, in life many people were ordinary. There was nothing special about them, and they wouldn't be remembered by others. Sometimes, they even looked down on themselves. Before Long Chen left Poplar Village, he was such a person. Every day, he just ate and waited for death. He couldn't find any purpose or courage to live. In the instant that Long Qinglan closed his eyes, in the instant that Ling Shi left, Long Chen was like a tightly wound machine. He did not know fatigue, he was fearless. He had embarked on this long and seemingly futureless journey, and it was only then that he discovered that he had his own life and goals. As for Xiaoyu, he was in the same state as Long Chen a long time ago. He had no life and no purpose. He was very ordinary, and everything was just going with the flow. If fate wanted him to die one day, he would naturally die. Other than a pile of dirt, there was no trace of him. Long Chen didn't know how to tell him this. Do you have your own purpose? What kind of person do you want to be? Long Chen suddenly asked. Xiaoyu was startled. Purpose? I don't know. My parents are gone, and so is the person I like. The only reason I'm alive is probably because I'm afraid of death. If you hadn't saved me just now, I would have been scared to death by myself. These were all his own matters. Long Chen was also very helpless. He was somewhat glad that his life was different from Xiaoyu's. Although it was very tiring, it was very fulfilling. Otherwise, he would feel that he was a very pitiful person. Walking on this dark brown iron sandland, the road here was actually not smooth. Sometimes, there would even be a huge mountain completely made of rusty metal piled up on the side. A desolate rusty smell wafted over, causing Long Chen to feel a little nauseous. The wind that came from all directions also carried this disgusting smell. In the process of rushing, everyone encountered another demon beast attack. This time, it was just a grade 4 king-level scorpion. Its body was covered in black metal, and its eyes were full of fierceness. A trivial grade 4 king-level scorpion dared to attack everyone. Soon, it was directly killed by a tall warrior next to Venomous Vulture. After the warrior killed the scorpion, he cast a provocative look at Long Chen. Long Chen turned a blind eye to it. He already knew a lot of things from Xiaoyu's mouth. The reason why he still stayed here was because he felt that he couldn't just watch Xiaoyu become someone else's cannon fodder. Long Chen was a very loyal person. Xiaoyu had called him brother, so he would remember it in his heart. After crossing a short mountain made of metal and iron, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the front. Everyone's complexion changed. Except for Long Chen and Xiaoyu, everyone else surrounded Venomous Vulture, their eyes cold and bloodthirsty. Let's go and take a look quietly. If there's an advantage, we'll take it. Venomous Vulture said gloomily. Everyone followed him, crawling forward. At this time, they were less than a mile away. Long Chen could easily see the situation over there through his spirit-devouring demon eye. At this time, there were 2 groups of people fighting each other. The fight had already come to an end, and the scene was quite tragic. There were blood and corpses everywhere. The 2 groups originally had 5 or 6 people, but now there were only 2 people left fighting. Bastard, you killed so many of my brothers. Hand over the axe, and I can spare your life. Such a voice came from the front. Long Chen and the others moved forward a little more, and they could see the situation in front with their naked eyes. After seeing it, Venomous Vulture and the others suddenly revealed a look of surprise. The 2 opposite teams had died, and only 2 people were left fighting. The scene was full of corpses and blood. It was a mess. Both sides were very ruthless, so broken arms and other things were everywhere. The one who had just spoken was a relatively short martial artist. Another yellow-clothed man was madly fighting with him. The yellow-clothed man fiercely roared. We obviously obtained this axe, but you came to snatch it. Your brother deserves to die. If you don't leave, I'll kill you too. Dream on. Go to hell. Primordial Finger Spear. Chapter 694. The fight between the two men was quite fierce. They basically ignored each other's attacks and wanted to kill each other first by risking their lives. If it went on like this, they would both die at the same time. Venomous Vulture and his fellows had come here to take advantage of the situation. Brother Long Chen, these two men are on the verge of death. You've joined our team and haven't had a chance to show off. I'll leave these two to you. Venomous Vulture turned around and said to Long Chen with a smile. His smile was really cold. The two men fighting should be at the 5th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Venomous Vulture could easily kill them, but he asked Long Chen to do it. He just wanted to see how strong Long Chen was. They're fighting. Let them finish. We can go up and take advantage of them. Why do you want Brother Long Chen to go up? Xiaoyu said, feeling strange. He still didn't know that Venomous Vulture was targeting Long Chen. This fatty was really stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined this team. Venomous Vulture and his fellows killed without batting an eye. Xiaoyu was kind in nature. How could he be with them? Fatty you, if these two men run away, you'll be responsible. Next to Venomous Vulture, many warriors stared at Xiaoyu like tigers watching their prey, forcing him to swallow his words. Long Chen smiled. Without saying a word, he directly rushed towards the two people who were fighting. The two of them were already fighting to the point that they didn't care about their lives. If Long Chen came out at this time and wanted to take advantage of the situation, he would undoubtedly be hated by the two of them. The two of them quickly separated and looked at Long Chen with sinister eyes. There were many wounds on their bodies. At this time, they were bleeding, but they didn't care about it. Boy, we're fighting. What are you doing here? Do you want to die? If you come one step closer, we'll kill you first, the other man said tacitly. No matter how much they hated each other, they would never allow their brothers to die just to have their treasures taken away by someone else. So, at this moment, when Long Chen approached, they would not hesitate to join forces. Long Chen turned a deaf ear to their words. He continued forward and suddenly accelerated, instantly appearing in front of the two of them. Seal of Desolation. A divine seal of desolation suddenly attacked the two of them. He didn't use the Dragon Soul transformation. His genuine chi was only 4 times that of the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. He hadn't reached the 5th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm yet. However, because the two of them were seriously injured and the Divine Seal of Desolation was a high king-level combat skill, this attack directly suppressed the two of them. The palm, which was filled with death chi, pounced directly at the two of them. The gray mass of chi completely enveloped the two of them at lightning speed. Courting death. When Long Chen moved, the two of them hurriedly moved as well. They saw that Long Chen was only in the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, so they were a bit unscrupulous. They didn't know that Long Chen could actually explode with such strength in such a short period of time. The power of the Divine Seal of Desolation, in addition to the power of the Golden Crow's True Yuan, instantly swept towards the two of them. The Golden Crow's fire was also a powerful bonus that Long Chen had obtained. As Long Chen's strength increased, it also increased. The scorching heat mixed with the death energy of the Divine Seal of Desolation, and the eruption of combat strength was amazing. Whoosh whoosh. The gray mass of chi swept past the two of them. When Venomous Vulture and the others saw clearly, Long Chen had already reached the back of the two of them. There was a gray handprint on their chests. At this time, the handprint was spreading in all directions. The death chi instantly spread throughout their bodies, sending them to heaven in a very short period of time. They died directly and happily. This was the kindness that Long Chen had given them. When they came to the archaic cemetery, they had the awareness that they were going to die. The weak were prey to the strong. This was the natural order of this world. After Long Chen killed the two of them, Venomous Vulture and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Long Chen to deal with them so cleanly. Venomous Vulture originally wanted to feel out Long Chen's strength. If Long Chen was weaker than him, he would immediately kill Long Chen. But this time, Long Chen's strength was still like a mystery. Venomous Vulture, who was originally ready to attack, forcibly suppressed his desire. As for the others, they also slightly restrained their thoughts. They believed that if it was them just now, it wouldn't be so easy to kill the two of them in such a short period of time. However, after Long Chen killed his opponents, they immediately followed Venomous Vulture and instantly arrived in front of the two of them. Venomous Vulture's speed was the fastest. As soon as Long Chen killed the two enemies, they pulled out their cosmos sacks. In one of their cosmos sacks, Venomous Vulture took out a sharp axe. Long Chen fixed his eyes on it. It was a metal axe. It was completely black, and there was a dark blue light flowing on it. The axe's blade was shining, and there was a faint powerful energy fluctuation. At a glance, one could tell that it was a divine weapon above the king level. It was at least a mid-grade king level, or even a high-grade king level. How unlucky, it's actually an axe. Which of us brothers uses an axe? One of the men looked at the axe that was glowing with a dark blue light and hurriedly cursed. There was no doubt that this was a good divine weapon, but unfortunately, it wasn't suitable for him. The others were also a little disinterested. Brothers, when I was fighting the steel demon wolf, my axe was destroyed. Can I use this battle axe? At this time, Xiaoyu looked at the blue light battle axe with a burning gaze and said timidly. As soon as he finished speaking, Venomous Vulture had already put away the blue axe. He looked at Xiaoyu and said expressionlessly, "This axe must be of the high-grade king level. It's the first precious thing we got after coming to the archaic cemetery. With your strength, you can't use this axe to its full potential. Leave it with me for now. When you reach the 5th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, I can rest assured to give it to you." That's right. Brother Xiaoyu, you can't use such a good axe. It's better for us to sell it and exchange it for king crystals and elixirs. It can benefit everyone. You've made the least effort along the way. How can you get the best loot? That's right. Anyway, I don't agree. The others said one after another. Xiaoyu had been looking forward to it, but when they finished speaking, his face was already very ugly. No matter how stupid he was, he also knew that they were bullying him. If such a good axe was exchanged for king crystals, it would really be a pity. Venomous Vulture put it away, but didn't give it to him. Moreover, he really lacked a weapon. Without this axe, his strength would be greatly reduced. However, Xiaoyu didn't dare to resist. His face was full of helplessness. He shook his head and could only sigh. Long Chen saw all of this. At this time, he walked in front of Venomous Vulture, stared into his eyes, and said in a flat tone, "According to the rules, this axe is completely mine. I have the right to give it to you, but Boss Venomous Vulture put it away himself. What does this mean?" For Venomous Vulture, letting Xiaoyu use such a good thing was like sticking a fresh flower on cow dung. He didn't expect that Long Chen would directly clash with him for Xiaoyu, this trash. Venomous Vulture originally had his eyes on Long Chen. He didn't make a move before because he didn't know Long Chen's background. Now that Long Chen was directly confronting him, Venomous Vulture wasn't a good-tempered person. The killing intent in his heart immediately rose. The two people faced each other with cold eyes. When the others saw this posture, they also sneered. They rubbed their fists and walked behind Venomous Vulture, looking at Long Chen and Xiaoyu with bloodthirsty eyes. At this time, only Xiaoyu stood behind Long Chen. "Long Chen, forget it. Boss Venomous Vulture is right. I don't have the strength to use that axe. If I lose it, I'll let everyone down. Forget it, forget it." Xiaoyu hurriedly pulled Long Chen's arm and said with some fear. He could see that Venomous Vulture and the others had already raised their killing intent. No matter how strong Long Chen was, he couldn't face all of them alone. Long Chen gently pulled him away. He really couldn't swallow this, so he said, "We're all in the same team, so we're treated equally. As a boss, the most important thing is to prioritize the interests of your brothers. How can you be a boss if you don't even know this?" Long Chen directly questioned Venomous Vulture. "Do you want to be a boss? It doesn't seem to conform to the rules when you've just arrived. Of course, you can be a boss, but it depends on whether my brothers agree or not." Venomous Vulture smiled coldly. The scar on his face was affected by his smile, like a wriggling worm, which was quite disgusting. What a joke. If he can be a boss, I'll directly cut off his head. Such a little kid. Do you know what a boss is? Haha. The others all laughed one after another. Long Chen remained indifferent. He narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "I won't waste any more words. I obtained the battle axe. If you hand it over, I can let this matter rest. If you don't hand it over, are you going to kill me and take it out yourself?" Venomous Vulture continued with a smile. Although this kid was mysterious, he really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth.
There were more than 10 people at the 5th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm here, and Venomous Vulture was an expert at the 6th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm.
How could Long Chen say such a thing? At first, Venomous Vulture thought that Long Chen had some trump cards, so he didn't dare to act rashly for fear of losses. But now it seemed that he was purely a hothead who was not afraid of death. To be honest, after reaching the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, Long Chen had a rough estimate of his own strength. If it weren't for the fact that after killing them, Xueqi would have no one to rely on, which would be more troublesome, Long Chen would have already killed them. But now it seemed that even if he didn't kill them, Xueqi would die with them sooner or later. In this case, Long Chen had decided to send them on their way. The only trouble was that Long Chen definitely couldn't let Xueqi follow him on his next journey. For now, Long Chen could only kill all these wild wolf-like big men and then send Xueqi to the Steel City.
And just when he was about to start, the metal ground unexpectedly trembled, and a terrible feeling descended.
Catastrophe. No one knew who shouted. Chapter 695. This change was far beyond everyone's imagination. The original confrontation was completely disrupted by this sudden change. Long Chen didn't know what had happened, so he was a little confused. However, he could see that everyone's faces were showing a look of horror. Even Venomous Vulture, who was at the 6th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, had forgotten about Long Chen. The only thing everyone could think of was to run away. Venomous Vulture was the fastest, and the others followed behind him. Even Xueqi knew that it was time to run away. Of course, he wouldn't drag Long Chen down with him. When the change occurred, he hurriedly shouted at Long Chen, "Brother, it's one of the 5 disasters. Run, or you'll die." Long Chen wasn't an idiot. If they all ran away, even if Xueqi didn't say it, he would still run. Moreover, his reaction speed wasn't any slower than Xueqi and the others. In addition, his speed was much faster than theirs. In an instant, he ran in front of everyone. Just as they moved, the dark brown ground behind them suddenly shook. At this time, there were countless terrifying sounds of sizzling. Streams of rich golden airflow suddenly drilled out of the ground, like a blowout. Thousands of golden airflow the size of an arm suddenly converged together. This golden airflow gave Long Chen a feeling of horror. The devil ancestral fire of 9 serenities controlled by Xiao Lang was something that Long Chen didn't dare to get close to. And this golden airflow was also something that Long Chen didn't dare to get close to. There was a feeling of sharpness coming from the golden airflow. Every bit of golden light was like the sharpest knife. Long Chen estimated that if he was touched by this golden airflow, he should be chopped into pieces. Not should be, but without a doubt. This golden airflow, as soon as it appeared, was so terrifying. One of the 5 disasters, called disasters, I'm afraid it's not simple. Even Venomous Vulture is so scared. Long Chen thought to himself, and he was secretly vigilant. At this time, the golden airflow converged in the air and instantly condensed into a huge golden lion. This golden lion let out an earth-shaking roar and chased after Long Chen and the others. In an instant, when its feet landed on the ground, the entire ground trembled. Sensing that the golden lion was chasing after them, everyone's faces turned pale. The golden lion sometimes turned into a golden gale, and sometimes it turned into a running lion. Wherever it went, the steel mountains along the way were all cut into pieces. Not even scraps were left. Moreover, not only was its speed not slower than the rest of them, but it was also much faster than them. Long Chen finally understood why they were so afraid. If they let this golden lion touch them lightly, they would be turned into minced corpses. How could they not be afraid? One of the 5 great natural disasters should be able to easily take their lives. Long Chen was especially aware of the seriousness of the matter. The first thing he did was to slow down and pull Xueqi, who was at the back of the pack, up. Regardless of whether Xueqi was willing or not, Long Chen placed him in the Taishu realm. In the Taishu realm, Long Chen could use the Taishu Qi to block Xiaoyu's eyes so that he could not see anything. After putting Xiaoyu into the Taishu realm, Long Chen was much more relieved. However, the speed of the golden lion that was transformed by the golden airflow was quite terrifying. In just a moment, it pounced in front of Long Chen. If Long Chen did not save Xiaoyu just now, Xiaoyu might have been dead by now. Blood escape. At this critical juncture, Long Chen executed the blood escape for a moment. He didn't dare to ignite all of his true essence into the blood escape, as without true essence as a foundation,
He would die a graveless death if he were to encounter danger, and within the primeval cemetery, danger was simply everywhere.
Blood escape teleported a distance of about 1 mile in an instant. It directly consumed 1/10 of Long Chen's spiritual ether.
The golden lion that was originally behind Long Chen was now hundreds of meters away from him.
Long Chen deviated from his original direction, so his golden lion did not chase after him.
Instead, it turned into a golden whirlwind and instantly pounced in front of Venomous Vulture and the others.
Ah! A burst of heart-wrenching screams came from this direction. Long Chen watched with some fear. He saw that those who ran too slowly were directly swallowed by the golden whirlwind. In an instant, they turned into flesh and blood and dissipated in the air. The burly men under Venomous Vulture died in this golden whirlwind just like that. Long Chen was now considered to be out of danger, so he got Xueqi out. For Xueqi, all of this had happened in less than 2 breaths. He did not know what had happened or where he was when he was rushed out of the Taishu realm by Long Chen.
Long Chen, Before he finished speaking, Xueqi saw that his companions were turned into minced meat and blood by the golden whirlwind a few hundred meters away.
This scene was quite tragic. They could only let out desperate screams, and then there was nothing else. Xueqi's face turned pale. He understood that if it were not for Long Chen, he would have definitely become minced meat. He once again felt endless gratitude towards Long Chen. Now, even if Long Chen asked him to climb a mountain of knives and plunge into a sea of fire, he would probably not even frown. One by one, his companions died in the hands of the golden whirlwind. Xueqi did not feel any pain. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. Basically, there was no one here who had not bullied him. He had been enduring it in order to survive. Today, they finally suffered retribution.
Within the primeval cemetery, the names of the 5 great natural disasters were like thunder reverberating in one's ears, causing one to tremble with fear upon hearing their names. Countless people had died under these 5 great natural disasters in the primeval cemetery, so when they saw the golden airflow appear, the expressions of every single one of them were so terrified. In the process of Long Chen and Xueqi's indifference, more than a dozen warriors were soon swallowed up, and that was Venomous Vulture. He was at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm, and his speed was several times faster than the others.
Moreover, he ran in time, and the golden whirlwind could not catch up with him for a while.
In the process of Long Chen and Xueqi's indifference, more than a dozen warriors were soon swallowed up, and that was Venomous Vulture. He was at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm, and his speed was several times faster than the others.
Moreover, he ran in time, and the golden whirlwind could not catch up with him for a while. People only had one chance to live, and he did not want to die in the hands of the natural disasters, especially when Long Chen and Xueqi seemed to have a way to escape. More than a dozen of his brothers were now dead, and only he was left. Needless to say, Venomous Vulture was in great pain. This was a natural disaster, and he could not blame others.
However, Venomous Vulture's heart was full of anger.
This anger could only be poured out on Long Chen and Xueqi. Long Chen was looking at the golden airflow deeply, and his eyes were full of awe. He knew that if he was directly touched by the golden airflow, the result would be death. There were too many golden airflows, and he could not avoid them, so he asked, "Brother Yu, what is this thing, and what are the 5 natural disasters?"
Xueqi still had a frightened expression on his face. He murmured, "The 5? The 5 natural disasters are the 5 life-taking disasters that often appear in the archaic cemetery. They are natural disasters, not man-made. The golden airflow in front of us is a natural disaster that belongs to the glazed gold domain, and it is one of the 5 natural disasters, the gold-devouring qi."
The gold-devouring qi. Long Chen did not expect that there would be such a thing in the archaic cemetery. The gold-devouring qi appeared as it pleased, without any pattern, and it would even chase relentlessly. From this, it could be seen how terrifying it was. It was very likely that if one was unlucky and happened to stand where the gold-devouring qi appeared, they would be cut into countless pieces. This gold-devouring qi was simply an airflow formed by countless extremely tiny golden blades gathered together. Long Chen, this is bad. Boss Venomous Vulture is going to hide. At this moment, Xueqi said in a panic.
He could see that Venomous Vulture's face was full of malice. So many of his brothers had died, and it was inevitable that he would develop a crazy emotion in his heart. If he came to take revenge, then the 2 of them would be finished.
Long Chen was indifferent to Xueqi's words. He carefully looked at the lion formed by the gold-devouring qi behind Venomous Vulture.
Sure enough, after chasing for a long time and failing to finish off its opponent, the golden lion let out a powerless wail, and then turned into thousands of airflows, all of which drilled into the dark brown ground. It's still over. Xiao Yu's eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. Looking at the crazy and ruthless venomous vulture, he knew that he could only resign himself to fate. Sure enough, venomous vulture stopped. He panted heavily, and when his physical strength was almost recovered, he suddenly looked in Long Chen's direction. His face was full of hatred and malice, and the ferocious look in his eyes scared Xiao Yu a few steps back.
Long Chen, let's run. Xiao Yu knew that there was no room for reconciliation at this time. Venomous vulture was determined to kill them both. The only thing he could do now was to hope that Long Chen's speed could be a little faster. However, when he turned around, he helplessly found that Long Chen had already grabbed him.
Compared to Xiao Yu's arm, Long Chen's arm looked like a baby's arm, but it was such an arm that was placed on Xiao Yu's arm and held it firmly.
Long Chen you. Xiao Yu looked at Long Chen in confusion. The opportunity had been lost. He really didn't expect that Long Chen would actually seek death, or rather, he really thought that he could defeat Venomous Vulture. Chapter 696.
Stand here, stand there, don't move. What made Xiao Yu speechless was that after Long Chen said these words to him, he directly went in front of him and faced the approaching poisonous vulture. Their eyes met in the air. One was ruthless and the other was indifferent, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Don't fight with him, you are not.
Xiao Yu's voice was getting lower and lower. At this time, Long Chen had already walked a long distance away from him, and there were some small changes in Long Chen's body. It was these changes that made Xiao Yu understand that Long Chen might still have a chance to win. Long Chen transformed into a dragon soul. Blood-red dragon scales covered his entire body, sharp bone spurs burst out, and sharp claws flickered with a cold light. His body was full of a bloody and murderous aura. This aura was not much different from Venomous Vulture's ruthless and ruthless aura. Not bad, you still know how to seek death. Venomous Vulture snarled coldly.
He couldn't be bothered to say anything else and directly pounced towards Long Chen.
The death of so many of his brothers had caused his mood to plummet to the bottom. Perhaps only by killing Long Chen and Xiao Yu would he be able to ease his mood a little. Long Chen also didn't bother to talk nonsense with this guy. His opponent was a warrior in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm.
Long Chen did not dare to slight him in the slightest.
After all, no matter what, his opponent was 2 levels higher than him.
Even if the nature of his true qi increased tenfold after the Dragon Soul transformation, his opponent was still 1 level higher than him.
Devouring Bloody World. Under the situation of devouring the Blood World, not only could Long Chen slightly suppress Venomous Vulture's true qi, but he could also control many things. If Venomous Vulture was careless, it was very likely that Long Chen would take advantage of this opportunity. As soon as the two fought, they used a desperate way. Under the display of Long Chen's devouring bloody world, the blood-red mist soon completely filled the surroundings, like a blood-red cocoon, completely enveloping Poisonous Vulture. The infinite swallowing force acted on Poisonous Vulture's body, and this kind of terrible suction force came from all directions. What the hell is this?
It seems that you have a lot of magical means.
Poisonous Vulture smiled coldly. Although he looked relaxed, he was quite surprised.
Under the suppression of this devouring bloody world, he could only use 70 to 80% of his true qi.
If Long Chen was a higher level, he would not be a match for Long Chen at this time. It's enough to deal with you. Long Chen's cold voice reverberated in Venomous Vulture's ears. He used the Willow Catkin wind steps and quickly circled around Venomous Vulture, looking for an opportunity to attack.
Courting death.
Long Chen's fearless appearance made Venomous Vulture feel that he was being underestimated. Although he had already consumed a lot of quintessence while being chased by the gold-devouring qi, Venomous Vulture didn't believe that the remaining quintessence was insufficient to kill Long Chen. 7 Evil's Poison Devil Finger. With a whoosh, one of Vulture's fingers stretched out from his right hand. The color of this finger was a little different from his skin. The color of this finger was much darker, almost like black charcoal. A lot of black air flowed around this finger like disgusting insects. Poisonous Vulture's true qi broke out all over his body. He used all the true qi in his body, and his whole body turned into a phantom. In an instant, he appeared in front of Long Chen.
The finger of his right hand suddenly burst out with a terrifying force, stabbing towards Long Chen's forehead. In front of his finger, the black chi formed 7 layers of whirlpools. Each layer of whirlpools had some cold devil phantoms. In Long Chen's ears, a tragic laughter sounded.
You want to compete with me in this?
Long Chen laughed in his heart. This 7 evils poison devil finger was full of evil chi and poisonous chi, which belonged to the sinister type of power. However, Long Chen also had this type of attack, and that was the Divine Desolation Seal. Currently, Long Chen was in the state of his whole body. Under his control, all the true chi in his body crazily rushed towards the acupuncture points on his right hand. At this time, the golden crow's fire in the dragon's soul true chi was also called by Long Chen. As he formed a seal, it burned fiercely on his palm, covering a gray handprint that appeared on his palm. Whoosh! After the 7 evils poison devil finger appeared, Long Chen quickly struck out with the Divine Desolation Seal. The sinister finger and the Divine Desolation Seal suddenly collided. The Divine Desolation Seal contained a strong death chi. Frankly speaking, it was a sinister type of combat skill. At this time, although Long Chen was a level lower than his opponent in terms of true chi, in terms of combat skills, Long Chen was a level higher than his opponent. The Divine Desolation Seal and the 7 evils poison devil finger collided in a frenzy. The surrounding airflow was twisted, and the dark brown iron sand on the ground was unexpectedly corroded. This time, the result of this confrontation was actually evenly matched. Both of them moved backwards, preparing for the next round of attacks. Looking at this scene, Xueqi was a little stunned. He had thought that under the famous 7 evils poison devil finger of venomous vulture, Long Chen would definitely die. After all, there was a huge gap between their levels. He didn't expect that Long Chen could really burst out a move at this time and block the opponent's attack. For Xueqi, this was already very difficult. But thinking that venomous vulture might display more unique skills, Xueqi's face was full of misery. Long Chen was a good person. He didn't want Long Chen to die in the hands of venomous vulture. It didn't matter if he died, but Long Chen was clearly still a teenager. It was not worth it to die. Thinking of this, Xueqi quietly moved forward, hoping that he could help Long Chen a little bit, or even resist venomous vulture, so that Long Chen could have a chance to escape. After the previous move, Long Chen had a general understanding of his opponent's combat strength. It could only be said that even if he was at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm, he could not be strong enough to defeat Long Chen. Of course, venomous vulture was some wandering warriors. He didn't have the foundation of a family, nor did he have the superiority of inheritance. If the core figures of the 9 clans had a lot of treasures, if they were at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm, it would not be easy for Long Chen to defeat them. In the eyes of venomous vulture, Long Chen was indeed a shocking opponent. The middle-level king-level combat skill he had just displayed was very good among all his combat skills. He didn't expect that his genuine essence at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm would not be able to kill Long Chen. Little bastard. Dodging once was luck. Try it again. I haven't used this high king-level battle skill on many people. You should be satisfied with the honor of using it on me. Venomous vulture let out a savage laugh. After he finished speaking, he turned into a black shadow and charged towards Long Chen. This time, venomous vulture exhausted all his genuine essence to kill Long Chen, the mysterious young man. Long Chen was only at the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, but he could exert such strength, which showed that he must have something special. After venomous vulture killed Long Chen, he might get something that could make him a hero of the generation. Why not? In this world, the rule of survival was the law of the jungle. Go to hell. A black mist covered venomous vulture's eyes and even spread to other parts of his body. Soon, he was completely shrouded in the black mist. 9-headed vulture possession. Violent kill. A bird's cry resounded in the black mist. The sharp sound even pierced Long Chen's eardrums. When this venomous vulture went all out, it really wasn't just for show. With one look, one could tell that it was a very powerful attack. 9-headed vulture was a kind of high-level demonic beast in legend. It must be at the emperor level. The 9-headed vulture possession was also a combat skill born from this demonic beast. At this time, the black mist on venomous vulture suddenly swirled. One part of it condensed into a pair of huge black wings behind him, while the other part condensed into 9 black heads on top of venomous vulture's head. This appearance was quite terrifying, and the deterrence was quite heavy. A cold aura shrouded the surrounding area, and Long Chen in front of him was the first to be affected. At this time, Venomous Vulture seemed to have transformed into the legendary demonic beast. Sinister, vicious, and cruel. The misty eyes were filled with the savagery of a beast. This time, a total of 9 birds' cries were emitted. The 9-headed vulture's shadow instantly pounced towards Long Chen under Venomous Vulture's control. The pitch-black wings flashed, providing him with extraordinary power. The 9 heads were like sharp and agile spears, piercing towards Long Chen. Since it's Een, then I'll use Yang to break it. To deal with this attack, I'll use the Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven imprint. Long Chen was glad that he learned the Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven imprint for the first time. If it was the Mystic Emperor Burning Heaven imprint, it would probably be a little troublesome to deal with this 9-headed vulture. The first time he used the Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven imprint, it was easily blocked by the Divine Race's young master. However, this did not mean that the power of the Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven imprint was not strong enough. On the contrary, with a difference of 6 or 7 levels in strength, Long Chen was able to use this combat skill and directly shake off the Divine Race's young master. It could be seen how terrifying the Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven imprint was. Once an Emperor-level combat skill was used, who could compete with it? The blood-red flame suddenly burned on Long Chen's right arm. The Scarlet Emperor seal in his palm shone brightly like never before. Long Chen used all the qi in his body to activate the Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven imprint. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The flame burned and condensed into a huge flame seal under Long Chen's palm. This Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven imprint appeared quickly and suddenly. When Venomous Vulture rushed over, Long Chen's Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven imprint suddenly shot out and instantly swept towards Venomous Vulture. Chapter 697. The huge mark directly swept across Venomous Vulture's body amidst his screams. Venomous Vulture's screams immediately grew louder and louder. The terrifying impact of the Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal had directly shattered his internal organs and bones. He could not have been more dead in an instant. At the same time, the soaring flames directly turned Venomous Vulture into a flaming man. Unexpectedly, Long Chen was unscathed, while Venomous Vulture was sent flying like a firebird. The smell of barbecued meat wafted through the air. Long Chen's body quickly swept past Venomous Vulture. When he landed on the ground, he was already holding Venomous Vulture's Cosmos sac. As for Venomous Vulture's corpse, it fell to the ground with a bang in the burning flames. Other than the flames that were still burning on its body, there was no other sound. He never thought that Long Chen would actually possess such a terrifying combat skill. This was not the most impressive thing. The most impressive thing was that Long Chen had actually learned this combat skill. A combat skill that could suppress a high-level king-level combat skill was undoubtedly an Emperor-level combat skill. Emperor-level combat skills were only in the hands of a few people. Venomous Vulture had never thought that Long Chen would actually possess one. Too many unexpected things led to Venomous Vulture's death. This result made Xueqi simply dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Long Chen, his mouth wide open. This youth actually made his mouth dry for a moment. He could not say a single word. It was as if there was an egg in his mouth. After he finished executing the Crimson Emperor Incineration Seal, the true essence in Long Chen's entire body had already been completely exhausted. The primeval cemetery was a place of slaughter, and with such a great commotion occurring here, perhaps there would be people coming over in a while. This wasn't a good thing, so Long Chen hurriedly said, "Brother Yu, we can't stay here for long. Let's leave first. Hurry up." Under Long Chen's final instructions, Xueqi hurriedly returned to his senses. He swallowed his saliva and hurriedly said, Okay, I'm coming." The shock in his heart was like a thorn stuck in his throat. He couldn't swallow it no matter how hard he tried. The others in Xueqi's group had been killed by the metal-devouring energy, so it had nothing to do with Long Chen. As for Venomous Vulture, he also deserved to die. However, Xueqi had stayed behind. Long Chen had to make arrangements for him before he could walk his own path. After walking for a while, Long Chen handed Vulture's Cosmos sac to Xueqi and said, "Brother Yu, this is yours. The battle axe you wanted is inside. Take a look." Xueqi hurriedly pushed the Chenkuan pouch back to Long Chen and stammered, I can't accept it. This is your spoils of war. How can I have the face to accept it?" Long Chen pulled out Xueqi's hand and directly placed it on his broad palm, saying, "I'll tell you the truth. This thing is useless to me.
I took it for you. If you don't accept it, then you're not giving me, Long Chen, face.
Long Chen's harsh words made Xiaoyu think that if he hesitated, he might be looked down upon by Long Chen. So he readily took the Chenkuan pouch and looked at Long Chen, saying firmly, "Brother, thank you for your kindness.
I, Xiaoyu, will never forget today's kindness."
Long Chen nodded. He was not a procrastinator. At this time while walking, he directly said to Xiaoyu, "Today's matter was because I had no choice. Even if I didn't do it, venomous vulture would have taken your life sooner or later. But if I killed him, your companions would be gone. And I also have some things I need to do. Brother, you don't have to worry about this matter.
I've already thought about it."
Xiaoyu smiled and directly said, "Although I don't have a goal for the time being, I'll first go to a steel city. I'll stay there for a month, and I'll definitely be able to make some like-minded friends. After experiencing this matter, I know how to look at people, who are brothers, and who are people who will stab me in the back.
You don't have to worry about me. I can find a city myself. If you have your own things to do, just go ahead."
Xiaoyu was not an insensible person. He already felt bad enough that he let Long Chen save him. Long Chen was much stronger than him, and they were people from different worlds. There were many things that he had to do. He did not want to be a burden to Long Chen and become Long Chen's burden. Only when he heard Xiaoyu say this did the misgivings in Long Chen's heart vanish, and he said, "I do have my own things, but there's no rush. The journey will be dangerous, so I'll send you to a steel city first and ensure your safety. If that's the case, then I'll thank Brother Long Chen." Xiaoyu looked gratefully at the young man before him. He seemed to have a premonition that this young man might become one of the most dazzling people in the primeval cemetery this time. Long Chen didn't know anything, and he knew nothing about the primeval cemetery, yet he possessed so many trump cards.
Who exactly is he?
Xiaoyu already felt slight admiration towards this young man. Next, Long Chen and Xiaoyu headed towards the direction of the city. After a period of hurrying, they seemed to be nearing it. On the way, they encountered many attacks. There were demonic beasts, and there were also humans. In order to fuse with the ancient tomb medallion, everyone was madly slaughtering. In the previous battle, the ancient tomb medallions of the other dead were fused with Poison Vulture's group, and the ancient tomb medallions of Poison Vulture's group were directly destroyed by the metal-devouring Qi. However, Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. After that, a total of 2 groups saw that there were only 2 of them, so they attacked them. In the end, they were all killed by Long Chen. Half of their ancient tomb medallions were in Long Chen's hands, and the other half was in Xiaoyu's hands. The fusion of the ancient tomb medallions seemed to be an extremely simple matter for Long Chen. After all, the level he recorded at the beginning was too low. A total of 7 people's ancient tomb medallions made Long Chen's ancient tomb medallion already half golden, and Xiaoyu's was more or less the same. As for the rest, Long Chen couldn't help them anymore. If they wanted to survive in the primeval cemetery, they still had to rely on themselves in the end. Xiaoyu and Long Chen were fated, but Long Chen could only help him to this point. After spending 5 or 6 days, the outline of a city finally appeared in front of the dark brown land. It was still very far away, but Long Chen could see that this city was actually completely formed by black steel. It was like a ferocious monster, hibernating on the other side of the sky. Vaguely, Long Chen saw a huge green flag at the top of the city.
I finally found the city.
There is a green flag on top of the city, which means that this city has been occupied by the Feng clan. I was originally a member of the Tian Feng sacred dynasty, so the treatment I received in this city should be better. Brother Long Chen, I really have to thank you for this period of time. I didn't expect that a trash like me, Xiaoyu, would be able to meet such a noble person like you.
Long Chen also heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "Don't be too calculative. It's fate that we met each other.
You also told me a lot of things."
The Feng clan.
Since it was a city occupied by the Feng clan, Long Chen wouldn't go there. After all, he had killed Feng Xian. Feng Xian had left a mark on his body. It would be very troublesome if he was discovered. Moreover, there were countless experts in the Feng clan. Many of them were comparable to the young lord of the divine race. Long Chen didn't want to lose his life for no reason.
"I'll send you here. You can go there by yourself.
We'll meet again if fate allows it." Long Chen pursed his lips and said with a smile. To be honest, Long Chen had saved his life twice in a row. It was impossible for Xiaoyu not to feel grateful. After a few days of getting along with Long Chen, he understood a lot about Long Chen.
He was a little reluctant to part with him.
However, the two of them weren't from the same world. Their friendship ended here.
If there's a chance, I will certainly repay you.
Brother Long Chen, you're my benefactor.
Xiaoyu firmly said. All right, let's go.
Don't be so wishy-washy.
Long Chen said with a smile.
Xiaoyu nodded and bid farewell to Long Chen. He turned his head to look at Long Chen a few times before walking towards the direction of the distant city.
However, at this moment, something unforeseen happened. Long Chen suddenly felt two powerful auras coming from behind him.
He turned his head and saw two men wearing cyan robes flying towards the direction of the city.
Because Long Chen and Long Chen were blocking their way, they would inevitably pass by.
From the look in their eyes, it could be seen that they were just casually looking at Long Chen and Long Chen.
They didn't have any intention to attack them. If it was someone else passing by, Long Chen wouldn't be worried at all. However, based on the clothes and aura of these two men, as well as their super-fast speed, it was clear that they were from the Feng clan.
Oh no!
Long Chen hurriedly dodged to the side.
He pretended to make way for the other party in a very normal manner.
If he acted too much, the other party might even notice that something was wrong. The two men from the Feng clan quickly passed by Long Chen and approached Xiaoyu's location. Xiaoyu also felt their presence and quickly turned his head.
After seeing that it was two people from the Feng clan, he let out a sigh of relief.
Fortunately, Long Chen let out a sigh of relief.
The other party didn't discover him. This was already a fortunate thing.
However, at this moment, the two men from the Feng clan stopped between Long Chen and Xiaoyu. They were about 10 meters away from the two.
After the two men stopped, they suddenly turned their heads and stared at Long Chen.
Their puzzled eyes swept over Long Chen's body and immediately said coldly, "Brat, you actually killed people from my Feng clan. You're courting death." After saying that, the two men didn't say anything else and rushed towards Long Chen.
Damn, I've been exposed.
Long Chen felt a little helpless. This time, his luck was really bad. After coming here, there were actually people passing by. This was something he didn't expect. Chapter 698. The two people of the Feng clan, because of the mark left by Feng Xian, knew that Long Chen had killed the people of the Feng clan. The two of them revealed bloodthirsty expressions and rushed towards Long Chen. These two people were both in the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Long Chen could kill one of them if he risked his life, but the other one would be troublesome. Moreover, he didn't know what special methods the Feng clan had, so Long Chen prepared to run away directly. Before he had enough strength, running away was the best plan. However, at this time, the two warriors could roughly see the strength of Long Chen. He was only in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, so there was no need for the two of them to make a move. Therefore, one of them suddenly retreated in the process of rushing forward and said with a smile, "Brother, this guy is only in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. I'll leave him to you. There's an accomplice over there." The accomplice he was talking about was naturally Xiaoyu. After saying that, his speed increased a lot and he instantly swept towards Xiaoyu. With his strength, he could absolutely cause an absolute instant kill to Xiaoyu. Long Chen didn't expect that such a situation would occur. His mind was blank. Everything happened in an instant. When he desperately rushed towards Xiaoyu, the expert of the Feng clan had already arrived at Xiaoyu's side. Under Xiaoyu's frightened eyes, the expert lightly pressed his palm on Xiaoyu's chest. Long. His Adam's apple moved. He didn't even have time to call out Long Chen's name. Xiaoyu softly fell to the ground and lost his breath. Before he died, his expression was still blank. Originally, after being saved by Long Chen twice, he was safe and had already escaped from danger. He also finally had some plans for the future. However, he didn't expect that he would actually lose his life at this critical moment. Xiaoyu. Like a bolt from the blue, Long Chen's entire person was sluggish. He stopped his steps and looked at Xiaoyu's body that had fallen down. His eyes, which were blank except for his pupils, gradually became bloodshot. A bloody aura burst out from Long Chen's body. Dang! Xiaoyu's death had triggered Long Chen's anger and hatred. He was in a state of deep self-blame. If it wasn't for him, Xiaoyu wouldn't have died. But if it wasn't for Long Chen, Xiaoyu would have died long ago. This was probably fate.
For those who were unlucky, no matter how much they struggled, the end result would still be the same. Long Chen's mind went blank. His blood rushed to his head, staining his entire world with blood. He hadn't been so angry in a long time. Last time, it was because Feng Xian wanted to plunder Huang Fuqi's heavenly wind vein. This time, it was because Feng Xian killed a friend he acknowledged. All of you die. Blood-red scales appeared on Long Chen's body, and an even more powerful aura erupted from Long Chen's body. Oh, he's a beast warrior. What kind of beast soul is that? The two people from the Feng clan didn't take Long Chen seriously at all. Who knows? But it seems like this kid wants to fight us with his life. Interesting. He has already cultivated to this level, but he still doesn't know how big the gap between the realms is. Between the two of us, who's going to fight? Of course it's me. You've already killed one just now, and now you want to fight with me? Haha, alright, it's yours. But that fat pig just now was really weak. This little guy looks more powerful. You better have fun. Don't be like me and get killed immediately. The two of them laughed as if there was no one else around them. They did not place Long Chen in their eyes at all. As one of them laughed, his body abruptly transformed into a whirlwind that spun at high speed as he charged towards Long Chen. The whirlwind was like a tornado, with blade lights flashing within it. Tornado Storm. The warrior from the Feng clan launched his killing move. Long Chen dared to kill the people of the Feng clan, killed their compatriots, and even left a mark on him. It could be seen how much the people who were killed hated Long Chen. Therefore, the warrior from the Feng clan planned to use this move to slowly torture Long Chen to death. However, he underestimated Long Chen's strength. Long Chen, who had transformed into a dragon soul, had infinite strength. If he could kill a warrior in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm, he could kill the second one, especially when the opponent looked down on him. This place was so close to the city that the Feng clan occupied. Long Chen naturally knew that he couldn't stay here for long. You're already gone. No matter what, you can't come back. Since it's like this, let me take revenge for you. Long Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. Then, a cold light burst out from his eyes. The blood-red flame suddenly burned on his right arm. The fiery red Emperor seal in his palm suddenly lit up. The martial aperture that hid the flame was already covered by the flame. A huge shadow of the Red Emperor Sky-Burning Seal appeared in Long Chen's palm. Red Emperor Sky-Burning Seal. When the opponent was attacking him, Long Chen's first move was a killing move. An absolute killing move. Even during the process of the Red Emperor Sky-Burning Seal, Long Chen also used the Devouring World of Blood to suppress the opponent's genuine chi. Such a fierce attack made the warrior from the Feng clan who was showing off his strength a bit ridiculous. After the Devouring World of Blood, the Red Emperor Sky-Burning Seal suddenly shot out. Rumble. What? The warrior from the Feng clan who was using the killing move of the tornado was startled by Long Chen's Devouring World of Blood. Before he could react, Long Chen's majestic Red Emperor Sky-Burning Seal suddenly shot out and directly hit the top of his head. How can it be so strong? It's definitely an Imperial-level combat skill. The two warriors from the Feng clan were simply stunned. They originally looked down on Long Chen, but at that moment, their expressions became quite interesting. Especially the warrior who was fighting against Long Chen. At that moment, he was directly suffering the power of the Red Emperor Sky-Burning Seal from Long Chen. The huge seal that covered the sky and the earth directly pressed down on the top of his head. No. After letting out a miserable howl, his attack was directly engulfed by Long Chen's Scarlet Emperor Incinerating Seal. The powerful might of the Empyrean Seal directly blew his body into charcoal, and nothing was left of him. An expert in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm was killed in one move. And Long Chen was only in the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. To be able to kill an enemy 2 levels higher than him, in the Primordial Cemetery, probably only Long Chen was able to do so. To the other expert from the Feng clan, this was a terrifying thing. He originally thought that Long Chen was the same as Xiao Yu and could be killed easily. Who knew that such a situation would happen? When he saw that his companion, whose strength was similar to his, was actually killed by Long Chen just like that, the first thought that came to his mind was to escape. The city that the Feng clan occupied was right in front of his eyes. At the moment when his companion died, his body immediately turned around and madly fled. The Feng clan had a lot of advantages in terms of speed. At least for the warrior in front of him, if Long Chen didn't use the speed of the blood escaping technique, he wouldn't be able to catch up with him at all. However,
The blood-escaping technique was only suitable for escaping. If he chased after the enemy, it wasn't easy to control the distance. If he was too fast, he would pass the enemy in an instant. Long Chen didn't want to let any of his enemies go, especially this warrior who was the one who really killed Xueqi. How could Long Chen be willing to let him live? Thus, he unleashed his greatest speed and chased after him. But just at that moment, a strong wave came from the city. Obviously, the people who were stationed there had already found out what happened here. They also knew that a member of the Feng clan had actually been killed in front of their own gate. So, the people there were furious. There were already quite a few warriors who surpassed the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm rushing over here as fast as lightning. If they came, Long Chen definitely wouldn't be able to catch up with that person. Damn it. Those warriors were quite fast. In a split second, Long Chen felt that they were approaching him. Because of the delay when he was killing the warrior, the other warrior had already run far away. Long Chen had no way to avenge Xueqi before the other warrior arrived. There's still time. I don't believe that I, Long Chen, can't kill you and the Feng clan. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. He went to Xueqi's side and put his body into the great virtual realm. Then, before the warriors of the Feng clan arrived, he immediately used the blood-escaping technique. He turned into a bloody light and disappeared into the horizon. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find any trace of Long Chen. Who is that guy? Quick, find him. How dare he attack our people in front of the city where the Feng clan is stationed? He's really audacious. Find out for me which clan he belongs to. As long as he's not from the 9 clans, destroy his entire clan. Yes. Carrying Xueqi's body, Long Chen walked for a long distance. When he looked back, he couldn't see the city anymore. In the distant horizon, there was a silhouette the size of an egg. It was probably the city where the Feng clan was stationed. Long Chen gritted his teeth bitterly. After coming to the primordial cemetery, although his performance was very heaven-defying, he still felt that his strength was not enough. With this kind of strength, how was he going to face the people of the 9 great clans? How was he going to get the wolf cub back? It would probably be even more difficult for him to go to the unknown imperial region. Don't think too much. After burying brother Xueqi, I'll cultivate properly. In the glazed gold domain, the ground was quite hard. It took Long Chen a long time to find a relatively remote place and bury Xueqi there. In front of Xueqi's grave, Long Chen sighed and said, "This is how the world is. The strong prey on the weak. If there are so many unsatisfactory things in life, I hope that I can get some peace and contentment after death." After staying silent for half a day, Long Chen left. Chapter 699. Long Chen's goal was naturally to sneak in and kill that person. This time, he didn't take the original path. After half a day, he saw the city again. The green flag swaying in the wind was quite dazzling. This time, coming to the Wind Clan was undoubtedly very dangerous. However, Long Chen had escaped from the hands of the young lord of the divine race, so there was no need to mention this place. The strongest expert of the Wind Clan would definitely not stay here. With the blood escape, Long Chen basically didn't have to worry about his life. Moreover, with the spirit-devouring demon pupil, Long Chen could carefully avoid others. The ground beside the Steel City wasn't very flat. There were a lot of iron blocks that suddenly emerged from the ground. Long Chen hid behind these iron blocks and sneaked into the city without being discovered. This city was actually very big. If it was outside, it could at least accommodate more than 100,000 people. But now, at most, there were only a few hundred people in the city, so it seemed very spacious. Long Chen could keenly grasp the movements within a mile. To be honest, it wasn't easy to be discovered by others. This city is actually made entirely of steel. Long Chen was a little surprised as he looked around. There were many buildings in this city, houses, streets, taverns, and so on. However, the place that was originally made of bricks had been replaced with steel. It was cold and solemn, exuding a sense of desolation. There was also a faint smell of rust in the air. Even the floor was cast with hard steel. There were some beautiful patterns carved on it. This city is obviously man-made. Could it be that a long time ago, this primordial cemetery was the same as the Myriad Kingdom territory, a place where people lived? However, some unforeseen events happened afterwards,
causing this place to become desolate and uninhabited, just like a graveyard? Long Chen guessed. In this steel city, Long Chen just wanted to find the person who killed Xiao Yu. As long as he killed him, Long Chen could leave safely and then do his own thing. He didn't think that he was meddling in other people's business. Instead, he really treated revenge as his own business. The people of the Wind Clan would definitely be in the direction of the city center. Long Chen headed in that direction. He didn't expect that after taking a few steps, Long Chen would raise his head and see a strange thing in the center of the city surrounded by countless steel pillars. That thing emitted a strong fluctuation. When that fluctuation passed through Long Chen's body, Long Chen felt as though his blood was boiling. He discovered that he was actually filled with battle intent at this moment. The distance was too far, so Long Chen couldn't see clearly what was in that direction. But at this time, Kitten laughed and said, "Kid, your luck is really good. I didn't expect to encounter this thing after sneaking back into this city." "What is this?" Hearing Kitten's words, Long Chen knew that this thing was definitely a treasure. This is a warrior who carved his lifetime's comprehension on a stone tablet. This stone tablet has the remnant of his martial soul. If you can obtain this stone tablet and comprehend the comprehension of the stone tablet, your cultivation will increase. With someone guiding you, your speed will increase at least tenfold. Kitten said lazily. Stone tablet. Long Chen's heart instantly became excited. A tenfold cultivation speed was extremely tempting for Long Chen. But for the current him, this stone tablet was definitely a treasure among treasures. It was even more suitable for Long Chen than the 5 emperor seals. This was because Long Chen's weakest point was his cultivation. As long as his cultivation improved, his overall strength would definitely reach a super leap. At first, Long Chen couldn't see clearly what was in the distance. After all, there were a lot of steel buildings in the way. So, Long Chen could only see a corner of it. But after listening to Kitten, Long Chen looked carefully and found that it was indeed a corner of the stone tablet. This stone tablet was black, and it emitted a mysterious fluctuation that could stimulate Long Chen's fighting spirit. As for the other things, because it was too far away, Long Chen continued to move towards the direction of the steel city. At this time, there were traces of many people in front of him. With the soul-devouring demon pupil, Long Chen could first find the other party. The people of the Feng clan were quite easy to recognize because they needed a uniform logo. So most of them wore cyan robes. The men were elegant and the women were elegant. As long as they weren't from the Feng clan, Long Chen could come in contact with them. The people who came here were basically like Xiao Yu. They first looked for a base. This city was under the control of the Feng clan. Fights were prohibited, so it provided them with safety. Therefore they settled down here. This city was firmly under the control of the Feng clan. Very few people could sneak in like Long Chen. They were all registered. After a month, they would be expelled. After discovering the two people, Long Chen stood not far away from them, as if he was also a normal person who came in. Sneaking around would instead make others suspicious. As long as he didn't meet the people of the Feng clan, Long Chen would actually be fine. I didn't expect that in this corner of the city, the martial god steel map would appear. The Feng clan obtained the martial god steel map and immediately sent experts over. I believe that before long, even more experts will come here. Under the strict guard of the Feng clan, we don't even have a chance to take a look at the martial god steel map. Under the god of more than 10 warriors in the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm, let alone looking at it, even if we get close, we will probably be killed. Moreover, the experts of the Feng clan will continuously come from afar. The martial god steel map that appeared in this steel city is the first treasure that appeared in the ancient cemetery. The last time was dozens of years ago. A martial god steel map appeared and was obtained by the demon clan. It directly made the strength of the demon clan rise a lot. Many experts in the demon clan advanced continuously by comprehending the martial god steel map. I'm really envious. If I can take a look at the martial god steel map, I'll be satisfied. Maybe it can even help me break through to the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Don't think too much. We'll stay here and not have to worry about the attacks of enemies, demon beasts, and the chi of gold devouring. We'll be satisfied. If the people of the Feng clan heard what you said, they would definitely skin you and pull out your tendons. You'd better be a bit more careful. I know. From their conversation, Long Chen heard a lot of information. So many people are guarding the martial god steel map? If the people in the Earth martial arts realm can comprehend the martial god steel map, It seems that this thing was at least left behind by the experts in the sky martial arts realm. Maybe apart from the inheritance of the Seven Lords, this martial god steel map can be considered a very strong treasure. The Feng clan should value it very much and even do their best to send experts to guard it to prevent others from fighting for it. However, even now, there are more than 10 experts in the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm. With Long Chen's strength, he could at most deal with one expert in the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. If 2 experts in the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm besieged him, he didn't even know if he could deal with them. In this way, it seemed that it would be very difficult for him to get the martial god steel map.
Long Chen shook his head. His strength was still too weak.
The desire to become stronger burned fiercely in his heart. Even though he quickly reached the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, he still couldn't be satisfied. The martial god steel map was his opportunity to rise up. The people of the Feng clan should be guarding near the martial god steel map.
I think the person who killed Xiaoyu is also there. I have the soul-devouring demonic eyes. I should go and observe for a while. After I understand the situation of this steel city, I can finally make my move.
Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Thinking of that, Long Chen sneaked towards the center of the city.
100 miles away from the steel city, there was an even larger steel city. That seemed to be the largest city in the glazed gold domain.
The area of its territory was at least 10 times larger than the city that Long Chen was in. It was a city about the same size as the Martial Emperor City, and the Martial Emperor City could house hundreds of thousands of people. In the pitch-black steel city, there were many golden buildings, especially the buildings in the center of the city.
They were all golden. It was a golden palace, standing in the center of the steel city. It was majestic and domineering, which meant that it might be the core of the entire glazed gold domain. The name of this city was called the Huge Glazed Gold City. The patriarch of the Feng clan and the others led the entire Feng clan to guard this place. At the same time, they spread out in all directions, completely infiltrating the majority of the glazed gold domain and occupying the glazed gold domain. This time, the Feng clan and the Divine clan were divided into 2 groups. The Divine clan occupied the abstruse fire domain of the 5 major domains, while the Feng clan occupied more than half of the glazed gold domain. The remaining half was occupied by the Jin clan of the 5-element alliance. This also meant that the Feng clan's biggest opponent in the glazed gold domain was the Jin clan of the 5-element alliance. The 2 could be considered as old enemies, and there were many grudges between them. In many aspects, the 2 clans had many conflicts. In the vast huge glazed gold city, there were about 1,000 warriors. With the patriarch of the Feng clan overseeing this place, it could be considered as the safest place in the entire glazed gold domain. Even the gold-devouring Qi wouldn't be swept to this place. Of course, everyone couldn't stay in this city forever. Otherwise, why would they come to the primordial cemetery? They came to the primordial cemetery to kill people and seize their treasures. Truly ruthless people would directly throw themselves into the slaughter once they came to the primordial cemetery. They would obtain treasures in the process of killing to improve themselves. A portion of people would die, and a portion of people would survive. Those who survived, without exception, would basically become true elites. Chapter 700. One of them was sitting on a golden chair. That chair was grand and domineering. Even though it was a bit old, one could still see how grand and magnificent it was in the past. The person who was sitting on that chair looked like a sage. He had white hair and white clothes. His eyes were deep and cold. He was the patriarch of the Feng clan that Long Chen had seen on the astrolabe. His strength was similar to the patriarch of the 5-element alliance. His age should be similar as well. The other was a graceful young girl wearing a light green dress. Although her face was covered with white muslin like Feng Xian, her exquisite figure and the outline of her face showed that she was a rare beauty. Moreover, the young girl exuded a youthful aura. At a glance, one could tell that she was not old. She was not someone that an old woman like Feng Xian could compare to. Moreover, the aura she exuded was much stronger than Feng Xian. Since this young girl was brought into the primeval cemetery, her status was obviously not much different from the young patriarch's status in the primeval cemetery. This young girl was presumably the proud daughter of heaven in the Wind clan. Her light green dress fluttered in the wind. She was talking to the patriarch of the Feng clan with a voice that sounded like an aureole. The patriarch of the Feng clan looked at the young girl with a smile. He looked satisfied. Time slowly passed. At this moment,
A middle-aged man walked into the palace. His face was filled with excitement. He forced himself to kneel on the ground and excitedly said to the Feng clan's leader and Princess Lin, "Greetings, clan leader and Princess Lin. From the direction of Black Gold City, there is great news." "What news?" asked the patriarch of the Feng clan. The martial god's tablet appeared in Black Gold City. According to the report, the martial god's tablet can help people comprehend the 9th level of the Earth martial realm, said the middle-aged man excitedly. The patriarch of the Feng clan hurriedly stood up. His face was filled with surprise and joy as he said, "The martial god's tablet really exists, and it has appeared in the city we're stationed in?" The middle-aged man said, "The news came from Black Gold City. It's true." The Feng clan's patriarch laughed 3 times and said, "Good, good, the heavens are really helping my Feng clan. With this martial god's tablet, my Feng clan's strength will definitely increase greatly." After laughing for a long time, he frowned and said, "Ji Lin, the size of the martial god's tablet diagram is not small. The cosmos sack cannot contain such a huge martial god's tablet diagram. I'll give you a spatial ring. Go to Black Gold City and get me the martial god's tablet diagram. If the Gold clan gets wind of this, they will definitely fight with us for it. I still have some matters to attend to in Glazed Gold City, so I'll leave this task to you." The beautiful young girl hurriedly nodded and said, "Don't worry, grandfather. I guarantee that I'll handle this matter beautifully. I'll hand the martial god's tablet diagram to you in 2 days. You're really my good granddaughter. You've always been more promising than your siblings since you were young." Feng Jilin smiled indifferently. She was already used to the elders' compliments. In the Feng clan, only Feng Jilin had 17 celestial wind veins. That meant she could at least reach the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Even the patriarch of the Feng clan only had 16 celestial wind veins in total. In the Wind clan, the number of heavenly wind veins was equivalent to a cultivator's potential. The more heavenly wind veins one had, the better their potential and physique, and the higher their future achievements would be. In the Wind clan, there was currently no one with the same number of heavenly wind veins as Feng Jilin. In the Feng clan, she was the most powerful princess. That was why her grandfather brought her to the ancient cemetery and kept her by his side. Feng Qing always gave Feng Jilin something good. This time, he let Feng Jilin get the martial god's tablet diagram. After they got the martial god's tablet diagram, Feng Jilin could use it first. She was only 18 years old and she was already in the 8th level of the Earth martial realm. She was even about to break through to the 9th level of the Earth martial realm. Such a genius was very rare in the Tianfeng dynasty. The martial god's tablet diagram could help Feng Jilin reach the 9th level of the Earth martial realm. For Feng Jilin, it was the most precious treasure among all the precious treasures. However, Feng Jilin wasn't very excited. She had always been blessed by fate. She was already used to good luck. "Feng Yang, is there anything special happening in Black Gold City? Will the news of the martial god monolith be leaked to the Jin clan?" Feng Qing was worried about his precious granddaughter's safety, so he asked. The kneeling middle-aged man hurriedly replied, "No, I definitely didn't leak it out. Not a single one of the ordinary warriors in Black Gold City has left. If it weren't for the fact that I was afraid of attracting too much criticism, I would have killed them long ago. However, I'll keep them imprisoned until Princess Lin obtains the martial god's steel diagram. Only then will I let them go." "Good. You did well. You'll have a share of the martial god's tablet diagram," said Feng Qing indifferently. "Thank you, clan leader. Feng Yang will work hard and break through to the 8th level of the Earth martial realm. I'll do my best for the Feng clan," said Feng Yang excitedly. The martial god's tablet diagram was in Feng Jilin's hands. As long as Feng Jilin finished using it, the others could still get a share. "Good. If that's the case, Jilin, you can go now." Feng Qing looked at his granddaughter with kind eyes, and then took out a dark ring. This small ring was engraved with many fine runes. It felt like the inside of a cosmos sack, but the space inside it was much larger. This was the storage ring that Feng Qing was talking about. Take good care of the ring. Even in the Feng clan, we don't have more than 5 rings. Today, I'll give it to you, said Feng Qing, smiling. Thank you, Grandpa. Feng Jilin smiled indifferently. She slightly bent her knees and bowed to the leader of the Feng clan. Right, clan leader, there's a small thing, said Feng Yang. What small thing? Asked Feng Qing. This morning, two people came in the direction of Black Gold City. Coincidentally, two of our clan's warriors were returning to Black Gold City. When they passed by them, our clan's warriors discovered that one of them had actually killed our Feng clan's warriors before. He had the mark of our Feng clan on his body. And then, Feng Qing's voice was a bit unhappy when he heard that his clansmen were killed. After that, the warriors of my clan attacked them. They killed one of them but let the other one escape. The one who escaped also killed one of my clan's warriors. That warrior was still a long distance away from Black Gold City. I presume he didn't know about the descent of the martial god monument diagram. Feng Yang said. It's good that he didn't know. We haven't had any casualties in the past few days. Maybe that person came to the archaic cemetery after killing a member of our clan. Feng Qing didn't care too much about that. How strong was the person who escaped? Why didn't they attack? Did they just watch the enemy leave? Just at that moment, Feng Jilin's voice was a bit cold. It could be seen that her temper was even a bit worse than her grandfather's. Feng Yang knew the young lady's temper, so he didn't dare to contradict her. He hurriedly said, "That's the strange part. That person only had the strength of the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm, but he used a battle skill that should be a royal level battle skill. He directly killed a warrior of the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm from my clan. He also used an escape technique and turned into a bloody light, instantly escaping. A person in the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm used a royal level battle skill and killed a member of the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm." Feng Qing's face showed surprise. He looked at Feng Yang in shock and asked, "You must be joking with me. He's only in the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Where did he get a royal level battle skill?" "I don't know either. The warrior who escaped said that a person in the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm wanted to kill someone in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm without a royal level battle skill. So it's him." Just at that moment, a faint smile hung on Feng Jilin's face. "Jilin, do you know this person?" Feng Qing asked. "Grandfather, do you still remember the matter of the young master of the God clan, Wu Guangyu? When he first came to the archaic cemetery, he stole a strange demonic wolf. He treated the demonic wolf as a treasure, and the demonic wolf was stolen from a mysterious young man called Long Chen. That person called Long Chen had once used a royal tier battle skill to force Wu Guangyu away, and at the same time, used an escape technique to escape right in front of Wu Guangyu. It's very clear that they're the same person." Feng Jilin calmly analyzed. "So there's actually such a mysterious person. Jilin, pay close attention to this person when you go. If you can steal his royal tier battle skill and other things, that would be even better." Feng Qing smiled. "That's right. Of course. Grandfather doesn't need to worry." Feng Jilin smiled sweetly. Feng Qing suddenly thought of something and had Feng Yang leave first. He then said to Feng Jilin, "This time, Bai Lian came in such a hurry to bring Wu Guangyu to the Xuanhua region. I'm guessing that they're going to find the legacy of the Azure Lotus Emperor. If Wu Guangyu obtains the legacy of the Azure Lotus Emperor, his strength will soar and he'll be able to stabilize his position as the strongest in the younger generation." "The Azure Lotus Emperor, huh?" Feng Jilin pursed her lips and looked out the window. She said, "My fiancé, my man, if he doesn't have such achievements, how can he be worthy of me?" "Do you dislike this marriage?" "This marriage was decided by me and by Lian together," Feng Qing asked. Feng Jilin smiled sweetly. "Grandpa, don't think too much about it. In the myriad kingdoms, is there anyone more outstanding than Wu Guangyu? If you really want to marry someone, then he'll be the one." Chapter 701. Under the surveillance of the devouring demon eyes, Long Chen avoided meeting people and directly went to the center of the Steel City. The closer he got to there, the clearer the martial god's steel map became in Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen's current direction should be the back of the martial god's steel map. His gaze passed through the heavy steel buildings and landed on the martial god's steel map. The martial god's steel map was like a huge black slate. It was rusted and full of the marks of time. Waves of black light flowed on it. Because it was the back, Long Chen couldn't see what was special about the martial god's steel map. The only thing that shocked Long Chen was the ancient feeling on it and the aura that belonged to martial arts. Even if he didn't look at the front, the strong spiritual power on the martial god's steel map caused a strong spiritual impact on Long Chen. Long Chen had a premonition that if he could get the martial god's steel map, his strength would definitely increase a lot. Now he was only in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Compared to others, he was really too weak. However, there was a person in the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm guarding it. How could Long Chen get the martial god steel map? The 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm was no joke. Long Chen quickly approached. At that moment, there was still about 300 meters between the martial god steel map and Long Chen couldn't go forward. In front of him, there were at least 30 people from the Feng clan stationed there. Most of them were in the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm, and the least were in the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. They were all in the field of vision of Long Chen's devouring demon eyes. Long Chen estimated that among the 9 clans, those who could come here were at least in the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. The 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm was a relatively strong force. Those above the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm were already considered strong. After all, the higher the level, the greater the gap between each level. They were all from the Feng clan. The Feng clan set a boundary 300 meters away from the martial god steel map. People who weren't from the Feng clan couldn't get close to it. Otherwise they would be killed. The distance of 300 meters was within their perception. Even if Long Chen didn't kill Feng Xian, he would be killed if he got close. Quietly hiding in an inconspicuous corner, Long Chen used his spirit-devouring demon eyes to size them up. Finally, he found a familiar aura on one of them. That's right. He was the one who killed Xiao Yu. Long Chen firmly remembered this person's position in his mind, but he was hiding in the middle of so many people, so Long Chen had no way to kill him. The only thing he could do now was to wait for the other party to run out on his own. He could only wait for him to run out. Long Chen didn't know whether he would have the chance or not. Just then, Long Chen quietly went to the front of the martial god steel map. Taking advantage of this time, he could finally take a good look at the martial god steel map. The martial god steel map was black all over. It was more than 30 meters high and more than 10 meters wide. The people from the Feng clan were pitifully small compared to it. The martial god steel map should have fallen from the sky because Long Chen saw that the bottom of the martial god steel map had directly pierced into a tall steel building. It directly shattered the building and then deeply pierced into the steel ground. Coming to the front of the martial god steel map, Long Chen's eyes were quickly attracted by the martial god steel map. On the martial god steel map, there were a total of more than 10 rows of words. Every word was the size of a human head. These words were directly carved. They were like flying dragons and dancing phoenixes. They were quite ancient. Many of the words were used a long time ago. Long Chen didn't know what they were, but it wasn't important. He only took a glance at them and they were deeply imprinted in his mind. Judging from the words, it was just an article describing the magnificent rivers and mountains. There wasn't anything magical about it. However, for some reason, Long Chen was deeply attracted by it. He couldn't come back to his senses for a while. What's so magical about this martial god steel map? It's the same as the Seal of Desolation. Can it be comprehended? Long Chen thought to himself. He looked at it for more than 2 hours, and his eyes were a little tired. The martial god steel diagram emitted an ancient aura, as well as a power that could make one's blood boil. Gradually, Long Chen found that the black words were actually twisting. He knew that it was twisting in his eyes. In other people's eyes, maybe it was the same as before. Long Chen understood that there was a threshold to understand the martial god steel map. Not everyone could understand it. At least, one had to have the strength of the Earth martial arts realm. The faster one could see the clues of the martial god steel map, the more potential it proved. Long Chen spent 2 hours before the martial god steel map finally changed. He didn't know how strong he was. However, among the warriors of the Feng clan who surrounded the martial god steel map, there were a few people who were secretly observing. From their eyes, it could be seen that none of them could enter the state of selflessness that Long Chen had. The words changed for the first time. The next time Long Chen observed it, the time it took him to enter the state was much shorter. In Long Chen's world, the surrounding steel buildings and the people of the Feng clan all disappeared. The only thing left was the ancient martial god steel map in front of him. The martial god steel map was more than 30 meters tall. However, in Long Chen's eyes, the whole world was only left with the martial god steel map. The martial god steel map was more than 1,000 miles tall. It touched the sky and covered the sun. In front of the martial god steel map, Long Chen was as small as an ant. He raised his head high and looked at the martial god steel map in awe. Boom! In front of Long Chen, the words on the martial god steel map changed rapidly. They twisted into line segments. Then, these line segments wriggled and combined. In Long Chen's eyes, these words gradually condensed into a human figure. This human figure was like a shadow that was trapped in the martial god steel map. At first, it didn't move at all. While Long Chen was waiting anxiously, it finally moved. As Long Chen expected, this human figure was actually practicing a fist technique. The fist technique was the earth martial fist technique in front of him. However, the feeling of the earth martial fist technique performed by this human figure was completely different from Long Chen's. It was even slightly different from other people's. The moves were still the same, but the feeling of the fist technique was very different. At least, compared to Long Chen himself, it was much stronger. Compared to him, Long Chen had a feeling of being dwarfed. As soon as the figure's earth martial fist technique unfolded, Long Chen was completely immersed in this magical rhythm. Starting from the first level of the earth martial arts realm, watching the figure's fist technique, he could almost dig out some things that Long Chen hadn't noticed before. He felt like a person who hadn't reached the earth martial arts realm and had to start learning from the first level of the earth martial arts realm. In the process of learning again, many things that he had missed were made up. The path of martial arts was incomparably mysterious. What Long Chen had come into contact with now was just a little bit of it. The figure's practice of fist technique gave Long Chen a lot of enlightenment. Just when the figure's fist technique progressed to the fourth level of the earth martial arts realm, Long Chen was about to welcome a new enlightenment. Suddenly, there was a feeling of extreme danger that enveloped Long Chen. Long Chen quickly woke up from it. Just now, he was completely immersed in the martial god steel map and forgot the situation around him. After waking up, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. In such a dangerous place, he was actually immersed in cultivation. If he was discovered, it would be troublesome. After waking up, he breathed a sigh of relief and found that he hadn't been discovered. The reason why he had just woken up was that in this steel city, there were new people coming. Moreover, they were the strongest among the strong. Without saying anything, Long Chen directly hid far away from the martial god steel map and mixed with other ordinary martial arts practitioners. Those ordinary martial arts practitioners came here mainly to seek protection. However, now that the martial god steel map was in trouble in this place, they also came to join in the fun. They stared at it from a distance. However, even though they were cursing in their hearts, they didn't go near it. After all, the prestige of the Feng clan was still terrifying enough. Long Chen hid in a corner and obediently looked at the two people flying over from the horizon. They quickly arrived in the sky above the Black Gold City and slowly landed near the martial god steel map. They were two women. The woman in the lead looked very young and wore a light green dress. Her face was covered with a white veil. Although it was separated by a veil, there was still a stern and cold aura emanating from her face. Behind her was a woman in a purple dress. She had a tranquil expression and an elegant smile. It was unclear how young she was, but she seemed to be less than 30 years old. This woman was not wearing a veil, and her figure was curvaceous. Her entire body was filled with a mature charm, and her well-rounded figure attracted many gazes. The woman in the purple dress should be more than 30 years old. It's not a big deal for her to have such power. However, that young girl is so young, but her strength is so terrifying. She must be in existence at the level of the Shen clan's young master. This young girl comes from the Feng clan. Could she be a young genius of the Feng clan? Long Chen was puzzled. Just when he was puzzled, some people next to him discussed, if I'm not mistaken, she's the legendary princess of the Feng clan, Feng Jilin, who has 17 celestial wind veins. It's definitely her. The one next to her is a strong guest of the Feng clan. She's called Xueqi. Both of them are terrifyingly strong. I've heard that they're both in the 8th level of the earth martial realm or above. Especially Feng Jilin. She has countless resources of the Feng clan, including fighting skills, spiritual medicines and so on. They're all the best. Besides, she has many secret skills. I'm afraid she's invincible in the 8th level of the earth martial realm. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.